Hello, Internet, and welcome back to Creative Live. We are here again at the beautiful Landmark Event Center for the third day of Doug Gordon's The Wedding Project. I love that we are starting outside this morning. We've got clouds overhead. It's beautiful light, and I'm excited to get going. My name is Kenna Klosterman. We're just going to do a couple minutes of pre-show. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us, and where you're joining us from. This is my lovely co-host, Susan Roderick. How are you doing today, Susan?
I'm great. It's warm outside. I know we don't look like it's warm outside, but it's fairly warm. And
relative to yesterday, perhaps.
I'm enjoying my morning so far. So why don't we introduce you to the in-studio audience. We're not in the studio, but we have 6 great people that we'd like to introduce you to. Why don't we start with you and let us know your name and your website and where people can find you online. That would be great.
Awesome. My name is Brandy Leafty of Brandy Leafty Photography. You can find me at brandyleafty.com and on Facebook at Brandy Leafty Photography and on Instagram at brleafty.
Hi, I'm Silver Lane. Find me at www.silverlanephotography.com and on Facebook, just search Silver Lane Photography.
Hi, I'm Trina Hebner with PS Photography based out of Linwood, Washington. You can find me at psphotography-video.com and also by searching PS Photography on Facebook.
Hi, I'm Melissa Heitkamp, and you can find me at melissaheitkampphotography.com, HEITKAMP, and also on Facebook. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Matty. You can find me online at michaelmatty.com. That's M-A-T-T-I. There should be links on there for Twitter and Facebook and everything.
Hi, I'm Tara Brown, Tara Brown Photography. You can find me at my website, tara-brown.com. Thank you.
Fabulous. Well, we're so excited to have all of you here, as well as all of you here at home. I just wanted to read out a couple of great comments that I saw earlier this morning about, for Doug, people who are already putting what they've learned yesterday into action. We see Eden Grove Photography says, I plan on using a couple of the poses from the past 2 days on a prom couple today, and have a couple, so it'll be great practice, which is awesome. This is a great posing, not just for wedding photographers, but prom is another great one. And then Arts and Photos says, Doug, yesterday's show is going to be very useful for me tomorrow as I have a church wedding. I normally do beach wedding, so very cool to be able to put that right into action immediately. Who else do we have, Susan?
Well, I want to give a special shout out to Walter, who's joining us from the Netherlands. How are you today, Walter? And I'm just in the lounge asking people where they're joining us from. Casey is joining us from San Francisco. We have people from Jada is joining us from Mexico, and the locations are just starting to come in, so
fantastic.
It's awesome.
Well, it's that time to get going, Susan.
All right, let's get this party
let's
started.
get this started. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. Today we're on the channel /live2, and you can find that anywhere on the Creative Live website. If you go up to that top left-hand button where it says Watch Live, you can select which course to watch. So make sure you are selecting the right one. Here we are, and you're watching Doug Gordon, The Wedding Project. You can see right beneath the screen is where you can purchase the course. Now, this course is $149. However, when you buy it today, it is $99. And we also invite you here directly from the course page to join us here. Here we are in Seattle. You have the opportunity to ask Doug Gordon your questions and to interact with the thousands of people that are online watching us. So go ahead, get into that chat room, and let me show you what that looks like. There are 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is Creative Live, and this is the chat room for you to have your on-topic conversations with each other. So share your ideas, share your insights, and have a good time in there. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues. This is the Questions tab. We ask you to just drop in your questions there. We're not answering questions, but that makes it very easy when you drop them in for all of our moderators behind the scenes to pass those along to Susan and I so we can get them directly to Doug. We are here to be your voice. Finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is the chat room for you to have all of your off-topic conversations. So have a great time in there, build community, have fun, and that is what the lounge is for. Secondly, if you guys could stop the keynote, it is advancing by itself. That would be awesome. So let me just take a minute here to go back to how this course works. Here's how we work here at Creative Live. This workshop, we are trying to reach as many people as possible for free all around the world. Doug Gordon is a world-class photographer, and on top of that, a world-class educator. And we're here to raise the bar of the industry. Doug is not holding back. I was talking to him this morning, and he was telling me he is not holding back. There are no secrets. He is giving it all to you. And so whether you can watch us here during the live event, during the rewatch, you can also choose to purchase this workshop so that you can watch it over and over and over again. And you can do that for $149. Let me tell you what else is included in that. Doug, last night, spent the full night. He's not sleeping. He's not breaking. Well, he is sleeping. He's not breaking for you. He is taking all of the images that are his selects from this workshop and editing them, doing that post-processing, screen recording that, and talking you through it. And that comes with the purchase of this course. And so it's an amazing additional bonus. Thank you, Doug. This is incredibly valuable. We're going to be having a section today on editing, but this, you can see the entire thing. In addition to that bonus, you can also get the finished product. So you'll see it's a posing guide. It's a posing and lighting guide for the wedding project. And that, again, comes with the course, all of those finished, edited, beautiful images from this workshop. It's a great guide to go along with the course as you are re-watching this. On top of that, yesterday, Doug decided to throw in his shot list. So everything that he takes, you saw him be so organized, so quick in getting through all of the shots that he needed, and you too can do that with his shot list. What a great tool to bring to your weddings this summer. All of that today you can get for $99. And the reason we do that, again, for that incredibly, incredibly low price is, it kind of blows me away sometimes, is so that you can do this. It's attainable, it's affordable. If this is your business, go ahead and purchase this course right now so that you can be the wedding photographer that you want to be. Again, $99 today. Go ahead and do that now so that you don't forget and miss out on that amazing price. Let's take a look at the course page. This is where you can both enroll for the course and purchase it. Scroll down the page. I just told you about all the bonus materials. Those will be available there just at the top of the videos. This is, again, where we post all the videos in both high definition and low res. You can take those low res with you on the go on your mobile devices. And then, of course, you can always just stream directly from the course page. That is where, once you purchase, you can stream those videos. Okay, lots of contests to talk about today, everyone. The first one is our traditional quote contest that you can enter on Facebook and Twitter. You'll see two different green boxes there on our Facebook page. One is for Doug's quote contest, and one is for Doug's photo contest. So the way that you enter is to list for the quote contest, listen throughout the day for your favorite Doug Gordon quotes or tips. You can enter into that contest once per hour. Again, as the past 2 days, incredible, incredible prizes, very, very valuable. So play to win. That photo contest, Doug wants to see your best ever wedding photo. And you can enter just through noon Pacific time today, so just a few hours left to enter into that photo contest to win a very special Disney World package. And you can find out more about that on our blog, on the Facebook page. But essentially, Doug is giving away 4 days, 3 nights lodging, passes for 4 people for 2 days for Disney World to share his love. So go and check that out, enter the contest, get your friends to vote. Doug will be picking a winner. We'll be announcing that later today. So again, you can also enter the quote contest on Twitter. And make sure you are following at Doug Gordon Photo. Make sure you're following at Creative Live. All you need to do with your quote is include the course page URL. So that is the key. Include this URL or copy and paste it from the course page. and that is how you enter to win. All right, everyone. Well, Doug is right here. He is ready to rock. So Doug Gordon, come on out. Thanks for being here, and please help me welcome Doug back to the Creative Live stage.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening wherever you are. So today is an exciting day for me because if you've seen me before, what I'm most known for is flow posing. That's what people know me for. So you've waited 2 days for it, and that's what we're going to cover today. We are going to show you so many poses of the bride and groom, more than you could ever possibly imagine, how to do it quickly, how to do it efficiently, and more importantly, how to do it in the best way possible while creating a love story. And after we think we've gotten every pose imaginable, we're going to move on to even more exciting stuff when we get to the sexy, fashionable side and get more creative with what we're doing. Today, more than ever, what I'm about to teach you is more important than you could ever imagine. If you look in the last week, the photo industry has changed dramatically again. We had a CEO come out and say that photographers aren't needed. And yesterday, a newspaper fired their entire staff of photographers. One of the biggest newspapers in the country fired their entire staff, saying, we don't need you anymore. There's plenty of people with cameras who will take it and will cost us less. So what I'm about to teach you right now, this minute, this second, is the most invaluable thing you're ever going to learn. If you want to differentiate yourself, if you want to make yourself count as a photographer, you need to know one thing and one thing that's going to carry you through. You need to know how to create. You need to know how to pose. You want to do something different than everybody else? Know how to pose. I cannot stress it enough, because now all these people are thinking our job doesn't matter. We're overpaid. We're not needed. We press a button. You could do it on your phone. You could do it on your iPad. You can do it on your camera that you buy at Costco. You could do it anywhere. They don't need us. So what do we need to do? We need to do something different right now, this minute, this second. And it starts with posing. What I'm about to show you is something that has evolved over time. I'm going to take you through a whole realm of taking two people just standing there side by side and create more images than you've ever seen created in your life in the shortest possible time. On a wedding, the segment that I'm about to teach you over the next hour and a half will take me probably, I could do that 70 flow poses in under about 5 minutes. The rest of it, I could do in another 10. And the only reason it takes longer is we're moving around location. It starts with a plan. So if you're home, if you're here and you're asking, don't all your weddings look alike? Because you asked me in the beginning of the week. Yes, they do look alike. That's a good thing. They differ based on people. They differ based on shapes. They differ based on locations. They differ based on lighting. So let's get going. You guys are going to come over here. I need my bride and groom right here, and let's start working, because here's the thing. Why don't you guys come over here? This way you can get a better view of what's going on so you're not behind the bride and groom. Let's bring you right over here, because I want you to see what we're doing. You can come back by camera here. Now, here's the situation. I am skirting on the edge of light. This will have to change very, very shortly, because that light is about to peek out from behind that building. The first 3 images are the only images that I need them right here, and they're the only images that I'm going to use a flash for. They're traditional, boring, full-length images. And with these full-length images, I want to capture some of the background. The rest of them we're going to start to move into a close-up series. Now, some people ask me all the time, why don't you take more traditional images? Because anybody could take a picture of the bride and groom standing there looking at the camera. Not anybody could create that softness and the romance between them. So some of the things at home that have been asked that I see in the chat rooms are they a real couple? Yes, they are. Are they models? They look like models. I think they're models. Even you? Good. Yes, they know what they're doing, but they don't know what I'm going to make them do. So the idea is I have to get the body in a position and move them into what we need to do. So let's bring the 2 of them in here. We're going to take our bride. We know all week, and I'm sorry, your feet must be freezing. For this image, I'm putting the dress behind the bride. Most photographers do this. And in just about every occasion, especially with a big gown, it's going to make her backside look bigger. I'm going to kick the feet under when I do a family group. There's nothing good about this. It makes her look wider. By bringing it to the back, I'm going to set it up so that it has a nice true flow. Her body is in a 3/4 position to the camera. I'm setting him up in a V. And again, I want to follow all my basic rules that we learned. I want his lips at the level of her eyes. I want to create a V between them, so she's tucking her back shoulder. She's turning her head to me. Now, normally I'd have her with a bouquet here. We don't have that, no big deal. And now we're turning her head and we're leaning their bodies together. So we're tucking the back shoulder. We're rolling the front shoulder. We're relaxing and pulling out, and the veil becomes a cover. This veil covers the arm. I am going to turn this into 70 poses quickly and efficiently, so lighting becomes crucial. Turning your head, and now, of course, leaning forward. Now, some of the things that I see in the chat board is he's so rough with them. What you don't realize is I'm going in with open hands. This is very important. I'm barely touching them. And if I am going to pull, I'm going to let her know I'm just going to bring you forward and come to me. Look at where I'm grabbing. The shoulders. I'm not clamping. I'm touching. And again, some people are sensitive touch. You don't want to touch, great. That's fine. But to do this quick and efficiently, I feel the need to touch. I feel it's one of the most important things. It's little gentle pushes. Okay? Come forward. Chin up. Matt, come to me. A little bit. We're leaning here. She's tilted to the high shoulder, facing the direction of the light, right here. The important part on this full length is I don't want to start to get the white in or the street or anything like it. So let's look at lighting position. Right now, I'm lighting directly into the face through the body. Because I want to pick up some background, I'm going to make sure that I'm able to expose for the background. I don't want to go crazy. It's only 3 images that I'm going to use the flash for. Because of camera height, that's going to make a world of difference. So what am I talking about? If this here was a plus-size couple, would I bring my camera height down? I don't think so. I'd bring it up. For an average-sized couple or even smaller couple like they are, I could bring it to waist level, but I like working higher. I don't want to bend over. Look at me. Do I look like I'm bending down that much? Okay, there's no abs here whatsoever. So you're looking at me. Turn your head to the right, Rachel. Leaning in close. Good. Turn your head a little bit, beautiful. Tilt the top of your head. Just like that. We're locking in. I'm going to make sure I'm all set to go on my tether wheel. Excellent. Looking right here. You are doing terrific. Eyes up here. Look at where the eyes are. Way above the lens. Smiling, Rachel. Nice and happy teeth. Faking it a little bit more, Maddie. Good. Just like that. Excellent. First image, flash fires. I'm looking to fill them in, making sure I got good exposure. I have just enough on the background. I see, you know what? I could pull it down a tad more. So what I'm going to do at this point, I believe I'm at 200th of a second. So all I'm going to do is kick it up. I'm at 250 at f8. I'm just going to kick up my f-stop, and I'm going to go right in here. So let's take a look. All right, I'm going to go to 250 at f9. Looking at me, guys. Eyes up here. Smiling, nice and happy. Turn your head to your right, Rach. Happy. Nope, a little bit more. A little bit more. Smiling, beautiful, happy teeth. Excellent. Keep those eyes open, Matt. One more, just like that. Smiling teeth. Excellent. There's image 1. Watch how easy the next image comes into play. You're looking at each other, guys. Look up at his forehead. Turn your head. Smiling, looking at him. Beautiful, happy teeth. Third one, give a kiss. Just press your lips together. Close your eyes. And we got it. So now, at this point, I have the flash as what? My main light. I'm done. I don't need it anymore. I want to soften it up completely. I'm eliminating the light. I'm turning it off. So now I have 2 choices to make. I could either go to what 2 lights? What light sources will make this work now? The torch light or a reflector? Or a reflector. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to use the reflector. The only reason I'm using the reflector at this point is because I don't want everybody to think the only thing I'm trying to do is sell the torchlight. Okay, now I'm looking. Here's the thing. They don't need to be here anymore. So rather than have to move them 10 times based on lighting, I'm going to pull them forward now to me. They're going to come forward, and I'm looking to get them in more of a shaded area, hide it behind the building. Right over here, come over a little bit, because I know that these are close-ups at this point. Can I borrow one of you? Would you like to be my helper? So let's take a look. The first one is the 4th image. It's that boring traditional image, leaning forward again, up tall, and now look at the difference in their face. Why don't you guys come around back here so you could see and take a look. But let's look. She's on this side here. By going on this side here, I'm reflecting light from the wrong side, so I'm bouncing in. So the idea is I want to come around here, because if I do that, where's the light going now? Through the dress into the body. So you're going to come right here, beautiful, just like that. Excellent. Thank you very much. So normally, like I said, I like to work by myself. So if I'm working by myself, what I'm going to do is have that on a stand. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. Lean your body in close. Matt, lean forward with her. I could work on program, aperture priority, whatever I want at this point. So what I'm going to do is go aperture priority, and I'm going to go down to F4. So I'm at 400 at F4. You're looking here, guys. Chin down, beautiful. Turn your head to your right, Rach. A little bit. Smiling there. Nice and happy, Maddie. Faking her teeth. Excellent. Don't move. There's our fourth pose. Now watch how we start to build. We're going to bring her hand here. The hugging pose. Notice the veil covering. Don't bring his hand on top. It becomes noticeable. And look at him. He's got man hands. He works hard. So we're going to bring it in. Cover the arm because nobody wants to see the arm. Bring in here. Leaning forward. Look at my touch. Am I touching them or am I barely right in there? Looking here. Now he's starting to tilt her down a little bit. And the reason he's tilting her down is I want to start to angle her back to open the body up, make sure she's open. Now they're leaning forward, and for the first time in this sequence, I'm going to add the element of camera tilt. And that's why I love the bracket, because I can just lock myself in right in here. I have the spot. I know where I am. Leaning forward to me, guys, just like that. Leaning forward. Heads together, Maddie. Smiling teeth. Nice and happy. Eyes up here. Excellent. Don't move. Look at how easy the next pose comes. Bring your nose to his cheek. Beautiful. Just like that. Staying in there. Tilt your head in a little bit, and you get in right there. Now lean forward. We're tilting to me. Do I care that the background's blowing out? No, because if I hit them with flash, I'm going to get so much detail, it's going to require more work in Photoshop. Matt, you're going to smile. You're serious, Rachel. Rachel, roll out your right shoulder and stretch your chin to him. Matt, turn your head a little bit. Matt, chin down. Matt, you're smiling. Nice and happy teeth. Eyes up here. Excellent. Don't move. Now look at each other. Rachel, bring your eyes up to his forehead. Smiling teeth. Look in there. Perfect profile. Now, Rachel, turn your head back to me. Matt, nose to a cheek. Leaning forward. Turn your head, Rach. Tilt the top of your head to him, Rachel. Turn your head to the right, to the light. Do you see those subtle adjustments? So subtle, so quick, so easy. Looking right at me. You're smiling beautiful. Matt, bring your hand up on a bicep more. Excellent. Looking here. Lean forward. Chin down, Rachel. Eyes up here, Rachel. Smiling. Excellent. Nope, I don't like it. I got her before the smile. Happy. Excellent. Don't move. Now from here, look at what we do. Matt, turn your head to me. Lean your head to her. Turn your head to the right. Lean forward. Drop the right shoulder. Now I'm going to off-center it, looking right out here at my hand. You're smiling, guys. Happy teeth. Chin up, Rachel, a little bit. Come on, Rach. Smile. Nope, not that much. Down a little bit. Happy. Excellent. Keep those eyes there. Now look at what we do. We're going to make our first change. We're going to take Matt's right hand. We're going to bring it around her shoulder. We're going to take her left hand with the ring. Bring it from the back. We're going to open her arm up. The only reason her hand goes as a base here is to roll out the shoulder. Look at where her hand went, but I want to see it. So right here, turning it on the side. Remember the thumb in, finger here, covering up the hands with the veil. She's going to turn and lean her body into him, and now look down at her hand. Matt is going to lean in, and look at the subtle adjustment. Look at Matt right there. We don't want to work and liquefy. We just want to go like that. Do you see how lightly I'm touching him? I barely have to touch him at this point to turn him in. And stretch. Looking down, forward. I got good light. You're going to light him up again. Excellent. Lean forward to me. Matt, tilt the top of your head to her, and we're going to tilt a little bit more, Matt, and turn your head to her. I'm walking in just a little bit. I'm at full zoom. Turn your head to your right, beautiful, just like that. Perfect. Don't move. Look at the beautiful light reflecting up. Eyes up here, beautiful. Chin up a tad. Smiling at my hand. Turn your head to your right. Wonderful. I couldn't ask for better. Smiling gorgeous. Don't move. Now watch the adjustment we make. The hand starts on the shoulder. Look at where his hand goes. He's going to take her hand. He's going to pull it in just like this, and he's going to bring his lips to her hand. Not my hand. What the hell is wrong with you, you little freak?
I like your
I
hand.
know, you like me, didn't you? You better worry, girl. Okay? He didn't kiss my hand. I wish you did, though. Okay, he didn't kiss my hand, but the fact is it's a joke that works. Okay, so you keep using it. Stretch. Look at what he's doing to his chin. Stretch, and now eyes down. Veil in here, just to cover it up a little bit, and showing the side of the hand. Bring it up, stretch. Just touch. If you ask someone to kiss the hand, what do? They go, ooh, okay. You don't want that. You just want to touch. Eyes down, take that hand off her shoulder. And now lean forward. Just a little bit, lean forward, roll out the shoulder, Rachel. Lean forward just a tad and your eyes down, beautiful. No smile, Rach, serious. Matt, turn your head to her a little bit and bring the hand up. Good. Now, watch this change. We're setting these up and thinking squares, but now I'm going to go completely horizontal, and I'm going to crop into what I think will be a panoramic print. Rachel, turn your head to, tilt the top of your head to him, and just relax that hand. Don't overdo it, Matt. And turn your head to her. Rachel, you're going to look at me. Turn your head to the right a little bit. Eyes here. So we're focusing here. Look at my crop through his thumb. Smiling, beautiful, nice and happy. Excellent. Don't move. What I'm going to do is I want to switch, give one of you a chance to hold the reflector because I think you see it much better. Does someone want to come in? So look, the hand started on the shoulder. Then it moved to here. The next place it goes is right here. Look at where his hand went. He's already been trained after doing it so many times. I got to cover her arm. He doesn't know why he needs to cover her arm if he's a groom. He just does it. Now, here's the thing. The hand doesn't really need to be here for the next two poses, but it'll go to the third one because I'm cropping it out. So Rachel is going to lean behind him. Matt, come a step forward, and he is going to lean slightly in front of her. Come in front, eyes here. Chin down, Matt, right in there, and lean your head behind him a little bit. Now chin up and look at me, beautiful. So Matt is now right in front of her by a full head. So basically, if I were to focus on Matt, what would happen to her? Soften up. If I focus on her, what happens to Matt? He becomes an out of focus foreground. So we're going to get in there. Rachel, tilt the top of your head to him. Now look at me, Matt, lean forward just a little bit. Nope, turn your head to her. Turn your head to her, Matt, and come in front of her. In front, in front. Good, Rachel, looking at me, beautiful. Matt, look down. Hide behind him a little bit more, Rach. Smiling, Rachel. Happy teeth. Good, excellent. There's the first one. We're locked in. We're on her. Now look down, beautiful. Just like that. Serious, chin down. Turn your head to him a little bit, beautiful. Look at me. Look down, beautiful. Just like that. Perfect. There's our image. So the first one, she's looking at me. We've got beautiful catch light from the reflector. Second one right in there. Now from here, I'm looking at it and saying, you know what? I think I'm a tad overexposed. So I want to make my adjustment back in front again, leaning it close. And the reason I'm overexposed is because I missed my mark. Hide behind him, Rach. Good. Turn your head to the right, Rach. Look down, beautiful. Matt, eyes here. Chin up, Rachel, a little bit. Eyes down, lean forward. Good. Hide behind him a touch. Good, just like that. Now, they lean away, looking at each other. Now, lean your bodies to me, like the adjustment. Turn your head. You're doing terrific. Turn it to him, beautiful. More, more, more. Look at his forehead, and you're smiling. Nice and happy. Excellent. Now, Matt is going to go in and press his lips to her forehead. Just press. Stretch your chin out, beautiful. Leaning forward to me. Both of you lean the bodies, just like that. And there's our image. Look, nice and tight, all of them with the camera tilted towards him. By tilting the camera towards him, what's happening is it's angling up. It's angling all the way up and keeping it nice and simple. From here now, what we're going to do is turn the body a little bit. We're going to kick her left leg in between his legs. Hand here. She is now going to push the pelvis in. So the lower part of the body is what matters. Pelvis in, head back. You like it when I do it, Maddie? Just like it. Oh, thank you very much. Excellent. Everybody's curious. Good, just like that. Head back, beautiful. We pull her hair back. Her veil's going to stay in. We cover the arm, head back all the way, and lean a little bit. So I'm going to help them. Push back to it, though, Rich. Good. Your neck and back are okay, right?
Yeah, maybe I don't like this so much now.
good. Close your eyes. Right there. Now I'm going to lower down. Now, if a bride does say to me like she just did, I don't know if I'm going to like this. Do I sit and say, oh, let's not do it? Plow through. Good. Lean your bodies to me. Can we step out our reflector? Go to her neck. Close your eyes, beautiful. Just like that. Perfect. Stay there. Good. Can you pretend you're doing a good job, Matt? Good. Just like that. Stay there. Good. Now turn your head to me, Rachel. Turn a little more and lean your body to me. Looking up straight. Go to a neck, Matt. Work the magic. Rachel, you're smiling, dreaming, wishing it was me doing it to you. Happy, laughing, good. Excellent. Now, Rachel, I want you to bring your lips to his forehead. Just bring them in and just press them. Look at Matt's chin. Stretch your chin. Press. Just press. Closing the eyes. Look at how tight we are. And we're tilting towards him, which will naturally raise him up, keeping it simple. Beautiful overhead lighting. Do I worry about the tilted horizon? No. The finished crop will be in right on their heads here. Do you have any idea how many poses we've done already? We're already over 20 poses, and did they ever move? Not bad, right? You want to take a question? You guys look like you have a question for me. Are we good to go? All right, good. So we're going to shorten her down now. For the first time, I want her dramatically shorter. So not that short. Down on his chest a little bit. We're going to turn her head out. He's going to hug her. Because here's the thing. I don't need to see him. The less I see of him, the better. Turn your head. Look at him. We don't want to see him. Chin down a little bit. Stretch the chin. Eyes down. Roll out the shoulder. Beautiful. And look at my crop. Turning your head. Looking down, I'm going to change my angle. Turn your head to me a little bit. Beautiful. Eyes down now. Close the mouth up just a tad. Perfect. And look at my crop. Don't move. So the first one, we're cutting them off. I know this is going to be a 5x10 sequence. Your eyes up to me a little bit, Rachel. Good. Chin up a little bit. Now get in a little bit closer with the reflector and reflect up just a tad. Rachel, look in here. Smiling, beautiful, nice and happy. Eyes up. Excellent. Don't move. So look at how different. First one vertical, he's completely cut out. Next one horizontal, off to the side. Stand up straight, hands around the head, cheeks together, looking at me though. Lean forward. We're going to go extremely tight. This is one of the reasons I don't like flash during this. So right in here, I'm going to be tight right in here. Tilt your head to her a little bit. And because I'm so tight, I want to make sure that their faces are on the same plane. So reflecting in right there. Lean forward to me a little bit. Matt, chin down just a tad. Looking right here. Matt, turn your head to me, handsome. And look at how tight we are. Our finished crop is going to be of just their faces. Serious though, no smile. Good. Smiling with your eyes. Turn your head a little bit, Matt. Good. Excellent. Don't move. Now watch how easy the next pose comes together. Turn your head. Put your nose on his cheek. Beautiful. The key is to make sure there's no separation. You see that separation? It's a disconnect. Down a little bit. Oh, don't work it too hard. And lean forward. Cropping is the key. So for this one, I'm going to finish a crop, cut them in half, down the bridge of the nose. Remember, you're going to see all of these, bless you, in the editing. Turn your head, beautiful. Matt, turn your head to me a little bit. Lean your forehead against him, gorgeous. Good, stay right there. And now, on the finished image, you're seeing her ear and everything else. I will crop all of that out on this image. Now, look at each other. Nose is touching, but not pushing. Just touch, no push. Now from here, we're going in, we're fixing a veil, we're going to reflect up, eyes up to his forehead, beautiful. Smiling, nice and happy, tilting. Now she turns her head back to me. More, all the way, tilt your head, chin down, turn your head to your right. Matt, close your eyes. You're in tight. Now, good, just like that. Look at me, beautiful. Serious? Good. Now look down, gorgeous. Stay there. And look at the crop change. Look at me. Actually, look down. Chin down a little bit. Lean forward. So now I change my tilt to get part of the next eye. Now, Matt, look at me. Watch the adjustment we make. Matt is going to lean forward now. Rachel, turn your head to your right and lean in close to him. Look at me, Rachel, but turn your head to the light. Matt, tilt your head to her. Now lean forward. Matt, turn your head to your left. He's about a foot in front of her. So by putting them in front, I'm going to focus on him and what's going to happen to her. She's going to completely soften up, looking at me, beautiful, just like that. Stay there. And in my finished image, you're going to see her soft, smiling, Rachel, happy. Now, Matt, look down. Chin down, Matt. Turn your head to your left. Eyes down to the ground. And now I change my focal point, smiling, beautiful. We have all these images, and we never once move them. Let's change up our reflector holder. Bring someone in. Now, for the first time, I'm going to change the body. I'm going to turn the back to here. So let's take a look. We all know this. It's that traditional boring prom pose. With the boring prom pose, what happens? Nobody likes it. They don't even look like they're attached. They've been doing it since God knows when. So what we're going to do is, how could I make this exciting? It's all in the crop. Coming close, you are going to tilt your head away from him a little bit. And you are going to lean in close. Now, chin up. Turn your heads a little bit. We have to make one adjustment. What is the one adjustment? Do you know? Where is their bodies? That way. So where does the light need to reflect from? That way. So we're right in here now. So you're going to come to the other side and reflect from this side here. Now notice they're sitting back on their heels. I'm going to bring the veil in, cover them up, because too much skin is never good. Lean forward. Looking at me. Traditional pose. How can I make it more interesting? I'm going to create 3 out of it. Looking at me, you're doing great. I'm going to crop Matt in half. Turn your head to your left, Matt. Just like that. Lean forward a little bit, Rachel. A little bit more. Matt, look at me. Matt, you're serious. Rachel, eyes up, smiling, chin down a little bit. Beautiful. Turn your head to your left. Attach, smiling, gorgeous, nice and happy. Excellent. Now, Rachel, look down at your left shoulder. Open it up to him. Matt, turn your head to her. More, more. Stretch to her. Chin down, put your nose on her cheek. Now, here's the key. Watch the body position change when they lean forward. Lean forward, more, more, more. You're almost leaning down. More. Turn your head to him slightly, Rachel. Just like that. Look in there. Perfect. Now, eyes up, Rachel. Looking out to your left. Whoops, I got a little excited, and I need to get a little bit more reflective light in. Just like that. Excellent. And look out over here to the side. Matt, come on, make her smile. Work your magic. Rachel, pretend he's doing good. Come on. Oh, Maddie. Excellent. You look for the candid moment. I think she closed her eyes. Let's take a look. Off to the side. Eyes are coming out to the side a little bit. And we should have a little bit of expression there. Okay? We have nothing. Good. So from there, let's change it up just a little bit. I looked at the wrong time. All right. So now, remember we talked about posed photojournalism, kind of the oxymoron? Here it comes at its best. Right now, I want to set up their first stance, because if you've ever tried to set up the first stance during a reception, what happens? You go up to them, guys, get together, cheeks together, cheeks together. Most times the room's too dark. You can't focus because the room's too dark. Then all of a sudden you are in focus, and you have that videographer come behind and aim his light at you. Then when he's gone, you get in focus again, you got some uncle in the background doing one of these. And then you finally take the image with your on-camera flash and you overexpose them by like 30 to 40 stops. It doesn't work. How can you make it easier? Watch. You can fake it right here with perfect lighting, because I'm going to crop real tight, and then on top of the tight cropping, I'm going to change to that auto white balance correcting action I talked about called black and white. Now, here's the thing. Am I going to shoot their natural first stance? Yes, but I'm going to plug these in, just like the bride walking down the aisle, to be part of the story. So hands together, bring your heads together, and I want you to lean forward. I'm now going to focus on the hands, just like that. So the first focal point is going to be on the hands. So let's take a look. Back shoulders together. So by bringing the heads together. Perfect. So first image, let me talk to you about what my focus is. So my focal point is going to be right here on the hand. So we're focusing on the hand, and when the hand is in focus, naturally everything else behind it's going to go what? soft. So that we don't lose any images, why don't we take some questions?
All right, great, Doug. Great. It's amazing for me to watch how many poses you're flow posing. I mean, this is incredible to watch, right? How many poses. And I know that I would need to watch that over and over and over
You
to
gotta
get
watch
that
it
down.
over and over and over again
My
because
goodness.
it's subtle movements.
It is.
Just like from this pose here,
Yeah.
all they're doing on the next
Right.
one is going here and changing to the face.
But you-
And little subtle movements. You're
Right.
talking a matter of inches and a matter of addressing the light.
Right.
That's it. And to do it over and over, listen, even if you set now and you're doing it and you don't do all 70 poses. I want you to think about how many images, not even poses, images of a bride and groom alone you take on an average wedding. How many do you take? I guarantee you it's probably less than 30 to 40. I'm going to do 100 plus over the next hour because although I said yesterday it's all about the family pictures, who is the one who's it really about? It's the love story. I'm not shooting for this wedding, I'm shooting for the next wedding because that's what they're going to want to share with people. Shoot.
Okay, so the question, and I saw this yesterday as well when we were outside. Could you explain exactly what you mean when you say lighting through the body?
Lighting through the body is the same thing we meant when we're inside. I'm looking for the direction of light. So in other words, lighting through the body, quite simply, is heads together, guys, looking right here. So the head's here. If I go like this, I'm lighting where? Into the body. So if I blast them with light, this is all going to overexpose. So lighting through the body means bringing it on this side to her body, but opening her body to the light and turning her face to the light. Step out 1 second, Matt. A woman in a feminine pose is going to be like this, head to the high shoulder, isn't she? If you tilt her head this way, tilt to me a little bit, turn that way, but tilt to me. If you do that, now she's more of a basic masculine pose. But if you have her here, can you do that with every plus-size bride? No, but you need to turn the head to get rid of all of this. The only way where the neck doesn't look strained is what? When I'm staring directly at you. But there's nothing flattering about this. So I'm lighting into the face through the body of a woman. Into the face through the body. Even though I don't have that light there, I still have directional lighting. I know it's right there. In this case, I'm reflecting from what's behind because I have reflective surfaces and moving in from there. So I hope that helps a little bit. Okay?
Awesome.
Susan?
All right, Doug, there are some questions about the height of your camera. Maxie T said, since we all have different heights, what do you recommend for height of camera in relationship to how tall the client couple is?
Well,
I'm short, so I have to stand
That's
on
a great
something.
question. I have a photographer. His name's Vinny. He is by far one of the studio's top photographers. He does about 130 weddings a year for us. He's amazing. The problem is, his name's Vinny. He's that short little guy. So he's literally up to about here. Most couples are taller than him. So what he's going to do is generally shorten them to accommodate him. You could get a step-up box, but who wants to be bothered carrying another piece of equipment and every time him stepping up? So isn't it much easier to do this or do this, shorten down, and just change it? It's about convenience for everybody. Sounds like we're tethered, Will.
But
Good,
Doug,
perfect.
Doug Alcom said that you keep saying that you tilted to bring him up. Does that mean that you have the camera above them and not level to
No,
them?
what it means is right now, this was one of the reasons the bracket was so important to me. Right now, I'm clearly in a vertical image. But what I'm doing is if the groom is on this side, for most images, I'm going to go 45 degrees to the groom, right to my notch. And that 45 degrees is going to make him higher. So what it's doing, in essence, can we go to this camera right in here? Can I have the two of you here for 1 second so I can show you? If they're right here, facing towards main video, what I want you to do, lean your heads together, lean her down. I want you to take your camera and I want you to slightly tilt like that. Now look at what happens. By tilting up to him, what's happening at home is he's becoming higher, isn't he? And now we're starting to cut out. Now, if we could go back to center, and now let's tilt it the wrong way. Let's tilt it to the left. You notice it's off balance, and you're seeing a lot more of her, aren't you? So there's absolutely nothing good about that. We want to minimize. Got it? One more question before we go on? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering at what point you decide how far they're going to lean. Is it just in camera, you're just
I'm deciding how far they want to lean on a couple of different elements. Number one, the whole purpose of leaning is to create what?
Slimmer,
Jaw
thick-
structure.
yeah.
So if you're looking at me here, right now, I'm about as nasty looking as you can get. If you look at me from main camera, I have a full face. I'm overweight. I am what I am, but I don't want to know it in my photos. So the difference is if I lean forward, start, look there. Let's go to this camera here. Watch the difference here. Do you see?
Yeah.
It's tightening me up. I don't want to see my waddle, but I have it. So if we look in here, we're still here. Look at this. I got this going on.
So-
Nobody wants to see that, but look. Got it. The other thing is when I'm on that camera, I want to lean forward enough so that the nostrils come up, push with the forehead. I could come down and still not get it.
So you just have, so for the first thing, you just lean until it's flat? and
I'm
then-
leaning until I get it as tight as I possibly can. Right here is where the problems develop. Did you notice on the dad? I pull out until I get this gone.
Okay.
It doesn't have to feel natural. That's one of the reasons I don't shoot as many candidates. Is anybody, think about it, are you ever going to bias if you're a plus-size individual? Which, remember, the United States is the biggest country in the world, literally. Not by the amount of people, by the size of us. Am I ever going to buy a photo of me doing this? No. I'm not going to buy that. So as great as photojournalism is, when we talk about it later on during the reception portion, I'm not going to buy it. I'm here to make people look good. She could have the greatest expression ever, but if her chin is down and she's got this, I'm not shooting it. That's just me. If you do it, that's terrific. That's fine. But I look at it and say anybody could take a photo of someone laughing. But can anybody take a person who's not the model, who's not a couple, and make them look good? That's my goal. That's why I enjoy it. That's one of the reasons I stopped doing receptions, because I want to make people look good. I want to make them feel good about themselves. The best thing is when someone comes in for a boudoir and they're a plus-size person. Or I had one a couple of weeks ago that just blew my mind. She was pregnant, and she had one of the worst pregnancies you could imagine. She was bedridden. She wanted the maternity photo to remember it, but she started crying because she had the veins going on. She had a catheter in, everything. And at the end, what she said to me is, this is the first time in the entire pregnancy that I have ever felt beautiful, with tears in her eyes. That was worth more than anything I could have ever done. That means the world.
That's awesome, Doug, and you're teaching us how to do that too.
I'm trying right now.
Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. So we're coming back. We're in that first dance sequence. So we're coming right in here. Now let's say you don't have a reflector. You don't have anybody to hold it, or you just can't afford it. Heads together like you're dancing, coming all the way forward, veil overneath. Again, look at where their hands are. They're about a foot out in front. Close those back shoulder because we don't want to know where we are. First, focus on the hands. Then we bring the hands in closer. We go from the hands to the face, come forward just a little bit, roll out your shoulder, turn your head to your right. Now on the face, Matt, turn your head into her a little bit. Lean forward, eyes down to your hands, Rachel. Lean forward, take a look. You have no idea where she is. My focus point is showing the neckline and everything else. Now from here, I start my spin. They keep rotating as though they're dancing. And right here, I have so much information. This girl waited her whole life to wear this gown. She picked it out after looking at 1,000 of them. This is probably the thinnest she'll ever look in her entire life. She works hard to get this body. My job is to show it off. So what I'm going to do is focus on the key element, which is the hand and the dress. So I want to lock in, tilt towards the direction the hand is flowing. Got it? Make sure there's not a lot going on. From here, Matt, bring your lips to her shoulder. Rachel, turn your head to him. Turn, turn, turn. just like that. Bring the veil in to cover the back. Go in. Would they ever naturally do this? No. Have you ever gotten, if you do 10 weddings, how many spectacular first dance pictures do you get? 1 out of 10? Filling it in. Remember, it's about creating the story. Rachel, turn your head to him a little bit. Lean forward, close in tight, get in real tight. Look at where I am, so everything else becomes a blur. Close your eyes, guys. Now, perfect. Keep spinning. Keep spinning, keep spinning, relax. Everybody focuses on this. And the bride and groom looking at each other, her dress is thrown all over the place, upside down. You got people in the background snapping pictures. You're probably doing something wrong because you have the DJ blasting light at them, his kinetic lights, his intelligent lights blasting them, so everything's off, or it's blasting through and flaring you. That's not always going to work, but right now I'm going to get it. The story's not about this. The story is about what's here. Hands up, look at each other, and stretch your chin out. I'm creating the body as a foreground, making sure that there's nothing in it that I can see. Tilting, smiling, laughing, getting close, and now I've created a little heart in between. And spinning, because every woman dreams of this image. Matt, can you open your legs and shorten yourself down real low? You're going to give him a hug, beautiful. Put your head up on this shoulder here, looking up and smiling, nice and happy. Turn your head a little bit. Matt, lean forward so I don't see so much ear. Looking straight out. Isn't that what we dream of? Looking right in there. Smiling, beautiful. Chin down just a tad. Eyes here. Happy. Come on. Smiling teeth. There we go. Don't move. Watch the subtle adjustment. Turn your head to him, beautiful. Put your lips on his cheek. You're going to turn your head to her, Matt. Just close your eyes. Just press. Turn your head to me, Rachel. Look down, Rachel. Chin down, Rachel. Close your mouth. Good. Hiding a mouth. Tilting to him. He's higher. Now, all set. These are a bunch of great first dance pictures. Would you ever know, look at their body position, that you're going to get that? You must be real comfortable, huh, dude?
Well, I'm waiting.
Relax. The point is, I just got first dance. I take one picture of them during first dance with the whole floor, with everybody in it, and then I plug these in and be like, oh, my goodness. I don't even have to be there at this point. But I accomplished the story. All it's about is the story. Now, let's bring him behind her. We're going to bring him forward just a little bit because I'm losing that light that I don't want again. It's starting to peek over. Bring your arms around the top of her chest. Turning your body here. Bring them right around the top, not the good part. Okay? Right in here. Not there. Hands here. Hands here. Now turn your bodies to me. Lean forward. Look down. Now you're going to turn your head this way. Matt, turn your head to her. Look at how far forward they're leaning. Look at that lean. He's really forward. Eyes down. Just like that. Make sure it's out. Soft. Now, I will use the reflector. Let's switch it up. Who didn't get to hold it yet? Turn your bodies to me. Roll out that shoulder. Look at that light right in there. Just like that. Didn't you hold it once? No. Looking down. I'm teasing you. Eyes down. Stretch the chin. No smile. Now look at me, Rachel. Straight camera. Smiling, beautiful. Turn your head to your right a little bit. Happy, eyes up. Come on. Good, excellent. That's fake. Good, excellent. Wonderful. Don't move. Matt, turn your head all the way to your right. Tilt the top of your head to her. Rachel, turn your head to him. Now let's bring you over here so we get some light on Matt. Lean forward, looking up. Look at my hand, guys. Matt, looking at my hand. Stay right there. You're smiling. You are doing terrific. Hold it right there. Let me make sure I like the light. You're doing wonderful. Stay there. 1 second. Just like that. Eyes here, guys. Nice and happy. Teeth. There we go. Excellent. Don't move. This is a lot of images, isn't it? Yes.
Doug, would you also do a similar kind of dance sequence with the groom and his mother and the bride and her father?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'll just let it occur a little bit more natural. I could, but I don't really want to. If I go to the well one too many times, I'm sorry, people are going to know it's fake. You know what I mean? So now the profile. Watch the rotation. Here, looking down, turn your head. Matt leans out to me. I keep her there. Look at, I'm just using my fingers. There's not a lot of touch here. And leaning forward. Down, look down at her with your eyes. Perfect profile. I move my body and my camera angle just like that. Turn your head to her, Matt, just a little bit. More, more. Look up, beautiful. No, not at me. Turn your head straight out, smiling. Happy. Excellent. Now, Matt, watch what we do. One of my favorite poses in the whole sequence is right here. I love to use the veil. Love it. So let's take the veil and bring this up over their heads. Both of them. When I first, you could drop your hands, Matt. When I first came up with this pose, I thought there was no way that people could ruin it. You found a way. Look at the camera. Smile. That looks ridiculous. Okay, the idea is to get the moment before the moment. So look at each other, get in close, and I want you to pretend you're about to kiss. Open your mouth just a little bit, tilt your head. Wow, that's sickening. Just kidding. Tilt your head a little bit, Matt. Good. Close your eyes. Let the veil crease. Just breathing each other, feeling each other, feeling the sensualness of it, and cropping there. You are doing great. Lean your bodies to me, though, a little bit. Excellent. Stay right there, Rachel. I love it. Matt, you're doing okay. Perfect. Relax. Off to one side. Now, actually, kiss. And when I kiss, I go to see more. Notice I'm cropped to a side. Now, when I kiss, I'm going to go right here, and I'm cropping back, tilting towards Matt, and I'm off-centering them. Now, someone's saying, that's not right. That's not a rule. You can't do that. I'm telling you at home, I don't care. Because I know the rules, I can break them. Once you know them, you can break them. Now, from here, bring your head back, beautiful. Back, lean back, go to her neck, head back a little bit, close your eyes, open your mouth just a little bit, stay there. Perfect. Now watch our crop change. Lean forward to me, guys. First one there, now take a look. Matt, lean out a little bit, chin down, beautiful. So I changed, and look, he's there, but the only part of him that I ever used was his hand. That's it. That's all I used. Who needs him? Okay.
Well, I kind of do.
You do right now? Okay, good. What you're going to do here is change it up. So more rings. Turn your back here. Going to go here. Focus on the hands. Everybody loves to take pictures of the rings, but what they do is take their hands, throw them on top of the flower, blast it with on-camera flash. You see so much detail in every man piece of his hand. He wants his hands to look soft, but he's a hard worker. It is what it is. My job's to make it look better. He doesn't have manicured photographer hands. Heads together, leaning forward, looking down. Bring the hands forward, reflect light up, and all I need is just a little bit of information, and I got a perfect hand shot. Her dress is a background, and now I have my image. Now bring your hands up close, looking down at the hands. Turn your head to her. Tilt your head to the right, beautiful. Leaning forward to me. Lean forward, eyes down, close your mouth up. Perfect. Good. Excellent. Now we're going to start to push a little bit more. We're getting to the end of flow posing. We did a lot of poses, didn't we? Come right here, and now this is kind of my opening to get a little sexy with them. I know the light's coming from there. I'm going to pull them back just a little bit. What I want you to do is start lifting up your dress for me. I want you to bring it up to about your knee, okay? Right in here, and now I want you to bring your foot in here, setting the curve, pushing that hip back, leaning the top forward. The thing that's going to make this work is Matt, okay? But we need to see a little bit of leg right there, sorry. Good. This will not be for every bride, and that's okay. Hands here, down, turn your head to her. Just like that. Looking there, they're looking down, no reflector. Full-length image. I could add flash. And I'm going to come right over here, looking down, lean forward a little bit, beautiful. I'm hiding the telephone pole behind her head, just like that, and I crop right there. Excellent. Go into her neck, look out to the side, beautiful. Lean forward and look up with your eyes. Nope, turn your head to him and lean forward and look out like you're looking to your left around him. Now pretend he's doing a good job again. Smiling, excellent. Now, watch the subtle change. You're going to drop your dress, bring your hands up around his head, just like this. Hands here. Look at her arms. What does he need to do? Cover it up. Lean forward. Push that hip. Look down. Now I'm going to show you something that we didn't use before, but it's going to be important. We're going to use the inside panel. Can I borrow you, Michael? And what this is going to do is what? Block the light to make it not as direct. See? That's one of the reasons I work on a stand. I don't always have someone of Michael's height. Notice the push to the hip, pushing the hip back, lean forward, turn your head to her, Michael, and notice the crop. Look down, Michael. Stay right there to eliminate her arm. Now look up at me, beautiful. Smiling, gorgeous, happy teeth. Excellent. Now walk one step away. Take a look. One step away. Head back to him. Now bring your lips to her forehead. Can you bring your head? Give her a little back support. Close your eyes. Don't push so hard, Michael. Don't take it and shoot it up her nose. Go with a profile to her. Close your mouth, Michael. Good. Matt, close your... Why'd I ask you to close your mouth? Sorry, Michael. Look at the crop. Right up there. We're cropping in, getting rid of everything there. Close your eyes. Now, one last one. You're going to turn your body away from me, facing towards the water, beautiful. You can bring your head up. Go facing her, Matt. We're going to wrap your arms around your husband's shoulders. You're going to put your hands on the top of her shoulders, and you're going to push your left leg in and lean your head all the way back to me. All the way back, beautiful. Kick that leg all the way back. Head back. Keep coming. Push in. Can you lean your back too? Excellent. Go get her. Go get that lovin'. It looks like he's breastfeeding, but that's okay. Smiling. Excellent. Keep your eyes off me, Matt. Good. Looking at her. Getting close to her, Matt. Don't look like you're scared of her. Go to that neck. Happy. Come on. Perfect. Matt, tilt your head to your right. Smiling. Good. Not you, Matt. Go to her neck, Matt. Kiss it. Good. Excellent. Relax. You just saw 70 poses. It's pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good, simple, quick, and easy. I did it, taught it in about 45 minutes. I could shoot it in about 7, 5, right near, depending on the couple. And this is only the beginning. This is more poses. How long, how many weddings would it take for you to do this many just shots of a bride and groom alone? 2, 3? We just did it in 1. If you're sitting there thinking, there's no way I can do it, pick what you like and make it work. If you don't know how to do it, you have the posing decks we have, or I even made an app. You can go look at your app online at the Apple Store, the Android Store. You got an app that walks you through the pose. So I have to do it with my phone. It's like, next, next, flip right through. Very simple stuff. Ladies?
Q&A time.
Q&A.
Let's hear more about this app.
Oh, I didn't even mention it all week, did I? The app is pretty cool. I made the app for the 3 most essential parts of the entire wedding. I made it for the bride alone, I made it for the bride and groom, and I made it for the groom. You start by buying the bride and groom together. It shows 60 poses. It has videos in it and all that sort of stuff. I think it's $14.99, and then if you like that one, you could buy the bride alone and the groom alone as an in-app purchase. But it's got over 100+ poses between all of it. It's pretty good.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, questions. I have a question from Chris K. from Bend, Oregon. If this were a real wedding, when during the day do you shoot all of these types of shots?
I'm doing it in the exact order I would do on a real wedding day. Okay. If the day continued the way we've been doing this class, it would start with the engagement session months before, go to the bride alone at the house, then the bride's family, then the groom and his family, ushers, then it would be the ceremony, then it would be family, then it would be bridal party, bride and groom last. I get and work from big to small and get rid of everybody, get it out of the way so I can move on to them and have alone time. I don't really want a lot of people here. If I want people here, I'm kind of just at that point trying to show off to boost my business, because if they're having fun and enjoying it, it's going to be a good recommendation base.
So this is right before the reception then?
This is right before that cocktail hour starts, yes.
Okay, great.
And is all of those things included in when you say your shot list that you're including?
I can't write them down.
Or is that the
so
shot
the
list
shot list
for...
is that's included in the course is basically going to be all the family combinations.
Okay.
I can't really include a bride and groom because to try and walk someone through that, it would be a nightmare. So you know you got to take at least, most of the time say, well, I got to get at least 3 or 4 of the bride alone. I think you have to get 40 to 50 of the bride alone. You want a couple of the bride and groom, maybe 5 to 10. I want 100 of them. I want so many pitches so that they never have trouble saying, oh, I can't choose a thank you. I can't choose a wall portrait. I want as many as possible. I don't take very many looking at the camera, you noticed.
Right.
The whole sequence, I took a total of 4 images looking at the camera. That was more than enough. Because
So-
anybody could do that.
Cool. So a question, you've talked about cropping, and so the question from Joshua Finager in San Jose, do you have a fixed size in mind for the print when composing the shot, or do you leave room to crop for multiple different crop
I know
sizes?
exactly in my head what's coming, what's next. I know that I want this to be a 10 by 10. I know that I want that to be a 5 by 10. I know exactly what I'm cropping for because I know it's going to be faster. If I'm sitting here taking this image with no idea of how I'm going to construct it later on, that's just going to add an hour to post-production.
Absolutely.
And if I don't know, how could I send it off to Pilot Imaging and say, hey, you figure it out?
Absolutely.
I got to know what I want to accomplish, and they need to know. That's why we have a strict posing guide in our studio of what we're going to do, and then everything after that is gravy.
1,000 Words Photography would like to know if you do any of the same dance poses, pictures with the groom and his mom or the bride and her dad.
One of the people had asked that before. Will I do that? Probably not, because it's like going to the well one too many times.
Okay.
If I have the exact same shots of the bride and dad and the groom and his mom, you know, it's not going to work. A bride and groom are usually guaranteed to have that tender moment. A bride and her dad may not. So I'm going to try to make it happen as much as I can, but I'm going to take that kind of as a live approach.
Great.
Great, thank you.
More on the sequence from Juan Mejia Photography. Do you do the same flow in evening shots? I have a wedding that starts around 6 p.m. Lighting's not
Of course I do. When I thought out and came up with flow posing, when a photographer comes to me and says, I did your flow posing, it took me 45 minutes, I know right away that it took them too long because they didn't do it in the order that I did it. Everything's got to be a quick flowing look. You saw how much I touched them, guys. Arm around each other, turn towards each other real quick. Hand in your pants pocket. Bring your hand to your hip. Open your body up a little bit to me, beautiful. Turn your head to your right. A little bit to your right, gorgeous. Matt, come one step forward. Leaning your heads together, looking at me, nice and happy, smiling. Excellent. Now look at each other. Noses together, nice and happy. Got it. Give a kiss. Close your eyes. Back to me again. Heads together, looking at me. Turn your head to your right. Open your shoulder. Now lean forward. Take your hand off the back of her waist. 3/4 close-up. Now go in. Give her a hug. Squeeze your cheeks together. Put your hand on top. Can you take your veil? Bring it around her shoulder. Good, just like that. Now put your hand on top of her bicep. Now lean your bodies forward to me. Matt, turn your head to me. Cover them up for a second so they have better light on them, Michael. Matt, turn your head here. Looking right here, smiling nice and happy. We tilt the camera to the groom. Happy teeth. Good, you're going to put your nose right on his cheek. Beautiful. Chin down. Lean your forehead against his. Matt, tilt the top of your head to her. You're serious, gorgeous. Stretch your chin out. Matt, you're smiling nice and happy teeth. Excellent. Now look at each other. Good. Look at each other. Look at each other. Smiling teeth. Now turn your head back to me. Beautiful. Now lean, put your nose on a cheek, Matt. Tilt the top of your head there. Lean forward, just like that. Chin down, beautiful. Turn your head to your right. Look at me, gorgeous. Rachel, smiling, happy teeth, just like that.
Wow. Can we give him a round of
Oh.
applause?
It's just a matter of knowing, and look, I have them trained so well now, I didn't even have to touch them. But notice, I'm looking for key things. I'm looking to see where light is. I'm looking to make sure she's in a 2/3 view. I'm making sure the hands are covering, all of that good stuff. Any other questions before
So, Doug,
we
we
take
have about
one more?
25 minutes till break. Do you want to take some more questions?
Actually, let's move on because
Okay,
I have
let's
more
do that.
posing. So what we're going to do is move into this area right here. Now I'm going to kind of start to open things up just a little bit. So we're going to move in right here. This is kind of, believe it or not, flow posing is not what put me on the map with my bride and groom. It helped. But what put me on the map was that I was willing to push the envelope with them. So let's bring them right over here. I love to lay the bride and groom on the ground. You okay?
Yeah.
You're doing terrific. So one of the things I want to bring them here. I don't want them here. I want them on the grass. So I have to make her feel good that I'm not going to ruin her dress. So I make sure it's not wet, and I make sure that when I ask her to sit, look at what I do. This is how you'd lay a train out generally, isn't it? I'm going to bring it up and ask her to sit right on her backside. You're going to put your legs out in front of you, beautiful, and we're going to bring the dress behind her. Right there? Excellent. Now what I want you to do is you are going to roll over on your right elbow for me. can we bring your legs out this way a little bit? Make sure we're hiding all the acrolein. Now, do I care if her backside is getting wet? As long as I don't get the dress wet, doesn't matter. Matt, you're going to come lay right behind her. He is going to lay on his right hand. This is called spooning. If you don't know what spooning is, go back to high school. You will figure it out in a hurry. Lean in close, hand here, and the key here is, look at what he did with his hand. Where does it need to go? Right here to cover it up. Now, he's leaning over. They're looking at each other, looking up. How you holding up, okay? Looking right here. Do I need to add any light whatsoever? Nope. They're looking at each other. I got great light. I'm simple. I'm easy. And now from here, I start to make it come together. Looking at each other, guys, you're doing absolutely terrific. Turn your head to him, beautiful. Just like that. Staying right there. You're smiling, nice and happy, leaning close. Excellent. Just like that. Wonderful. Give her a kiss. Close your eyes. Just press your lips. Touch. Excellent. Bring your head back. Beautiful. I'm going to change my angle by going to the ground. Head back all the way. You're going to kiss her on the neck. Just like that. You are doing terrific. Wonderful. I'm now going to add the element of camera tilt. Let me get the strap out of my hands. Good. Just like that. I'm tilting towards him. I got 3 shots without even moving. I think that last one sounded a little bit slow, so I just want to see, did I overexpose that one real quick? Nope, I got it. Look at the color. Look at it. It isn't the ideal background, but this is kind of what I'm stuck on based on being tethered and moving. Now, we're going to ask Matt, can you step out 1 second, bud? I want you to roll over on your backside, beautiful. And look at what I do. Nope. You're going to land your elbows, though. On your backside, on both elbows. And can you just pull the white part of her crinoline underneath? Just like that. Head back. Take a look. Close your eyes. Beautiful. Now bring that front leg down. Actually, bring the back leg down. I want to curve the body by using the front leg. If I leave the back leg open, it's going to get wide. Head back. Beautiful. Stay right in there. You are doing terrific, just like that. Hold it. I'm locking in and exposing on the face. Excellent. Take a look. Beautiful, soft image. Now, normally what I would do is rotate to the other side of her. I'm going to ask her to spin her body with her back to me. Can you do that for me? Keep spinning, and you're going to, nope, I don't want to see your backside. I want you to sit on it. Hold on 1 second. So, yep, you're going to spin all the way around. All the way around. Keep going, and make sure that we're lifting her up. That's one of the reasons that I don't have her move when she's down on the ground. I'll move to her because I don't want her gown to get dirty. So now from here, she's going to open her arms wide, creating a wide base, her head back all the way, and let's take a look. Her veil came out a little bit off one side. Can we bring the veil over the other side for me, Matt? Excellent. And push that right in on the top. Wonderful. Head back. Beautiful. Close your eyes. Wonderful. Stay right there. Let's take a look at what we're getting. I lock in on my exposure there. Right on her face. Take a look. And now we have a beautiful profile image. Beautiful profile light. Take a look right in here. So now I'm going to pull forward just like that. Do I have any tether left or no? Good. Can I just have some of that cord before I pull it out? Now watch what we do here. This one is going to be one of my favorite sequence shots with a bride and groom. I'm going to ask for her to lay flat on her back. In most cases, she'll have a full train. Now I know you're sitting there saying, oh my God, she's going to get dirty. She's not going to get dirty. I'm not rolling her in a mud pie. Okay, Matt, you're going to come lay right next to her. Your head back. I'm going to ask Matt to come right over here and lay flat on his right arm. So he's right here on the arm. He's going to bring his nose to her cheek. We're going to bring her hand up. Now, here's the question that I'm always asked. The question is very, very simple. Would you do this with a plus-size subject? What do you think? You bet I would. It's the best pose ever to do with a plus-size subject because I can shoot from any angle, and what can I do? Raise her up. You have to stop thinking that way. When I was learning, people used to say to me, well, if she has a big nose, don't take a profile. If she's heavy, don't lay her down. What are you talking about? Nobody came to me and said, listen, I'm huge. I don't want my pictures to look like the other people. What do they want? They want their images to look the same. They don't care about their weight. That's my job. This pose allows me to do it. She could be 500 pounds, and I can make her look great because I could bring her head back, and it's all based on what? Camera angle. Turning your head to me, beautiful. Just like that, looking up at me, gorgeous. Smiling right there. You are doing terrific. Head back a little bit. Faking it, smiling to you. Excellent. Don't move. So I'm tilting the camera to her. To him, so it's raising it up. Look at how beautiful that looks. That's not so bad, is it? Covered it up nice and soft. Now, Matt, you come out. Bring your hands to both shoulders and covering up the veil. Beautiful. Matt, you're going to hop back a little bit. Head back to me, gorgeous. Turn your head to me. Excellent. Looking right here. You're doing terrific. Stay right there. Smiling, beautiful. Excellent. Head back a little bit. Wonderful. Make sure that the eyes aren't rolling up far enough because she's got to stretch up because her head's not far back enough that you see the white in the bottom. Matt, come right over here. You are going to lay with your left arm. Kel, can I ask you to grab my camera bag? I left it inside. It's all the way in that back right corner. Matt, you're going to lay with your feet this way, and you're going to put your nose underneath her chin. Your head back, beautiful. Lay on your left arm this time. And bring your head back, beautiful. Now bring your nose underneath her chin. I'm hiding him. Watch what I do. I'm going to come right in here, head back, beautiful. Bring that right hand behind his head. Close your eyes and your head back, beautiful. Close your, good. Stretch that chin out, Matt. Relax your forehead, Matt, getting close to her. Hide the nostrils behind her chin. Why do I hide the nostrils? I hide the nostrils because nobody wants to see up the nose. Take a look. That's a pretty cool image, isn't it? Now, you see all that white back there? I'm going to crop that out of the image. Now, turn your head to me up here, beautiful. Matt, getting close to her, looking down. And you are smiling, beautiful. Head back a little bit. And don't look like you're in pain. Nice and relaxed. Excellent. Don't move. Matt, turn your head to me. More. And lean close to her, but turn your head to your right. I'm turning his head to get the perfect light. Thanks, Kel. Good. Looking right here, guys. Smiling, nice and happy. Excellent. Don't move. Now turn their heads towards each other like they're about to kiss. Open the mouth a little bit. Open. Stretch your chin. Close your eyes. Stay right in there. Take a look. We just created a whole bunch more of images of them just sitting there on the ground, didn't we? And they're pretty great images. You're going to hop right up, handsome. Good. You're going to grab the other side of her. You're going to take my hand, his hand. Ready? Back support, up. Did I get her dirty? I didn't, did I? You see, you don't worry about those things. Now I'm going to switch lenses up for 1 second because I'm going to start to go into some of my fake shots. What do I mean by fake shots? I'm going to create things because I like stories. I like things that look unique. So this is where it's fun. I didn't bring my 14 to 24. That's what I would have used in this scenario. But I don't have it, so I'm going to go to the 24 to 70. It's not what I want, but got to make do, right? So here we go. This is one of my favorite shots to do. I absolutely love it in every way, shape, or form. I'm going to turn them towards each other. And what I want them to do is spread their arms wide. And now I'm going to take this big body and I'm going to bring it right underneath them. Watch what we do. So I'm going to go right in here and bring them spread out a little bit. Excellent. Now bring arms wide, faces together in the middle, real tight. Closer, closer. So here's the thing. Either way, this works out good. Doesn't matter where I meet her. If I meet her on the sky, I get a dark sky and beautiful clouds. If I meet her underneath their chin, the sky blows out. They look great. Is this the ideal spot? I have the building here, but I'll deal with it. I want to know the location. One looking at each other, and then give a kiss. Close your eyes, just like that. And now look at the difference. We're going to meet her underneath their chin, and that'll open it up just a little bit. Let the sky soften up on the kiss. See the difference? So I have two completely different looking images. That's not so bad, is it? So now let's change this up just a little bit. You guys are going to come out of there for a second, because every bride and groom, all their favorite images boil down to they want the love story. Every bride wants a shot of her husband lifting her up, right? So you guys come right over here for a second. Can you lift her up in like a fireman's carry? You know what I'm saying? Nope, not that one. We're going to do that in a second. Nope, grab her and...
Like...
Yep, lift her up with her legs up. Everybody does this shot. It cannot be any more ridiculous, and it cannot be any more unflattering. Look at what he's doing to her backside. He's making it look huge. She's not going to like it. Now, the other one that they love, drop her. Good, just kidding. Is everybody wants the Dirty Dancing pose. So I want you to pretend you're lifting her up. Take your arms and lift her up. Go. Do they look comfortable? And he looks like he's breastfeeding. Excellent. How could I fake it? I want to fake this image. So do we have enough tether for you to come around this way? I want to fake it. So look at what we do. We're going to pull them off just a little bit. Come to me. All right. Now, what I want him to do, if he can't lift her up that way because it's not comfortable, watch what we do to him. I want you to come. Nope. You're not going to come underneath the backside. Right down here. She is going to push off the shoulder. Listen to what you're going to do, because I don't have the camera yet, so I don't want you to get stuck holding her too long, okay? So she's going to push off the shoulder. He's going to lift her up from here. The legs are going to go up in the air. She's going to turn her head looking out towards here. What's going to make this work? Do I want to see the parking lot? Do I want to see you? So camera light, camera tilt, everything's going to come in cool. So I'm going to tilt the camera to him with my wider lens, and let's see what we get. I want to get that sky. Go for it. Turn your bodies to me a little bit. Turn, open up a little bit. Now looking at her, you look up at him. Stay right there. You are doing terrific. Stay there. And even if I'm lucky, I'm going to get some flare. I spot meter on them. I exposure lock on them. I get the top of the building. It looks like he's looking her up, lifting her up. Works pretty good, doesn't it? Not so bad. Now watch how we change it up. Drop her. Good. Here we go. Now, one of the things that happens is saying he can't lift her up because she's a plus-size subject. Saying he can't lift her up because he has a bad back. Does that mean they don't deserve to have this image? So the great thing about life is most things can be faked. So let's see how to fake this. We're going to bring him right here. You're going to kneel right in front of her. Nope, you're going to kneel in front of her. Turn a little sideways. But look at how he's kneeling. He's kneeling short. Kneel like you would in Little League. One knee and all the way up. And now bring your hands here, but she needs to create a base. So open the leg, kick the other leg in now. I want you to push in. You look like you're doing it, and your head back. And you're looking up, but bring the body into him. Excellent. You see the difference? The momentum right in here. And I'm even looking at my posing principles. Stop looking at her boobs. Good. He always does that, huh? You're going to get me in trouble. Good. Look right there. Here we go. Just like that. Looking up, and now the key here is cropping. I'm going to come down to the ground again. Sorry, you have to keep going, seeing this big guy go down. Looking up, smiling, laughing, just like that, and look at our cropping. We're going to crop in real tight. Most times I would use the 70 to 200 here. Smiling beautiful, head back, laughing, laughing. Excellent. Got it. Now, I focus on them because I'm tilting towards him, body up. Everything's terrific. Look at what it looks like. Can you tell that he's not lifting her up? You can't. Isn't that awesome? Now, I know I'm running out of time. I got to keep going here. There's too much to do. Too much energy, too much stuff to do because I already got a ton done. You can hop on up. Let's talk about the thing that every photographer says naturally happens. I love it when I have the conversation with a photojournalist who says, oh, yes, this is natural. Can you walk over there and spin for me and go, woo? It doesn't happen. We got to make it happen. When I teach my in-studio classes, what happens is I tell the photographer, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make a spin. And it sounds like machine gun fire because like, I got 2,000 shots there. One of them's got to be good. You don't need 2,000 shots. You need defined views. Defined views are a profile. Defined views are looking up. Defined views are the back. So let's bring her right over here. And all I'm going to ask her to do is kind of holding her dress. Back up a little bit. I just want you to hold up your dress and start spinning. I don't even need to have the camera yet because I want her to keep spinning and spinning and spinning. When she gets dizzy, that's when the magic happens. When she's like, whoa, all of that. So we let her spin, we let her laugh, we let her have fun. Keep spinning, girl. Make it for me. And I shoot into the trees just like that. You are doing terrific. Excellent. Hold on 1 second. I just locked up my camera because I didn't have the lens on. That wasn't good. Hold on 1 second. You keep going. Stay right in there. Hold it there. Excellent. Go. Head back. Head back. Beautiful. Excellent. One more. Change it up. Excellent. Now I got a profile. I got a back. I'm meted on the face. That last one didn't come out right because of the thing. Let's see. Look at the shot. She's spinning. She's laughing, having a great time. I love the ones where the photographer's like, you know what? Can you guys hold hands for a second and walk away? Walk away that way, though. Good. This is corny. It's corny. There's nothing great about it. Anybody who's ever seen a wedding thinks this could be done. Come back to me a little bit. Let's make it more realistic. What's realistic? Realistic is her pulling him along and being like, that's more realistic, getting it over the shoulder. So turn around. You're going to pull him. Okay? And when I tell you to, well, stop right there. Walk over this way a little bit. Good. Move over this way a little bit. Rachel? Nope, not you, Matt. You come back to me. Good. When I tell you to, you are going to turn around, you're going to whip your hair and look at him. All I do is just wait. Start walking. Go. Good. Smiling. Go. Whip it back. And now just take a profile. And that's it. You get a shot of her looking back, creating a natural look over the shoulder. Now let's switch it up because we're running out of time. It's a real wedding day. You guys get out of here. Come to me, chop, chop. We're moving along. We want to eat. We only have 5 minutes to the cocktail hour. We got to get it done. We got to get it done. You guys want to eat. You're going to absolutely love me. Let's create it to make it look a little bit more sexy. You come right over here, beautiful young lady. You're going to come right in here. What I want you to do is lean your back up against the wall here. You're going to cross your feet. You're going to come right in here, big boy. Look at what I'm doing. I'm bringing him up and down to lower him and get the height I want. We're moving along right in here. Hand here. Lean off the wall a little bit so I can get the veil there. You're going to lean out, beautiful. And turn your head to me, gorgeous. And you're going to look down. Turn your head. Just like that. Stay right there. Then I grab my camera wherever I left it, right on the bag. We're moving along because we never have enough time. So the idea is hustle because people like hustle. And normally I'm not tethered, so I don't have to worry about catching on to things. Looking down, you are doing terrific. Stay right there. Absolutely great. Wonderful. Lock in on the exposure there. Take a look. Look up at me. Beautiful. First one, she's looking down. Next one, she's looking up. Smiling, gorgeous, happy. Excellent. Look at each other, just like that. We changed the angle. You are doing terrific. Wonderful. Looking right there. Stay there. Excellent. I could not ask for better. Hold it right there. Excellent. Take a look. I got 3 shots, never moved. Now we change it up just a little bit. We're working to set this up so that it's unique and has power. You're going to come down, Matt. And what I want you to do is you're going to come right in here, bring your hands on the wall. Nope, you're right there. Bring your hands on the wall, back to it. Bring that leg in front. Hands back, looking down. Good. Bring the veil in, cover up the arms, just like that. Step out. How much thought process is in this? We just shoot because it's fun. We shoot because we have a story. We shoot because that's what it's about. We don't need to take 1,000 images. If I miss any of these, is it a big deal? Nope. Just like that. Hands on the wall, looking down. Beautiful. Good. Just like that. Stay right there. You are doing terrific. Wonderful. Perfect. Now, I know. I got so much more I want to share with you. They're going to have to invite me back. Guys,
keep going. 5 minutes.
I got 5 minutes. I can keep going. Excellent. Come right over here, guys. So let's take a look. Can we have a wide shot of this production area? Can I have my 14 to the 24 out of there if someone can grab it? This is awesome, isn't it? But the fact is, I have every wire and bad thing here. Remember, it's not about taking it and saying, oh, no, I can't do it. There's too many wires. It's about finding a way to create it. So let's take a look, see what we do. Saying I want to get a traditional image to show their beautiful place, the landmark. This is where they came to get married. I need to show it. So now what you do is you take them, you put them up here, and you back up all the way over there. You're not getting what you want. What you need to do, come to me just a little bit. You're going to give a hug right in here. I want to get as much out of their head as possible. I don't worry about him. I don't worry about him. It is what it is. We're looking right here because you know those video guys. You know how they get. Good. Bringing your hand in here just like that. Turn your head. Now, heads together. Look at me. Can I get the regular reflector? Because I can use that. Leaning forward. I want you to look at how I'm leaning them forward. Leaning them forward is really essential here for what I want to accomplish. So I'm going to pop that underneath Michael, but I can't get you too close. Come back to me a little bit. Right there, Michael. Good. Excellent. Now I need to hide everything. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this, especially hide him. But let's see. Let's make magic. Looking right here, leaning forward, just like that. You're looking at me. Turn your head a little bit to the left. Lean forward. The reason they're leaning forward is to get them on the plane. I'm conscious of the handicap sign. I'm conscious of the microphone. Leaning forward. Turn your head to the left, Matt. Good. Looking right here. You are doing terrific. Stay right there. I'm conscious of the white painted lines. Smiling, guys. Teeth. Look in here. Now look at each other. You're doing terrific. Look at each other. Stay there. Excellent. Now put your nose on her cheek. Look down. Go to her neck. Lean forward. Roll out your shoulder. Go behind. I don't want to see you pushing. Go behind. Go to her neck. Talk. Whisper sweet nothings to her about me. Just like that. Stay there. Smiling. Beautiful. Yes. Got it. Take a look. And if you look, you can't tell that there's a cameraman. You can't tell that there's wires. Come take a look, because even I'm impressed. The exposure's good. The light's clean. They look great. I got the hotel. I got them at the forefront. Power, definition. We got everything just where we want it. We created a story. We took a ton of bride and groom pictures. I'm so fired up right now because this is what makes it fun. Right here, this minute. It's not about thinking, oh my God, what's the f-stop? Oh my God, what's the shutter speed? What flash do I need to add? Jump, have fun. They're excited. I'm excited. That's how we make it happen. Ladies? Sorry, got a little pumped up there.
We like it when you get pumped up, Doug.
I absolutely love it. That was incredible. That whole segment was incredible. What do you guys think? I mean, come on, you just did how many do we think?
We did probably about 120 images at least.
Wild. Just wild. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break, everyone. Then what?
Then we are going to go.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. We are going to do my least favorite part of an entire wedding. We're going to do the reception, because I love pressing the button and nobody cares and nobody buys anything. That's exciting. But we're going to do it because we need to know how to do it. I'm going to show you how to do it. I haven't done one in a long time, but I'm going to try to remember how to do it. So we got it going.
All right, cool. Well, I want to read off a couple of things that people are saying online. Again, loving this segment as they have the last couple of days. Monica Nauer McGuire says, I can't thank you enough, Doug, for the Doug Gordon workshop. Doug is everything I strive to be as a photographer. I'm shooting my second wedding at the end of June, and I'm so very excited to test out all of my newly acquired knowledge. Thank you so much. Perfect time to own this course. And TD Photography says, also, shooting my first wedding in a month. This workshop has been incredibly helpful and inspiring. I'm going to have these videos on repeat until it's finally time to shoot. Good idea.
Very cool. I have a question here that came in from Barrel Racing Horses, who is Jennifer from California. Do you have any suggestions for someone who has memorized problems, but I think memorization problems? Do you use flashcards, a list to help remember the flow? I want to practice the flow, but how do you remember all these poses to guide you on location?
That's why I made the app and my Cordex, and that's why this video is there. If you can't memorize it, you don't want to be watching a video when you're on a wedding, but it's very easy to flip through my app and be like, next pose, but just don't do this, because I've seen people do it. Walk up to the bride and groom and be like, yeah, do this. Don't do it. Try and get them through it and practice, practice, practice. Watch this course 1,000 times. Watch it again and again and again. Watch it so much that by the end it's like your favorite movie. You could just repeat it. That's the way it got to be. I can repeat When Harry Met Sally. You need to repeat this course. If this is what you really want to do, if you look at me and say, you know what, I may not love everything he does, but he's a proven role model. He's a proven entity. I'm going to do it the way he does in the beginning because I know it works. I know he's successful. And then I'm going to make it my own. So just keep watching, 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 and go.
You know what I would pay $149 for, Doug?
To watch me dance?
well, I would pay $149. You're also giving a flow posing guide, basically the wedding project flow posing guide. That's going to be your select images from this workshop,
Which is going to be probably about 375, 400 images.
So 300. I'm sorry. What did you say?
It's going to be probably between 375, 400 when we're done.
Okay, so
it's a lot of images.
That many images are going to be included in a flow posing guide that's going to be included if you purchase the course. For me personally, that's worth $149. I get so much anxiety when I've shot weddings doing posing. So I would love to have that in my bag.
Yep.
So not only memorizing the videos, but also having that to take with you wherever you go. Very, very cool. $99 if you purchase it right this very minute. Hit the buy now button, everyone, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
I'm thrilled to announce an upcoming week-long event here at Creative Live, June 3rd through 8th, Adobe Creative Apps for Beginners. The Adobe apps are the most powerful software for Welcome back from break, everyone. I'm so excited to have all of our guests back here today for the reception. And before we do that, Doug, we are going to give away 2 more prizes.
Excellent.
Okay, the first one is another Adorama gift certificate and Bayphoto 16 by 24 gallery wrap. 16 by 24, that's
big
awesome.
print. I think I'm going to make one of the ones I just shot a gallery wrap. I
Sweet,
liked it.
perfect. So tell us again quickly about Bayphoto.
Bayphoto, my partner in crime, one of the 2 most important partners I have. They're my lab, they're my bookbinder, and they're everything in between. Without them, I can't have a business. You know, we have a lot of brides to service, a lot of portraits, everything. They are the absolute best.
Fantastic.
Not even close.
Fantastic. All right, so the winner, the lucky winner, is Lisa Ritchie, who entered on Facebook. And her Doug Gordon quote was, "Anyone can take a photojournalistic shot, but not everyone can take an image and make someone look beautiful." Mm-hmm. I love your stories about your brides or your clients who tell you that it's the first time they felt beautiful and how beautiful they feel.
It's a good feeling.
Isn't that what this is all about?
Makes it feel worthwhile.
I love
and
it.
she got the gift certificate, right?
She got the gift certificate.
She could go get the
from
Flashpoint
Adorama.
tripod now.
Well, there you go.
Good stuff.
Congratulations to Lisa. Okay, so the second prize is Bayphoto box of press printed cards and the Tamarack Pro 8. This is a $320 prize.
Well, 2 great prizes. The press printed cards, you can use them as advertisements, you can use them
Great
for
idea.
thank you cards, you could use them as announcements to put out on the tables at the reception. Awesome stuff. The press printing is unbelievable,
Beautiful.
the quality of it. And the Tamarack bag, like I said yesterday, you see the way here, you guys see I'm banging equipment all over the place. If I didn't have my Tamarack bags, I couldn't do it. Those things are padded. And tonight, when I go on a plane home, I'm not worried about anything breaking because I know that bag is like a security guard over it. Absolutely love the bag. I am leaving tonight. I have baseball tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Time, land at 7 a.m.
don't
Got a
stop.
game at 9:30, doubleheader. I am ready. Boys,
This
we're going to
man
start
does
defending our
not
title.
stop.
That's what we're going. Now we take Long Island. We already beat Puerto Rico and Panama. Now we go and rip up Long Island. Pride baseball, baby.
That's what I love about the fact that you're not just an educator, clearly a coach, and you bring both of those in together. Okay, let's get to the winner. The winner is Azazel Kane, and that Twitter handle is @AzazLaCane. And the quote is, "You don't need 1,000 shots, you need defined views." Love it.
Pretty
I love
good
it.
one.
So people online had been, once they saw your bag out there, can you tell us specifically what bag it is that you do use?
It is a Tamarack rolling backpack. The reason I like it so much is I wear it as a backpack a lot because I'm not going to truck through grass with it, even though I could. I got the big wheels on it, and when I'm in the airport, I'm on wheels, and then I have the backpack, and because there's so much stuff in it, I could strap it around my waist if I want. It's a big, beautiful, lightweight backpack. I love it, and you have no idea what I can fit in it. I have 3 cameras, I have like 7 lenses, I could put my laptop in the back, all of that, so everything. And I started using their stuff as suitcases when I go away, believe it or not, because it seems like all these suitcase companies are making the bags so heavy that you're using 20 pounds of your allotted 50 pounds on your bag. These are so lightweight and durable, they're just the best.
Right, you just rip those
Just
middle
rip
parts
those
out.
compartments out and you're on your way.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that, everyone at home. 2 more things to quickly talk about, Doug. First of all, you're throwing in yet another giveaway. Tell me about some lucky person who is going to win a seat in your May 2014 workshop, 4-day workshop. All right,
Well,
listen up, people.
This is my favorite class of the year because I know people at home saying, oh, he doesn't do that many weddings, he doesn't do that many portraits. Well, I want to take you into it. I want to bring you into the ultimate experience. Our facility is right around, I think, 17,000 square feet.
Wow.
We want to bring you in. We want you to experience everything. So here's how it goes. It's a 4-day workshop. And it starts on a Monday generally and starts on a Thursday. One of the best parts of the workshop is we want you to come in before the workshop, go out on weddings with us. We want you to, at the end, you can go out with weddings on you. 4 days, the ultimate experience. What we're looking to do, quite simply, is give you the ultimate immersion training. We're going to take you through every type of lighting. We're going to take you through doing a nighttime New York City street in Times Square. We go to Times Square. We do South Street, Seaport. It's really cool. We rent out all of Times Square, so we own it for the evening. Just kidding. Okay. We're there with a couple other 100,000 people.
How is somebody going to win this?
How are they going to win this ultimate workshop?
Yes.
Very simple. All you got to do is go to my Facebook page, Doug Gordon Workshops, and first and foremost, I need as many of you to like it as possible. Doug Gordon Workshops, and if you follow me already, you know that I like to add my little sarcastic humor at times there, but what I'm looking for you to do is not only like it, but I want to know why you deserve it. I want to know why I should pick you. I'm not looking for anything other than someone with passion, someone who deserves it for all the right reasons. I want passion, I want motivation, I want desire, and I want you to show me that this is going to change your life. It's going to be in May of 2014. It's usually around the 2nd, 3rd week. We will announce the dates over the next couple of weeks. If you cannot make it during that day, I have no problem crediting it to another workshop. It's a huge value. It's almost $1,800. I promise you, you will have the time of your life. What makes it great is it's limited to only 25 people. And what we do during that time is whatever you want to learn, we're going to ask you. If you want to learn to be a salesperson, we're going to put you inside with real sales consultations with our sales team. If you want to be a video editor, we're going to bring you in with our video editing team. If you want to work inside the studio and learn communions and portraits, we're going to put you in there. Whatever you want, you are there to learn. You can come for 4 days and stay as long as you want. And it's all included. But one lucky winner, go to the Facebook page right now, Doug Gordon Workshops, and tell me why you deserve it. Like us, tell us, and hopefully I'll see you in May of next year.
That's amazing. Your generosity is amazing. Well, let's keep teaching.
Let's go,
do this.
girl. Let's work magic. Okay, do you want me to teach about hitting or pitching now in terms of my baseball? No, that's tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
All right. So welcome back. Here we are. I want to take you through a little bit of a different area here. It looks like we're set up for a reception, and that's all great. But one of the things that you hear all the time is what happens during the cocktail hour. What are you going to do during the cocktail hour? I don't want to go around and take images of all these people eating. There's nothing flattering about it. So if I could have my bride and groom come in, I'm going to need Matt and Rachel. And what I'm looking to really accomplish here is to get them. In this case, it's such a small grouping of people. It's a small reception of like 30 people. I'm looking, you guys are going to go right here. And what I'm going to ask the crowd to do is I want you to pretend there's not tables, because at a lot of New York City weddings, there's not tables. I want you all to kind of stand up, and I want you to mingle and talk to each other. And I look to create... I have to stop. I didn't expect the chairs all to make that much noise at that moment. Okay, so I want you don't have to mingle at your table. Just go over by the cake, go over by a window. And what I'm looking to create now is a dynamic. This is what most people do. And I hope you guys hear me well. You don't have to talk that loud. The dynamic is very simple. I'm looking to create something. All right, hold on. All right, we have to tone down our talking a little bit. Have soft conversation and talk to each other. The idea behind it is I don't want to take this big group of people drinking. I want to capture ambient conversation. I want to be that fly on the wall. And it's one of the reasons that in a daytime cocktail hour reception, I can move around freely and I look to hit light. I don't want to make myself obvious. I want to be like that little guy who's in a bush, peeking out. You guys are talking to each other, having a nice time, and I'm looking and I'm cropping in, and all I'm looking for is the perfect little spot and being patient. I'm waiting for her to turn her head, and I'm waiting to see the shot where I grab it, get it nice and smooth. Are we tethered? Yes, we are. And then I'm looking as they have conversation. They're talking just like that. Excellent. Got the move just like that. They're talking to each other. Excellent. Looking for them to smile. I'm waiting patiently, and I'm waiting for the laugh. I'm waiting. You guys don't look like you're having any fun. Good, just like that. Stay there and moving. Good. Stop for 1 second, guys. Everybody stop for 1 second, please. So if you look, I'm moving around and capturing moments. I'm not looking to fill flash. I'm looking for beautiful angles. I'm looking for beautiful light. I'm looking for natural, candid moments. I don't need to have dad in there. This is a beautiful moment. This is what you should be doing during a cocktail hour, or simple things like this. You see two people together. Can you guys, get your arms close together, heads together? Guys, arms around each other. I know you don't know each other, but lean in nice and close. Nice and happy. Looking right here, guys. Look at me, guys. Look at me, guys. Look right here. Don't look at him. Do you know him already? Is he that good? Leaning close together. Looking right here. Stay there, guys. Smiling. And that's it. You take a simple, quick moment of people looking, because here's the difference. As beautiful as an image of mom as that is, guess what? Most likely, it's not going to sell. It's a fluffer image to the story. You guys could take a seat for a second. So I'm walking around the cocktail hour, and I'm generally taking available light, looking for it, and keeping it very, very simple. Now, here's the thing that you want to do during the cocktail hour. You want to go into the reception room and the cocktail area and start to take the details. There's a lot of time put into this. The salt shakers don't count. I want a detail of place setting. I want the empty room. Right now, you could tell I'm using the 70 to 200. So I'm coming in here and I'm looking to create a dynamic. So I'm right there. What? Oh. So if you look right there, I'm taking a dynamic, just getting a place setting, and I'm blurring the other things out. I'm looking to find every little thing, like the bride and groom table. All of these things require you to have patience. Now, you just saw me take 3 shots. Obviously, I'm going to take a lot more of the people in it. But who are the key members I need to focus on? Look at this guy. They don't even like him. He's like at table 85 in this room. They don't even like him. Nobody likes you. I hope your gift sucks. Don't give them anything good. They moved you too far away. The fact is very, very simple. This key area in a bigger room is going to be the most important part. You're focusing on the parents. You're focusing on the girlfriend. You're focusing, You're focusing on the bridal party and all that stuff in between. You have to really work the magic. Now, I got to be honest. This reception is as easy to photograph as I could ever really photograph. It's easy because I have so much beautiful light in this room. It's quite simple. So let's talk about the light. One of the things that we saw online is people, I spoke to you the other day and said, you have a choice. If you don't have resources, what do you need to be? Resourceful. So let's pretend I cannot afford a pocket wizard and multiple flashes. I can't afford it. It's just what it is at this point. So I'm going to go to old-fashioned light on camera. So what we need to understand is right now, for the most part, we have light flaring through on both sides of the room. I'm going to switch my lenses up for this segment. Can I have someone grab the 24 to 70 out of my bag, please? Thank you, Michael. The idea here is I have to know I have the perfect, easy reception room because this is as white as can be, right? Thank you, fine sir. The wall is white. So if I decide to make the decision of, okay, let me do this, it's not going to work. You see this great piece of Tupperware, as I call it? It's a wonderful piece. It's a Gary Fong light diffuser. But I don't want directional light. I want soft light. So the idea behind it is I'm going to go up. People think they point it up. The problem is, where are the shadows in most occasions? If you look around the room, the shadows are in the eyes, under the nose, under the chin. So what am I doing if I bounce the light up? I'm going to get the same shadows because light almost always comes from up above, right? So the idea is start to make it reflective. So I see people go like this and point it off the wall to the side. The only problem is if you point it off the wall to the side and they're walking in from here, one side's going to get hit harder. So the idea is to know where to go with it. So where is the most logical place? Going to be coming back at me, which means I may need to pull the diffuser off. One of the things that I see people do, and nothing good can come of it, if you have a light on camera, do you really want to go like this and go vertical and start to play this game here? It's not going to work if you're getting any type of direction. If you're pointing it back and up, then it may work like this. But if you go here and do this, you're going to get a nasty shadow coming from one side. So again, keeping it very, very simple. So the light here is going to be reflective. So can I get my bridal party together as though you're going to walk in for me? Again, now here's the thing. I generally shoot this at about 50th of a second at 5.6 with high ISO. Now everybody, for the most part, is panicking right now at this moment. They're panicking thinking, oh my goodness, your bride and groom can go too. The parents would be out there, everybody would be out there. Guys, you could stay right there in front of the cameraman or close to him, just don't block his view. The idea here is at 50 at 5.6 with the flash, I should have more than enough power to freeze them. But you're all thinking at 50th of a second, isn't there going to be blurring? I need to slow down to allow ambient light to do what? Burn in. That's one of the reasons that the D4 is so important to me. Because if I really was shooting this, most likely I'd be using this. And I'd have it up on my bracket, I'd be pointing it using the 14 to 24, and if I wait for the subjects to get right about here, is that going to be more than enough fill? But again, I don't want you to think I'm only trying to sell the light. So get together with your partner, and whoever it is, doesn't really matter at this point. I want you to look at the difference. So now I'm going to go into the first thing I'm going to do after I shoot all the details in the room. What are the details? The details are the cake, the details are the table settings, the details are the bride and groom. I'm going to show you the cake in a little while because people screw that up too. All right, I'm going to show you how to do that just based on location. Okay, so you two lock arms like you're coming in. You don't have to look like you're walking down the aisle. What you need to look at is look like you're having a good time and there's a DJ rocking in. Now, generally, I'm going to shoot it with a tripod, but I don't want anybody to think that's what you have to do. So I'm turning it this way. The first thing you should do before you even start is take a shot about where you're going to get them and look and say, so I have my subject right here. He's close enough. He doesn't even have to be looking at me. All I need to know is right now I'm at 60th of a second at 5.6. So if I'm looking right here, I look and say, you better work on it. I look at it real quick. I pulled the cord out, Will. Sorry, bud. So now I look at it and I say, okay, my light is a tad underexposed. So from here, I'm just going to go, and right now I have my exposure compensation set at -1. So right on the back of my speed light, I'm going to kick it up, and I'm going to go to 0.7. I'm going to go here. I'm just taking my wide shot, checking my spread, okay? And then I look and say, okay, am I good? What is my main light in this room right now? I'm looking at it. I got pretty good light there, don't I? Okay, he's distorted. I'm not worrying about it. I just want to make sure he's full. So now, one of the things that happen, people worry about when they're walking in, because you two are not going to walk in like this. You're like, yeah, all pumped up and doing it, or as much as you can go, Eric. Okay, you two are going to go in. So they're walking in. They're not looking at me. If I get them to look at me, it's boring. I want them to be having fun. So the easiest way to do this is, if you can, you want to try to focus on the spot, but most people can't because they're losing the spot. They're losing that spot. You got to be very precise. So what you're going to do is focus on an edge somewhere. So what I could do is focus right there. Guys, start coming in. You guys start coming to me, looking right there. I could focus there, and when they get there, bam, stop. So all I'm doing at this point, you guys aren't going to follow that fast, is by doing that and locking in at this spot right here, that means that I am stuck with whatever they are doing at that moment. Does that work well? I don't think so. I'm looking at it now and saying, I might even be a tad hot. I'm shooting horizontal, knowing that in the end, that I'm going to crop out the cameraman on the left, and I'm going to crop out the guest and go to the right. So now, watch the difference. You guys back up when I wait for them to come to me. So what you have to do, the first thing I look for, start walking, just do 1 or 2 steps, go. I look at their stop. I look at their stride. I'm looking at their stride, and I'm seeing, okay, Eric's bigger. He's really wide. He's short. And you'll see me adjust to it. Why am I looking at their stride? Because I'm going to move with them at that rate. So when I see him go, I don't want to do this, be caught off guard when he's running, and then take this person out. I was in a church about probably 8, 9 years ago, and at the back of some of the churches, you know how they have the fountain? Sure enough, I made my way into the fountain. Got a concussion, cut open my head, and bled into the holy water. And this is what you got because of it. So the fact was, I wasn't paying attention and forgot it was there. You need to know your surroundings, because if you don't, all of a sudden I'm coming and I knock over Grandma. I knock over that one. I just wanted to say Grandma. Everybody loves it when I say it. Okay. So now they're walking in. Usually, you guys are going to wait till they get there. Okay, start going. I pulled it out again, Will. Clearly, I'm not ready. We're good to go? All right, I'll try and be better, Will. I'm sorry. All right, start walking. Now, from here, I'm working, I'm going, just like that. Good, stay there. Excellent, got it. Next one, come in. I move around, just like that. Looking right here, excellent. I want you to notice one thing. Look at my body position. Keep walking, keep walking. Good, just like that. Excellent. Why is my body low? The reason my body is low, take a look. I didn't give the flash, what? Enough time to recycle. That creates a problem. And it's going to happen. I got to give the flash the time to recycle. I should have changed the batteries out before. But here's the key thing. The reason my body is low is because where I'm from, in every situation, there needs to be an ugly green exit sign right on that door. Okay, and with that ugly green exit sign, I need to do what? Hide it, because I don't want to be going and cloning and doing all of that stuff. Now, they start walking. Okay, guys? Start moving towards me. Can you two look like you're excited to be married? Good, just like that. Excellent. Going right there. 1, 2, 3. Give it a chance. Recycle. Bam. Now I set it up. I got the bride and groom. They walk past me. Everybody's standing up. They're clapping. I tilted, and someone saying, look, he took it crooked. I didn't take it crooked for any other reason. I wanted it to be. I got my moment. And like I said, you could see now why I would want to pose whatever I can. There's nothing great about this moment. Look at what I'm doing with the flash. I'm removing it. I don't like it. It's not my friend. I have so much beautiful light in here. We said on day one, what's the main light? What is it? Daylight. It's clearly daylight. So now, immediately after this, where I'm from, they walk out, the DJ says, your bride and groom, Mr. and Mrs., Matt, whatever. And then they walk in, everybody screams and yells. They come in the first one where it's tilted, I'm going to go black and white. Second one, I'll go color. Now what I'm looking to do is the DJ will say, ladies and gentlemen, if you could clear the floor, the bride and groom are going to come out for their first dance. They've chosen a beautiful song, The Wind Beneath My Wings. They come out. You literally have a split second to do this. Split. What they do is you could go and shoot this way. It's the most logical way to go. And then the flash would bounce off this wall. Now, here's the difference. What I'm going to do is look for my opening. I know that I have light coming through. Look at the light on their face there, and then spin. Turn to me. You took the long way, Matt. I want you to notice, they're dancing, but they don't look like a couple, do they? You didn't teach them right. You gotta bring them together. So what I'm gonna do, if I go this way, I'm gonna get these people in the background. Do I want them in the background? I do not. So I am gonna go this way, but then I have to add light. Heads together, you're gonna turn towards me. This is what they do. As soon as the bride and groom come out, as soon as they come out, I've now switched into program or aperture mode at this point. I have my light on. Now in this case, it's set for daylight. I'm looking, it's overpowering. I want to keep it soft because I'm looking for a fill. And then I walk up to them, you guys walk out, pretend you're just walking out. They're going to get ready for their first dance. All of a sudden, this is how I make it happen. Guys, get together, grab your hands. Hands together, guys, look at me. Cheeks together, looking at me right here, smiling nice and happy. Stay there. Excellent. Wonderful. I take two. Real quick. The light can't overpower, because if the light overpowers, what's going to happen is you see that big shadow. So the light needs to be toned down, and I forgot I was on exposure compensation. So they're going to get together. I want to make sure that I notice the light. So look at the difference. This is too hot. Bring the guys, get together, cheeks together, look at me. Good, Rachel, turn your head to the right, turn your head to the right. Look at me, lean forward, guys, smiling teeth. Excellent. Now look at the difference. When I don't overpower the light, look at how the room opens up. Okay, it changes it completely. If we turn the light into too powerful a setup, it's just going to totally, look at the difference. That's a lot better image, isn't it? Now, this light becomes part of my main light. I want you guys just to pretend you're dancing. You're looking at each other, and watch how I rotate. Good, looking at each other, stay right there, excellent. Notice, wonderful, don't, keep dancing, keep dancing. You're smiling, looking right here, excellent. Good, wonderful, I'm waiting. Good, you guys are terrible dancers. Excellent, just like that, looking at me here. She is into you, man, I think you're hooking up. The idea is to keep it simple and quick, and none of these shots really matter in the sequence. Mom and that door will be out of it. I have no interest in them at that point. I'm going over the shoulder. I'm capturing the simple emotion. Look at how easy that is. Those are great first dance images, aren't they? Why? Because what am I looking for first? In-house students, what am I looking at first? The light. There's always a direction. Now let's just say this is kinetic lighting. That's that blue light, that red light. If it's blasting around the room, you are going to need to overpower it. Flash will overpower it too much where you don't see it. The torchlight will help me to overpower it enough, but not too much. Because do you want your bride and groom going red, or blue, or green, or yellow? You want to keep it simple. Okay, the next thing that's going to happen, watch this, and this is where it becomes a little bit more complicated. The DJ says, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all the couples out to dance. For each couple that joins in with the bride and groom, it's going to bring them one more year of health, happiness, and good luck. Everybody hop up, grab a partner, and join your bride and groom. This is an easy thing for me to do right now. except for all the chairs. Okay? It's very easy. So everybody, if you have a partner, wait a minute, Eric and Hans, you have to get together. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, so it's very simple, but watch what I do. This light, you don't have to talk during it. Again, it's about general direction. Now, if I have this light on a stand, I don't have it on a stand. You don't need to dance like that. There's no music. Yeah. You see the light here? This is not the stand I would use. The stand that I have during the reception has a base of about this big. It's a photogenic caster-based stand on wheels. Looks like an IV pole that I roll around. This is too wide, too base. The bracket, which I forgot to bring, my bracket has an extension arm that I could put it on top. But it's very simple what I'm doing. Watch right here. Now, because I have this stand, that's going to change things. But I want you to notice my interaction to the couples. Everybody get together like they're dancing. Just start dancing, and look what we do. Guys, look right here. Cheeks together. Looking at me, guys. Nice and happy. Cheeks together. Excellent. Stay there. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Look here, guys. Nice and happy. Look here, Grandpa. You're doing terrific. Stay there. Excellent. Don't you move. Looking right here, guys. Cheeks together. Cheeks together. Smiling right here. Nice and happy. Excellent. Oh, she is into you. Do you see how quick I'm able to go from one to another? And now, do I care if my exposures are off a little bit? Am I looking to create a Picasso here? As long as I get most of them, I'll open up each one. You guys can relax, okay? And then what I'm going to do is go from one couple to another. You guys can take a seat. I'm going from one couple to another, and I'm trying to make sure that I get my exposure where I want to go. It's that simple. It's that easy. All you're doing is moving from shot to shot, and you're making sure that you capture each couple. Because what's the one thing that most photographers don't get? They don't get an image of every single person at the wedding. Right here, I can do this. Right now, this second. Now, some of you where you're from may do table pictures, and saying this table's full. I have to watch a couple of things. If I'm doing the table, I have great light. I don't ever want to shoot them going this way or this way. I want to go this way or this way. Why? Because they have beautiful window light in. This is the perfect reception. So now, the next segment of the wedding is the toast. So let's call up Hans. Hans, do you have a champagne glass? Or just fake, it doesn't matter if you have a glass or not. Look at where I'm setting up my light. Again, it's my torch light. And now I'm going to ask Hans, he's going to go up next to the bride and groom, right over there, and I'm looking to get one thing. Hans is most likely going to start talking to the bride and groom during the toast, because that's who he's here for, right? I'm switching back to my 70 to 200. To be honest with you, in most cases, I'm going to use my 70 to 200 for almost everything, as you could tell. I think out of the 300 or 400 shots I've taken, I've pretty much used nothing else. So in this standpoint here, all I'm doing is Hans would most likely go on the other side, behind the groom. I'm angling into her. I'm going through her into the face. Am I okay that I'm going to broad light her? I'll deal with it. I'm going to be right in here. So Hans, you start talking. You guys are looking, giving the toast, and watch what we start to create.
Thank you all for coming. I would like to say congratulations to the bride and groom.
Stop. Terrible. Okay. Take a look right now. So we lock in our exposure, we get Hans, her eyes are closed. Now here's one of the things you're going to learn in editing. Is the image dead because her eyes are closed? The image isn't dead because all I'm going to do at this point is go in and crop from Hans to Matt and eliminate her. Because I'm going to get another image of her. I'm going to know, we don't even like you. Good. Looking over. Go. Continue on. And look what we do to make up for it.
So, bride, growing up with you.
You get the image. So now, take a look. We get the close-up of her. Again, I just really love what you're doing with your eyes here. It's spectacular. So now, as that's going on, I'm moving. and I'm starting to filtrate around. You can continue, Hans.
So one time, when
At band camp? Take a look. So all we're doing at this point is moving and changing and setting up. And now what I've done is I've started to capture different angles. You can only get so many images of him giving the toast, him and them laughing. But you want to get different angles. Why stay here in the same spot and get bang, 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 bang? You look for key moments. Like one of the key moments, what I probably move during this is I would take these and move them to the side because they're creating a distraction in front of them. And I know my next sequence of posing what it's going to be. So you could continue on, and I'm just going to float. So you are doing a tremendous job, Hans.
So I'd like to tell you all a story. I don't know any more of that song.
Good.
But for all of you who come to weddings, I'd like to think that these two young folks would, grow up to be a lovely family band. Maybe we could also go to a concert sometime and see them performing, like Bunch Up Family. Yes?
Okay. Okay. Hans, excellent job. Don't go anywhere though, Hans. So now, you notice you're starting to get these key moments. It's good soft light, exposure's good, we got detail, we're all good. Now, here's one of the things you have to realize. Before Hans ever made the toast, I had a conversation with the parents. Before he ever makes the toast, I walk up to the parents and I say, Mom and Dad, if you would, could you please come up after the toast with a champagne glass behind the bride and groom for a photo? If you don't mind, Dad, I'm going to bring you up with your beautiful wife. Mom, you're going to come up by yourself. You two are going to come up and you're going to wait one at a time at a side. So immediately, I'm bringing them up because the parents are an important part. Even if they don't make a toast, I want to make money off them. So Hans, you're going to go back behind the bride and groom. So immediately after the toast, this is what I'm generally going to do. Hans is going to be over here, and then the bride and groom, when he's done, you're going to come over here, Hans? They're going to stand up and they're going to go and give him a hug. In most cases, nothing good's going to happen out of that. If I'm lucky, I'll get a decent shot. But what I will do is now, immediately, I'm going to back bride and groom. You guys can sit down. Hans, if you would, please go behind the bride and groom with glasses together in the middle. Everybody looking at me. Guys, take a seat. You guys are going to take a seat for me. Good. Hans, lean in nice and close. Arms around each other, leaning in close. Good. Take your glass, champagne glass in the middle. Good. Look at Matt's setup. He's got his glass in the right hand, which keeps his body wide open and straight to the camera. Matt, can you just switch your glass to the left hand, bring it in together, leaning in nice and close, guys. You're looking at me here, smiling, everybody. Turn your head to the right, Rachel. A little bit, looking nice and happy, leaning in close, everybody nice and happy. Excellent. One more. You're doing terrific. Excellent. Thank you very much. Mom and Dad should already be waiting. Could I ask Mom and Dad of the bride? You guys are going to come up right behind the bride and groom real quick with your glasses in the middle. Dad, Melissa, everybody getting on deck. Here we go, leaning in nice and close, arms around each other, leaning in close together. Dad, perfect. Bring your glass into the middle, sir. Good, just like that. Leaning in, everybody. Mom and Dad, lean forward. Mom, lean over a little bit. And now lean forward. Dad, you lean forward a little bit more. Good. Matt, lean out just a little bit because I see that shadow on Dad. Dad, lean forward, sir. Nice and happy. Dad, keep looking happy, smiling teeth. Excellent. Don't move, just like that. Excellent. Mom and Dad, could you step to the side? I'm going to need you in 1 second. Good. Mom, can I have you by yourself real quick? Mom forgot her glass. Mom, you're going to come right in the middle, right there. You're going to go in the middle, right there. Leaning close to everybody, just like that. Mom, leaning in nice and close, nice and happy. Stay there, teeth. One more. Hold it, happy. Excellent. You're doing terrific. Mom, you're going to step to the side real quick. Dad, beautiful. Miss Melissa, you are going to come in close together. Melissa, right? Michelle, I'm sorry. Leaning close, arms around Dad in the back. Bring your glasses together in the middle there. Good, leaning in close, glasses together in the middle. Looking at me, everybody. Stay right there, nice and happy. One more for good luck. You are doing terrific. Everybody looking here. Excellent. Dad, you're going to step to the side. You guys hold on 1 second. Guys, arm around each other in the back. Glasses together in the middle. You're going to look at me. Lean forward a little bit for me, Michelle. Turn your head to the right. Sorry, not Michelle. Leaning close forward, Rachel. Nice and happy. Smile. Guys, look at each other real quick. Looking at each other. Stay right there. Tilt the top of your head to me, Rachel. Good, smiling, excellent, don't move. Now, good, mom and dad, you're gonna put your arms around each other real quick. You're gonna look at each other, arms around each other, cheeks together, glasses together in the middle. Lean your bodies forward to me, guys, nice and happy. Stay there, look at each other. Excellent, one more, just like that. Look at each other. Look at each other, Dad. I know you don't know her, but enjoy her. Good, excellent, stay there, wonderful. Good. Mom, can I have you right over here with your handsome son? You're gonna hop up for an image with your son. See what we're doing? We're making everybody feel a part of it. We're getting all these couple shots. Are these going to sell? They're going to sell, aren't they, in the album? Good. Mom and son, lean your heads together. Lean forward to me, guys, just a little bit. Leaning forward. Make sure that we don't have things in the head. Mom, lean forward, chin down, smiling, beautiful. Excellent. Look at your son, nice and happy, just like that. Look at your mom. Look at your mom, happy. Excellent. Thank you very much, Dad. Can you put your hands around your beautiful wife over there? Put your arms right around each other, leaning in nice and close together. Heads together, glasses together. Lean forward to me, guys, nice and happy. Look at our cropping. Stay right in there. We get our lighting close enough. We turn up our power if we have to. Lean forward to me, just like that, and make sure we get all that junk out, smiling. Now look at each other, guys, looking up, looking there, excellent, wonderful. I'm already done with the toast. How hard is that? And I got how many of these sequence shots is he gonna love, is his mom gonna love that photo with her son? You're buying it? Now here's the other thing. Most likely, the bridal party won't be sitting together. They'll be sitting with their escorts. So what I would do is go around and be like, Hans, do you have anybody with you? Yes. I have Bethany, she's right here. Guys, can you slide real close together? Arms around each other, arms around each other. Guys leaning in close together, heads together, and lean forward to me. 1, 2, 3, bam, got it. Good, can you guys put your arms around each other? Leaning real close, arms around me, leaning forward, smiling, nice and happy. Excellent, good, guys leaning close together, nice and happy. Everybody looking at me, look at you grabbing it, Austin. Yeah, got it. Perfect. Now, I'm making myself well known at the reception. I'm making myself a part of the reception. They all like me. So when they get married, who are they going to go to? And I took a beautiful image of them, and when they go online, what's going to happen? Okay? Do I worry about the exit sign there? What am I going to do to that image in the finished image? I am going to crop it square, gone. Simple and easy. Ladies in the back, Susan, Kenner, do we have any questions from people at home?
What do you think, Doug?
Hopefully.
So, Doug, several people have asked this question. I'll just ask one. This is from Tariq B., who is from Barbados. Outdoor night receptions are fairly common here and not a lot of ambient light and nothing to bounce. What can you advise?
The torchlight.
Also, a lot of people talked about indoor receptions, also no ambient.
Well,
When it's nighttime.
That's why I'm using
Lots of people.
the torchlight. The fact is, if I was inside at night and doing introductions and all of that, what I would be doing for the introductions and the fast segments in it, I would be using multiple flashes. I would probably have a speed light in every corner of the room coming off, and I would try to find an equal balance in here of about 5, 6, but I would be reflecting all over the place to get it. But I would only use that during the dance. In most other cases, I'm going to up my ISO, match my torch light to the existing ambient light. So if it's tungsten light, which it'll predominantly be, I'm going to use that. During a reception or a nighttime, during an outdoor reception or a nighttime shoot, I'm generally going to use the tungsten from the torch light as my main light. If I white balance for tungsten, what's going to happen to the sky? It's going to become what? Blue. So it's going to open it up. If people look on my website or the nighttime classes, they'll start to see that happen. I love shooting at night because if I use soft light, it allows the sky to burn in and open up and get really blue because I've white balanced to orange, which I absolutely love. Most of my destination weddings are obviously outdoors on a beach at night. So you usually have a couple little, fancy deck lights or things like that. And the idea is not to use a lot of flash and make it go black. You want to make it go open up. And that's why I use the torch light. 99% of what I do in a reception is the torch light and a high ISO.
Great, that's really helpful. And I think I've seen, again, a lot of people who just do have speed lights, say, and you mentioned the 4, but so many people are asking about this, about when it's dark. Could you go over that again in more detail? What you would do with if it was just one speed light that you had that you were bringing around with you,
if I have
and then
the one
the
speed
4
light,
as well.
If I have the one speed light, it's going to be on camera, obviously. And what it's going to be doing is I'm going to look for the reflective area. In the event that I have to turn it towards the bride and groom, I'm not going to point it up. I'm going to angle it down just a little bit towards them. So the idea why I'm having so much trouble. I'm going to angle it down like this, and then there's a little card on the inside of this. What I'm probably going to do is bring it up just a little bit to get a little bit more downward action on the flash, just a touch, and then I'll have this to diffuse it. But most times, if I have a wider room that's smaller like this, I'm going to use the reflective surfaces. You just want to keep the light soft. If you go directly at the subject, it's not going to look pretty. It's going to be too harsh. It's going to be too strong. And if you're using multiple lights, the idea is to keep, if I'm at this part of the room, I want to be at 5/6. If I'm at this part, I want to be at 5/6. Wherever I am, I want to try to have a consistent area on the dance floor. And remember, if you have speed lights and you're firing multiple ones in a room, you want to try to have them on pocket wizards. The pocket wizards are going to make all the difference because you have line of sight issues. If I'm hidden behind her, nothing good is going to happen from it. Now, if they start dancing, would I use the torchlight? In some cases, I would on camera. I'll set it up on my bracket and go right from there and turn up the power to slow it down so I could get a little bit of a high shutter speed, or I will bounce the light at that point to open up the room.
Awesome. All right, TRK asked, is there an alternative time to take the first dance photo instead of interrupting them before they start to dance?
Well, just listen to what he said. Is there an alternate time? When did I do it? During the dance or before it? I did it before. And remember, if I never ever took that first dance picture, would it really matter? I just need one of them looking at each other or showing the environment around them because I have all those other plugins. I started a long time ago. Remember, when I started shooting, most of our pictures were looking at the camera. So I always still take that first dance, one looking at the camera. I'm doing it before they dance.
She was asking, is there an alternative time besides right before they dance?
I could go and fake it at another point, but I'm not going to get that raw emotion that's available at that moment. And I'm doing it before the dance. I'm okay with that as long as I don't interrupt the actual moment. Great. Remember, he's inviting them out, and all I'm saying, guys, look here, nice and happy, bam, done. How long is that taking me? You saw I was able to start pulling through couples in seconds.
Right.
And that's the whole idea. Kenna?
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Doug, do you ever shoot with lens hoods on your lens? This is from Nebraska 1.
No.
Why or why not?
I don't use lens hoods because it's just another piece to carry. If I need to, I have it in the bag, but I got to say I never use it. I'll use my hand or work around the flare and move the camera to it and adjust.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Doug, we have about 25 minutes until our
Very
next
good.
break.
So now we see what's happened. We have the toast. I've worked on getting the individual couples. Now for the dance sequence, just so people see, let's look around and do it. So you guys here are really going to have to work your magic. You are going to dance to no music and make things happen. So at this point here, what lens would I go to? I'm most likely going to go to a wider lens. My lens of choice is 24-70. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I can't afford to use the pocket. I can't afford to use pocket wizards, and I can't afford to get the Fang spear. So I'm going to have to work with what I have here. So what I'm going to do is ask my crowd as non-loud as you possibly can to kind of dance and have a good time with each other and wait for the moment. Okay? So they're just going to go out, everybody up again. Here come the chairs. So I want you to look at the effects. I can't wait to see you. I don't want you to slow dance. I want you to fast dance and boogie it up. Austin is ready to go, making the magic. Guys, right, and Allie, good. And I want you to look right here. Allie and Austin clearly do not go out much. Okay, relax 1 second, guys. Allie, just take a chill. I want you to look at the effects of on-camera flash pointed directly at them in TTL. It's priceless. See that face in the background. So take a look. Do you see how harsh that on-camera light is? Do you see the hot spot going directly on the fireplace, the mantle behind them? There's nothing good about it. Everybody's having a good time, which is great, and Matt's expression makes the image. Okay? So now, as we're doing it, now I have to be conscious of this because I'm bouncing it from pretty far away. Can you go do your business again? Good, let's go. Good, relax. Now here, I'm using it as reflective light, but I want you to look. It's softer, but it's underexposed, because I always have to take into consideration where they are in relation to where I'm reflecting off. So at this point, when I was direct on, I was minus 2/3 of a stop. So all I got to do is go into my exposure compensation. So from here, we're going to adjust ourselves, and we're going to go up to a full stop, making it nice and easy. Now start dancing again, and now we're even. Good, look in there. Good. Allie's working with her hula hoop. You can relax again. Now let's take a look. Look at the difference when I brought it up. Here are the 3 different images. The first one's really harsh. The second one is underexposed, about 2/3 to a full stop, and then the last one's got it. Notice the full, look at Mom in the background. Everybody's having a good time. To be honest, I'd probably not shoot as close up as that. But look for your reflection. Now let's look. If I come down here and you guys come out here and start dancing just a little bit. You guys going to go out there? Now start dancing again, depending where they are, because I'm closer to a white wall. Start moving. Stop. Now let's take a look. I'm reflecting off the other wall, which is closer in proximity, and what we've learned from this is that, without a doubt, Matt clearly does not know how to dance. You're a good dancer, Matt.
Someday.
So take a look. Now, here's one of the things. I see photographers do this all the time, and I bet you guys all start dancing. Everybody start dancing, go. They go wide, and then they're like, yeah, hold on. If you're doing it, you better have a focus point in place and understand what you want to accomplish. You better be able to hold still. You better be able to identify where you are. And all I've learned from this scenario is that I really want to party with Allie and Austin. Okay? Making it happen, making it happen. So if you take a look, I have beautiful light because of my camera angle, but here's the thing. I picked my focal point. You have to be very accurate and very sure of where you are. Guys, you can take a seat real quick. Now, one of the things that becomes a challenge during this scenario is making sure I see photographers go down to the ground. If I'm taking an image and she's dancing and I do this, close your eyes. Where's the light reflecting off of? It's not reflecting. All I did was blind her at that point. I'm not getting the light because I need the light to reflect high. I know I just took a picture of nothing, but the fact is you have to be conscious of your surrounding. You are a very reflective surface. Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay. It's very simple. So now, let's move to the cake. In this environment, in this room, right now, the cake is the easiest thing in the entire room to shoot. Why? Because of its location to the window. So now, here's one of the problems. Most photographers have a massive issue photographing a cake. And I mean just outright massive issue. So what does that mean? The issue that occurs is they can't get the cake and the bride and groom to be on the same exposure, and they can't get them to be what? Both in focus. And it's probably because of your plane that you're putting one. So what I'm going to do is slide towards the cake. Should I pull the cake out to the center, or should I leave it over there? I'd rather leave. I'm going to leave it over there and pretend we can't move it. Is that okay? Good. So I'm going to go over in this direction to the cake. Now, this is when you could start to really make things look bad. You look at the cake and a photographer thinks, oh, look, there's the light. It's right on the cake. So what you're going to do is shoot right here because you're looking at the light, and look at what you start to get in the background. You're not paying very much attention to what's going on, and take a look. From here, you're going to wind up starting to darken one side of the cake because it's white and you focused on it right here. Is anyone going to have a problem if I do this? It's fake, don't worry, you're not eating it. Take a look. Do you see how one side darkens and one side slightly overexposed? You have to look at it like anything else. You want the light to feather through. What did we say? Light into the face through the body. So this is the last side I want to see of the cake, isn't it? I want to come around to the other side. And I don't care if the rest of it blows out. And look at what happens. Do I have any tether left? Sorry. Thank you. So now I'm focusing on here, and I want to find the right angle. And what I'm looking for is I want to avoid as much as I possibly can on the background. So I'm going to go right in here, and this is kind of what I'm stuck with. And now let's take a look at the difference. What's going to happen here is if I'm right, the window is going to blow out completely. And I have a beautiful, soft, great-looking cake image, don't I? So now it's time. Let's go in for our bride and groom image with the cake. We don't have a knife. Let me grab one over here. Thank you, Austin. Good. Just like that. So now, let's remember what we're going to do. There's two different ways to look at the cake when photographing it. You were probably always taught to put, most people do it like this. They put the bride and groom, switch sides. They go here. And what they do, arms around each other, like, let me show you two different ways. Let me show you, because everybody does it different, but most of them aren't so good. They turn her here. Has everybody seen this one? Sorry. Grab your hands here. Take a look. Does all? No. Look at her body. Her body is so broad to the camera. To get them both to look at me, Matt. He's behind her. He's got split lighting. Now, one of the other things you see, turn towards him, put your arm around each other, and now put your hands together on the knife. What if she is a plus-size subject? Will this work? It will not, because what's going to happen is she's closer to the camera. She's naturally going to appear what? Bigger. We don't like that, do we? And the other thing is the light is broadly hitting her. So why would I want her on this side? Switch sides for me here. Now, arm around each other. And now, here's where the problem is. Where are you going to shoot this image from? This is the most logical place, right? There's only one problem. What's closer to me, the cake or the subjects? Can I get both of them in focus? And if I have a flash on camera going in any direction, where is the light going to hit first, the cake or them? So naturally, that's going to make the exposure a lot more difficult, isn't it? So the idea is very simple. You want to try to bring them forward right in here to keep them on the same plane as the cake, right here. And now look, he's here. We're going to make her work harder. You come to me, beautiful. Nope, turn your body towards him still. Come to me. Lean your heads together, looking at me. Turn your head here. Turn your head a little bit. Looking forward, Rachel. Now they're on the same plane. So if they're on the same plane, turn your head, Rachel. A little bit more. Matt, turn your head. Turn, turn. Good. Open up the shoulder just a tad, like you can, and turn right in here. You lean forward, because I want to try to keep that light off. So now what I'm going to do, the only light that I'm going to add at this point will be my torch light to fill it. This is whether it's a dark reception, whether or not it's a light reception, because I need to make sure I get some light so that I don't overexpose what? I don't want to overexpose that one side of the face, so I'm going to bring it in here, just like that, and I'm looking and I'm saying, oh my goodness, I'm hitting him too hard on this side, so I'm going to bring it closer to fill. Matt, turn your head here. A little bit. You turn your head just a tad, looking right here. They're on the same plane of the cake, and I'm going to try to get both in focus. And if I pull it off, I'm in good shape. So now, just like anything else, I'm lighting into the face, through the bodies. Turn your head a little bit, beautiful. Looking at me here, guys. The light now becomes a fill. Looking right here. Stay there, leaning forward to me, guys. Nice and happy, smiling teeth. Excellent. And I'm going to show you where we go wrong here, because we are going to have to make an adjustment. Okay? This is where we go wrong. Do you see how the face, one side is overlit? That's an issue. Why did that happen? Anybody over there? because you have the daylight there on your balance. The issue came up because one side is blown out because you only have half their face. So you need to light into the face through the body. So watch how we change that. We're going to have to make an adjustment. And the easiest way to do that, I know most of you aren't photographers. Does anybody know what could make it work here? I want to show you how simple it is. They need to come where? Over here. And you're not a photographer, are you? You know why? He's not a photographer, and he's realizing it's really simple, which means if you're thinking as a photographer and you can't figure it out, what are you doing? Overthinking. It's very simple. Come around this side. And now take a look. Now they both got beautiful light. She leans forward. I no longer need this. Right in here, just like that. Hands here, looking at me, heads together. Into the light. Turn your head a little bit, beautiful. And now wait till you see the difference. Lean forward, Matt. And now watch. Leaning to me, beautiful. Just like that. Turn your head to your right a little bit. Eyes here. Matt, you're doing terrific. Stay right there. I want to make sure I get that door out of the background. Perfect. And I want to make sure one thing's happening. Come forward to me just a little bit, guys. Perfect right there. Good. Now looking at me. Here we go. Looking right here. Nice and happy. You're smiling teeth. And if I got it right, I'm going to have good light on both sides of the face, and I'm going to have the cake in focus. And let's take a look. I didn't get it right, so now I have to fix it again. So chances are I probably meted off the wrong spot. Do it again. I'm sorry. Oh, I left the exposure lock from last time. I'm sorry. Lean forward to me, guys. Turn your head to your right. Good. Turn your head a little bit. Beautiful. Looking right here. Chin down just a tad. You're smiling. You're doing terrific. Excellent. What happened was I'm not tethered now. Hold on 1 second. I pulled out again, Will? Sorry. Hold on. Let me tell me when we're live, Will. Good to go. Lean forward a little bit, guys. Stay right there. Excellent. Perfect. Good. Turn your head to your right a little bit. Beautiful. Tilt the top of your head to him. Smiling teeth. Excellent. Notice where I cropped into his shoulder. The first one's looking at the camera. Look at the light hitting the face. Good. I'm still a tad hot, so I'm taking an inaccurate reading. I want to make sure I see it. Down again. So I'm going to pull the exposure down and go with my exposure compensation here. Turn your head a little bit to the right. Excellent. Looking here. Heads together, guys. Nice and happy. Smiling teeth. Excellent. Keep those eyes open. Beautiful. Just like that. Now looking down at the cake. Lean forward. Chin down. Eyes down. Good. Smiling. And there's our image. So we go. And am I burning up again? Good. There we go. I'm still a little bit hot, but what I want you to notice more than anything is I got good detail in here. I have 2/3 light here. I got 2/3 light there. So now one looking at you, one looking down, then they look at each other and they go through the feeding process. It's a very, very simple, easy setup. You have a question?
I do. How would you control Uncle Bob or all the cameras that
I don't worry about them. As long as I'm controlled and talk to them and have them on me, does it really matter? Does it really matter? I just have to be loud enough. Looking at me, guys, nice and happy, looking here, making sure that they're on me. Yes.
So I noticed that you turned them away from everyone else, and are we also going to do the cake feeding that way? Because I feel like
I have to do the cake feeding that's best for the lighting. I can't be there to convenience the guest. I have to do what's best for the image.
So we are just taking the pictures and...
Yep. If I use flash as a main, doesn't matter anymore, does it? Okay? And basically, as we move on from the cake and the feeding, the next thing they're going to do is what? They're going to do the parent dances and the garter and the bouquet. It's the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing I did during first dance. I'm going to do the same thing with the reflective lighting on each situation. Okay? Ladies?
Doug? Question from JBT Photo. Do you always defer to the bride's appearance in terms of making her look smaller? I have quite a few brides who are much slimmer than the groom. Would I still put her behind him?
If it's really much smaller, saying you were looking at Eric, who's super tall, versus Rachel, okay? I'm going to change it up just a little bit because what's going to happen is he will become over-dominating and look too big. So I may be moving them and kind of play like that, okay? So I will play it depending on size. If she's, give you an example. If it's my wife and me, my wife is 4'10", 89 pounds. You put me in front of her, it's going to look like I ate her, okay? So I'm probably going to move her to the front size to minimize my body.
All right, so a lot of people, I mean, I know you're saying you're controlling the situation. A lot of people are saying when the cake is being cut, everybody's standing around them. I can't actually, in a real life situation, pull them away. The bride just wants to get this over with.
How long does that process take?
Tell me.
It takes me seconds. And I'm taking 3 shots. And where are the people who are taking it? Are they behind them or are they in front of them? I'm going to get right on top of them. Everybody's free to do what they want after I get my image. Folks, no problem. If you could just stay here for 1 second, let me get my image. Bride and groom, heads close together, looking right here, nice and happy, smiling, great, terrific. Just like that. Looking here, guys, look right down. Again, we're doing the same thing that we've always done. We make excuses of why we can't do it. Oh, I'm afraid of saying anything to the guest. All right, when the guests have a better cake cutting shot than you, what are you going to do?
Which brings me to my next question. From Esme Matthews, how do you deal with all the people that want to take pictures of them cutting the cake at the same time?
Fine.
And Kat said, what about guests surrounding the couple? I get that at every single wedding.
Fine. Look at how tight I'm cropped. Am I showing even the full cake? I'm showing a portion of it. I'm showing a small portion of it because I don't want to see everything. I need, what's that area behind them that I need to control? If they go behind the cake, folks, excuse me 1 second, can you move right in here? Move right in here. Did anybody ever think of having a conversation with the DJ before to let the DJ know when you announce the cake cutting? Folks, please make sure you let the professional get the shot. He'll be happy to let you get in right after he's done. Everybody go in behind the photographer, please. That's proactive.
Great tip.
It's proactive. The DJs know. I literally have room that is about a 3-foot radius behind them that I need to keep clear. And that's the difference between buying and buying. And let's put it in perspective. Does it matter if there are people in the background? If I can't control it, I can't control it. I have one thing I need to do. I need to get the cake in focus, I need to get them in focus, and I need to have better than average lighting. If I do that, it's fine. If I get people in the background, it is what it is.
So Doug, I see that we have an actual cake that can be eaten or perhaps shoved into faces.
No, that's not real.
No, we brought in a real one. Were you going to do that as well?
Oh, I'll do it. Where is it?
It's behind the fake one.
Oh, I didn't even
It just
see it. Okay.
It wasn't there before. It
let's do it.
magically appeared. We just have
All right.
5 minutes.
So why don't we do it this way so that people see if they don't want to do it by the window, because that's a very odd perspective where it's 99% of the time it's not going to be that way. So guys, can we bring you back to the center? Can you bring that cake with you? Let's do it right here. And guest, can you pretend that you're about to take a photo? Can everybody get up and surround them at the front? Let's take that cake and put it right in there and take a look at what we're doing. A couple of you could go behind, a couple of you in the front. And now, let's look at the setup of what we're doing. Okay? Listen, if this is what you see right here, right now, this minute, and you're like, oh, okay, I can't do anything about it, you shouldn't be at the wedding. You shouldn't be there, I'm sorry. If you can't move all these people, let me sit over here and be like, can you guys all get out of the way? Hey, lady in the green dress, it's not all about you. Move, woman. Oh, she didn't move. Never mind. I don't hear you. Good, just like that. What am I going to do? It's very simple. Here's the procedure. Excuse me, do you guys mind stepping over to the side 1 second? Do you mind, sir? Thank you very much. Did I really inconvenience you that much? Thank you. I didn't do anything. I just said, excuse me, do you mind stepping to the side? That's that hard? It's not that hard. I understand we go through it. Look at where I'm from. I'm from Long Island, New York. We are the rudest, nastiest people in the world. Okay? That's what people think of us. It's not that hard. So can you guys just cut that cake real quick, and I want you to feed each other. It's very simple. All I have to do at this point is look and say, what do I want to accomplish at this point? So what I want you to do is hold a plate up. You don't have a small one, do you? Okay, they'd hold a small one. Photographers tend to take the image of the bride with the fork in her mouth with the cake. Makes no sense. You got to get it before you get it. Look at how easy this is. So what I want you to do is you're going to start feeding him. All I need to do is make sure that their bodies are turned towards me. I don't care if I get the cake in it. Good, just like that, and hold on. We are doing terrific. You could start feeding him. Excellent, perfect, got it. Right before the cake went in the mouth. Very simple. That's all it is. Now from here, look at what we do. All I'm going to do is she's now going to feed right there. Good, he's going to feed her. Stay there, you're doing terrific. Hold it right there. Good, start feeding her, just like that. Oh, look, she's getting all nervous. Excellent. She's telling him what to do. Again, hold it. She's controlling it. We got the tongue out. We got the image there. And it's a very simple, easy image. The first one, she's like, you ain't doing that. And then we got it. Now from here, immediately after they're done, lean in close, guys. Go and give her a big kiss. Stay there. Excellent. Got it. The cake is done. This is the least important part of the entire day. It really is. As the most important part of the entire cake thing is getting a picture of the cake by itself. And you want me to give you another piece of advice? I didn't say this because it's not true for everywhere. Because I know when we do weddings in other destinations, they'll do it. In New York, they put out the cake when? Before the reception starts. So how many of you take the bride and groom into the room before the reception starts? Why don't you do the cake when the room is empty? Take the image, and then do we care if there's 50 people around while they're feeding each other? Was it this hard for me to clear a path? It's not that hard. Thank you, folks. You guys can sit down 1 second. So the idea behind it is just being assertive. If I have that one drunk person who needs it that bad, that's okay. Deal with it. Deal with it. And if you noticed one thing, reception lighting is a lot more complicated. Over the course of 2 days, how many exposures of mine were really off? Very, very few. But in here, I've had off exposures because there's variables of reflective lighting that you have to contain with, and you have to know what's going on. This is one of the only time I really ever look at it, I would bet that in almost every case scenario where my exposure was off, it was when I was using a flash. Because the flash or the camera are reading things that you don't know sometimes. So, but when I was with available light and the torch light, I was fine, wasn't I? Makes a difference. Ladies, I know we're over already.
Actually, you're perfect timing, Doug. This was incredible. I guess you made it through your least favorite part of the wedding, Doug. Nicely done.
I did.
And I'd like to thank all of our guests for coming and joining us today.
Thank you.
You have been amazing. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause to the bride and groom. You've been great models, and we so appreciate it. So I want to let everyone know we're going to take a 45-minute break. And Doug, why don't you let us know what we'll be doing when we return?
All right, when we get back, we're finally going to see what these images look like. We have 3 days of images that we've shot, and we're going to learn how I edit them. This is not going to be a technical portion. This is going to be explaining how to do it quick, easy, functional, make it as fast as possible, but most of all, make the images have that kind of fashion look, glamour look through actions, and really cropping. The biggest thing that you should be interested in during that time is the cropping. So we're going to work on that, and of course, we're going to close with a little bit of sales showing how I actually got them to book me in the first place. So we got some good stuff coming up after the break, and of course, some great prizes too.
From A to Z, Doug. Nicely done.
Seriously.
The whole package.
From A to Z.
All right, everyone at home, we have a Facebook post for Doug on the Creative Live Facebook page. And this is a thank you card for Doug so that he can reference it later and go and see all of the comments and things that you have to say for Doug. Wouldn't you like that, Doug?
Very nice.
I think that would be great. So go to the Creative Live Facebook, please, and give us a like there if you have not already. And just leave a comment or something that you'd like to say to Doug on our Facebook page. So I have a couple comments I'd like to tell you, Doug. Steve H. says, my next wedding will be Doug style, which I really liked. Diane Lundgren Photography said, wow, got to watch this over and over and over again. So they're getting it, Doug.
And that is certainly the theme that we're getting there on the Facebook page already. Pamela Hartzler-Kulovitz says, thanks, Doug. I'm inspired by your passion for the art of photography. You are an amazing instructor. Your energy is captivating. So thrilled I tuned in and also will cherish my course reference as I aspire in my career. And that, again, is the theme. So thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Everybody, this is it. We've got, still have the full half. We're done with the shooting segment, but now we're going to see how you edit, Doug. But what I love is even though we only have one segment to see Doug edit live, Doug is including in this course all your editing for all of the,
Every
all the
image.
photos, 375 about that, all of his images that he is selecting to be exactly what he would give to this bride and groom, what
about
he would show them.
2 more hours of content.
About 2 more hours of content to see how he takes all these and creates that art. I'm so excited to see you work and do that, but just know that there's 2 more hours of that, the complete package. On top of that, like we were asked earlier from one of you out there, gosh, I have trouble memorizing things. This is a lot to take in at once. Doug is also creating the PDF that is the Wedding Project Posing Guide, and that PDF comes with the workshop as well. So you've got the videos, you've got the editing, you've got the little pamphlet to go and put into your bag to take along to the wedding with you. You've got the
Family shot list.
family shot list. You have it all. And like, who was the person that said Dougie style? Steve H. You all can be like Steve H. and shoot your next wedding Doug Gordon style. The choice is yours. This is a $149 course. You can purchase it right now for $99. You can see how many hours there are left to get it at that price right there on the screen below you. That will be gone tomorrow. So everyone, we will see you back in 45 minutes. Go ahead and hit that buy button so that you can shoot your weddings this summer just like Doug Gordon. Thanks everyone. We'll see you in a bit.
Start with a
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are about to get into editing, post-processing, seeing how this man here, Doug Gordon, turns his images into art. Before that, we are going to give away 2 more prizes. The first prize is from Animoto. So it's 1 year of Animoto Pro and a Bayphoto 16 by 24 metal print. I love those metal prints. So tell us about Animoto.
Animoto is huge. It's a moneymaker. It's a
It
game
is.
changer
Yep.
because there's a lot of different things with it. Animoto, if you're building slideshows now, you already know what a pain in the behind it is and how long it takes to do this. It's just an absolute nightmare in every way because you got to go and get music and you got to go do this and you got to edit and render and all of that. Animoto does it all for you.
right.
Literally, I take my photos, I upload them to the web, I pick a song, and then in like 4 minutes, I'm going to have a beautifully produced slideshow with transitions that displays on their website, so I don't have to worry about hosting, that can just be connected to Facebook, Twitter, whatever social media device you want. Now, some people say, well, how do you make money with it? You make money on a lot of fronts. You make money because you're able to, A, you could sell it to your clients, but more importantly, it's advertising. Do you know how many clients call up and say, oh my goodness, I love that slideshow, can I have a copy? Of course you can. We'll be happy to burn a Blu-ray or a DVD because it's an HD quality, and what we'll do from that standpoint is sell it to them for $200, $300, $400, whatever it may be. In one DVD, I pay for the whole entire year's membership. But more importantly, after each wedding, after each function, we make it up so that we can give them a sneak peek, but more importantly, we send it to all the vendors. So we're promoting ourselves, and they keep displaying it, and it just keeps going, and it travels all over the place. It's the one product that's going to keep on moving and advertising for you. It's the cheapest form of advertising that I could ever do in a year, because I said it at the beginning, I'm going to say it again. Best place to advertise is with the people you already have. So Animoto works on every front. We do thousands of slideshows a year with it.
Absolutely. And it's great music as well.
The
and it's great.
music's all included.
And love the people, too. Love the people, and that makes a huge difference.
They just partnered up with Triple Scoop, and they have, I think, close to 1,000 Triple Scoop songs in their catalog. So how could you beat that?
Great match. Amazing match. Amazing people. All right, cool. Well, one person is about to win 1 year of Animoto Pro, as well as that Bayphoto 16x24 metal print. That is a $353 prize that is going to Sue Christensen, who entered on Facebook. Her quote was, "Fear is the dark room where all negatives are developed." That's a good one. It's a good photography one. And so, congratulations, thank you to Animoto. The next prize is another big one, another set of Pocket Wizards. Pocket Wizard Minis, plus Flex, plus AC3 triggers, and a Nikon High Sierra backpack. You brought so many prizes, Doug. I love it.
Got some good
stuff. I love
stuff.
it. All right, so that prize is going to Eric Cook, whose Twitter handle is @EricCookPhoto. Eric's quote, I love this one: "If you don't have resources, be resourceful." Right? That's what it's all about. The amateur versus the pro.
You got it.
Being resourceful. Okay, everybody. A couple more things. We are giving away another $1,800 worth of prizes in the next section. So please continue to put in your entries, your quotes. Fun, engaging. We're giving away a fully loaded action dashboard from Kubota Image Tools. That is an $800 prize.
Pretty good one.
You use Kevin Kubota's tools. I use Kevin Kubota's tools. Susan Roderick uses Kevin Kubota's tools.
Everybody
uses them. $800 prize. Incredible. Somebody else is going to win from Snapknot a 1-year diamond membership and Triple Scoop Music, your signature music collection. That is a $999 prize. Come on, people. Enter and play to win.
Don't we have a gift for everybody, too?
We do, Doug. We do. Saving that for last is Animoto. Animoto is going to give something away to everyone. Or the opportunity to get $50 off that 1-year Animoto new subscription. So of Animoto Pro. So this offer is only good through June 14th. Better rush. And everyone, again, what you can do is use the code DougCL, just one word, DougCL. And again, not for renewals, but go over to Animoto, check out Animoto Pro, and go ahead and use DougCL to get $50 off. So that's really, really cool. I can only imagine how many people out there are going to take advantage of that. That's a very cool offer.
It's a good one. It's one of those gifts that's going to keep on making money for you.
For
a whole year. You'll pay for that instantly.
So thank you so much, Animoto. I wanted to, because we haven't yet reminded folks again about yet another way to win an even huger prize, and that is with your buddies
Ah, very true. We're in
Tell
that
me about
time,
that
aren't
one
we?
again.
Well, I have it right here. Like I said, if you're not editing and retouching your work, you should be. You're going to see me edit and retouch right now, but with all the weddings, all the portraits we do, obviously the biggest thing is we can't do it all ourselves. We don't want to be designing albums in-house. It's just too much work, so I found the perfect partner in Pilot Imaging. If you go to their webpage, sorry, not their webpage, their Facebook page right now, if you like their page, you are going to see a story on there about how you can win probably the biggest prize you could ever imagine, and it's going to get you your life back. I don't even want to tell you because it's so good. Go to their page right now, like them, Pilot Imaging, and you are going to be wowed.
And tell them why you want to get your life back.
Well, as we all know, what we're about to do here is consuming. Right. It's consuming beyond anything you could ever imagine. All of you are sitting here and you're saying, I'm not editing and retouching all of my images. This would be absolutely crazy. And I can understand why you'd say that. But the fact is, if you deliver an image and you deliver it halfway, you're not doing it. Right. We need to post-produce our image. How many fixes can we make to an album design? How many fixes can we make to an image? Find a professional. They're trained. If you like what I do, all you have to do is go there, and they're going to do exactly what I do because that's what trained. So we want it the way Doug does. Yep. They are amazing. Not only are they ridiculously affordable, it's a small mom-and-pop setup with a whole bunch of family members and friends. That's what I loved about it. It was like my studio. All family, all friends, great people. And again, you let someone do it, you'll get your life back. It would be nice to spend some time with your family during the week rather than shooting on the weekend and editing to crazy hours of the night.
Or all night long, exactly.
We've all been there, sitting in front of a computer getting the blue tan.
Blue tan, that's right.
We've all gotten the blue tan.
So one more time, Facebook,
Pilot Imaging, like them, and find out what you could win.
It's huge.
Promise you, it is huge. You will have your life back for at least a year.
At least a year.
At least a year.
All right, thank you, Doug. Let's see you get into action.
All right, so let's talk about post-production and exactly what we're going to be doing now. Like I told you, I never wanted to be a Photoshop genius. If you look at me, I'm clearly not that bright. But what I am is systemated. I want to make things as easy and as quick and efficient as I possibly can. So there are two things that make that happen. Number one, I ran into my savior probably about 8-9 years ago. I'm at a WPPI conference and I'm walking and I see this guy walking through the gift shop. And there was like a halo of light over him. It was amazing. I could barely see the face, but I saw the halo. And I walk up to him, and I'm nervous. And I've already been lecturing 6 years. And I say to him, hi, I'm Doug Gordon. And he reaches out his hand, and he goes, I'm Kevin Kubota. I've been waiting for you. Because he knew, he heard my stories of how I was struggling with editing. I didn't know what I was doing. And this man had the ultimate set of actions. He is a genius in every way, shape, or form. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met. I absolutely love him as a person. I love him as a creative. Just wonderful. And he came up with this set of actions and he kept expanding. And he was the type of guy who'd say, Doug, what do you need? Maybe I can come up with it. And every time I asked him for something, he made it. And he made it into actions. So now, rather than sitting and taking 5 hours to complete one image, to make that perfect image, Kevin has already come up with it. When I tell you the man has thought of everything, he thought of everything. Now, to make it even quicker, I wanted to add something to it. So I came up with my own little keyboard. It's a Doug kind of speed key thing where I programmed Kevin's actions into it, or any actions for that matter of anybody, and I press little buttons going on it. So I have buttons there that include my crops. I have buttons there that include every action that I love, and then some. I have buttons that include the clone stamp, this, that, the other thing. More importantly, if you're now editing, do you try opening 20 or 30 images at a time and lag your computer completely down? I open one image at a time, and I have a button on the keyboard that says next image. I have a button that's flatten and save. I have a next button, a previous button. Makes it all happen nice and easy. What makes my images unique is mostly inside the crop. It's not the technical. Now, on a traditional boring image like this, there's not much I can do. But what I am going to try to do is sharpen the image up. And as I said, everything's in here. So if you look on my screen, I have my Kubota dashboard all set. Everything's right in there. Whatever I want, I can choose by action set. I can choose by type of actions, whether it be a creative, whether it be a black and white, whether it be a mocha. All of the stuff that I can imagine is right there in the dashboard. I even have textures in another dashboard. I got album design in another. But best part is everything is programmed right into my key. Now, obviously, I have a ridiculous amount of commands that I want to use. We have a much smaller keyboard. This is honestly too bulky, and most people in my studio They use the real small one with like 22 keys. So let's take a look at what we're creating. And if you have questions, if you're expecting technical here, I'm not going to give it to you. Everything I learned about Photoshop, I generally learned from using my Kubota actions. I learned all of it from looking at the actions and looking what they do. I have actions in here, and what's funny about it is very, very simple. They do like 55 things, of which I know not what one of them is doing. All I know is what it looks like at the end, and that's all I need to know. I look at an image like this and I know, okay, I have the detail and the depth that I want to get into, so I'm going to start it up. I have my keyboard on my left, and one of the first things I'm going to do in an image like this is I want to pull it in and take a look. You can already see we got great clarity in here, so I'm going to look in, and now I'm going to start to work. One of the things that I obsess over is the retouching of the eyes. It drives me nuts in every way, shape, or form. So what I'm going to do here is one of the biggest recommendations I can give you in Photoshop is to know your shortcuts. I know that I'm going to go in and use the patch tool here. Now, some people choose to work on an alternate layer. So all I would do is hit Apple J. And by making that layer, I'm going to go in here and eliminate all of this. So I'm patching it, I'm grabbing the area, bringing it to a smooth area, and now I'm eliminating it completely. The reason you work on another layer is because what you can do at that point is just kind of go into the layer and change the opacity to bring as much of it back as you want. Now, I hate it, so I go whoop and get rid of them all. Not a big fan. Now, I look at her eyes. They're a little bit dead. I got the catch light, but I would have liked a little bit more. I could open them up with an eyes and teeth enhance, but what I am going to open them up with is what's called digital fill. Have you ever felt like you just needed a little bit more light in a single spot? So I'm going to go right in here by using my left bracket. I'm going to just open it up. I'm going to click on the pupil. I want to open it up in there. And then if I want, I click on that individual, and now I know it's a curves layer, and take a look. I'm going to start to curve it up, going right in there. And I can do the same thing. I've obviously gone a little bit bright, so I'm going to curve it down. Now, I go back to the layer. I click on that mask again because I want to get into Mr. Man's eyes here and take a look. I'm just opening them up, opening them up, opening it up. And now in here, if I want to do on a total setup, I'm going to widen the brush with my right bracket, open up the face, go right in here. I'm going to add a little bit of sharpness. Now let me show you a really crazy sharpener which brings it to like a high HD effect. This is called HD AUG. Do you see how much detail just got brought back? That's a little too much. So I'm going to skip back in my history, and I'm actually going to use one. It's a lot lighter. It's called Powwow. It's going to punch my blacks. It's going to come out in here. I hit flatten and save. I move on to the next image. And again, I know what's coming up. I know they're looking at each other, so there's no real work. I'm going to open my exposure. I'm going to sharpen it up. I'm going to go to a black and white, and the image is done. How long did that take me to do? Pretty good here. I know the next one I want to try something different. I'm going to go into a Vintageous, which really brought it up. So what I'm going to do is go into the Total Vintageous folder and just bring it down just a little bit. And the next one will be a close-up, and that's all that matters. Whoops, I went a little bit too fast there. So flatten and save, move on to the next one. And from here, I start to make my things. I click one button, I'm going into 5 by 10. I change it out, and I'm going to go right in here, and I'm going to go right there, and now I have a beautiful 10 by 10. Isn't this making life a lot easier? So I'm sharpening up, I'm flattening, and now let's look again. I want to get right in here. The reason I don't work with another layer on this retouching is because I don't want to see any of it. Now, this will all depend because I will have a discussion with the client before. I don't really go into him because I'm going to make him look feminine. So here I'm going to add an action called Power Soft, and what it does is it adds a beautiful Gaussian blur, but the great thing about it is, you see how soft it is? It goes into a layer mask, it goes my black brush, I can reduce the size, and I wipe it away from the areas I don't want to see. Do you see how I'm restoring sharpness to all of the areas that I don't want it, like the lips, the eyes, the brows, all of that. I'm going to take it off the beard a little bit. I'm going to wipe it off the edges in here, just like that. I'm going to wipe it off the neckline. And of course, look at all the blurring on her dress. Do we want that there? No, we don't. So we wipe it away. All gone, set, and take it right off there. Just reduce that brush size. Nice and quick and easy. Now, if I want, take a look. His suit, I'd like it to be a little darker. So I'm going to use what we call smokeless burn, and take a look what happens right in there. This keyboard really makes things quick, doesn't it? going right in here. So we go up here, again, squaring it up. We're going to open the exposure up. I'm going to go there. I'm going to add a little bit of Pearl Soft. And what the Pearl Soft does is just really soften up the image. And again, I'm going to flatten it so that I could go in. One of the other ways that you could do this is we could go in and we could use our lighten tool on our clone tool. And let me show you what that is when we get to another image that needs eye work done. What this action did was kind of mute it, and I could find out what each action does on my dashboard. If I just type Pearl Soft, it's going to give me, it's going to say, it's a Rooty Tooty Fresh and Fruity. Not a very accurate description, but that's Kevin for you. So move in here. I know the next one, she's looking at him, so I go right here, just like that. I'm going to open the exposure up. I'm going to sharpen it up. I'm going to go black and white. Then I'm going to go right in here. Now they're looking at each other, just like that. I cut into his head right there, go here, and now I can make it another black and white. Now I know she's going to turn her head back, looking right here. So now, let me give you another option. So sharpen, flatten, open the exposure up. Now let's take a look. Rather than cloning, what I'm going to do is hit, rather than patch, I'm going to hit S. And then what I'm going to do is change the blending mode, and I'm going to go into lighten. And let's take a look what this does. So rather than be so harsh, it's just going to come right in, and it's going to start to lighten it up just a little bit. Because we all have these sort of things, and obviously, working on a layer here would make it a lot easier because it could change my blending mode. But you see what happens with it? It starts to get patches of skin. That's one of the reasons that I'm always going to go in here. I want to do it as quick and easy as possible. And I have tons of softening. So I'm going to show you another one. One of my buddies gave me this, my boy Ryan Shembry from Australia. Another genius, him and his wife here. So it's an action called cleaning the skin. And take a look right in here. This is one of those really fashionista type sets. So what I'm going to do here is you go in and just watch. I'm going to go really heavy duty here. I'm just going to invert this layer mask. Look at how heavy this is. Literally, I have painted her into this point. But what you could do is start to take it down. And of course, since it's on a layer mask, I hit B for brush. I'm going to, right now I'm in a white, and I'm going to take it down 100%. And look. I'm going to start to restore, but I'm only at 50%. I'm going to go right up here and go to 100%. And I'm going to start to pull it off of those areas. I'm going to pull it off the eyes, pull it off in here. And if you look, once it's just on the skin, it's not as ridiculous, but it still borders on ridiculous. You see how soft that is? So what would you do? Because it's on a layer mask, you can go in and you could obviously individually control it from your opacity of your brush. But what you could start to do is go in and lower the opacity and thickness of it in there, okay, of the layer. It's a pretty cool action. How often do I use that? I use it if I was working on a high school senior or something. Otherwise, I'm going to mostly stick with, I'm going to stick with my Power Soft right in here. Right in here. And of course, I'm going to use different forms on different areas. So I'm going to hit here, and I'm going to go in, and I'm going to add a sepia, strong tone. Look at the beautiful catch light in the eyes. Now take a look in here. We got some work to do here. Again, everybody has things like this, but my job is to get rid of it. Could you imagine, do you think she's ever going to buy this if she sees it in this state? I don't think so. She's going to look at it and be like, I look terrible. I have bags under my eyes. I have all these different things going on. So what I'm going to do, again, I always open up the exposure. It's a fix under exposure. Now it's over exposure. So into the folder. Excuse me, and then I'm going to start to pull it down just enough, because I want just enough to soften it up. Great image. Now I know my next image from here is going to come in here. So I have many different ways I could do this. I go 10 by 10, open it up, right there, just like that, black and white, I got my image. Now if I want, I could start to create secondary images. That's a completely different image now, isn't it? Every image I should have at least be able to crop 1, 2, possibly 3 different crops. I look at every image and find a way to make at least 3 crops out of it. So from that standpoint, if I was going to save this, which I wouldn't save like this, I would go in here And then I'd go here. Before that, then I would make it a pearl soft. And now, rather than save it through here, I'm going to flatten it and I'm going to go in. And I'm going to save this as an A. That's all I'm going to do at this point is save it as an A. And then next image. Now from here, I'm everything I do is right in here. So if you look, I'm a little broad on this side of the light, and I could really open this up, can't I? So I'm going to use an action called digital fill. Watch me go there. Uh-oh, I went a little too heavy, didn't I? So I'm going to streak it back and just bring the opacity down till it matches from there. And now I'm liking what I'm seeing. But this image as a whole is kind of boring to me. So now from here, I'm going to go into a 5x10 crop. The best part about having this programmed into my keys, just like that. Take a look, and now I'm going to add something you haven't seen me use yet. It's called icing. Excuse me. So the icing is really soft and 50%. Could you imagine what it's going to be? And I'm going to start to tone it down. I'm going to go right in that 18 to 23 generally. Right in here. Take a look right here. Look at this crop. Look at how tight this is. Again, opening the exposure and getting all of this out. Does this seem really complicated to you? Not really. And if it does seem too complicated, guess what? Call Pilot. They'll do it for you. You can't really beat that. So here's my Pearl Soft. Look at what it does. Again, it's light, it's fruity, it's tutti. Okay, going right in here, just like this, right in here. Take a set. I know that I'm going to open it up. I know that I'm going to go in here. I know I'm going to go black and white. And then I'm going to put that Tutti Frutti Pearl Soft on top. That image took me how long to do? 5 seconds. Pretty good. So it all starts with what? Having a good exposure. Now, am I going to be perfect on exposure every time? It would be inhuman to be perfect on every time. But again, you can leave the image like this and leave this here, and that's the difference between sellable and not sellable. So looking at how easy this is, going right here, and now I could change, I look at the color. How does that look? It's not working for me. So you know what? One of the things I like is cross-processing. So I'm going to look at it here and go, oh, is there any cross-process? I just type cross. Oh, look at all these cross-processing actions. So let me open the exposure, and then let me try one. I think I like 1060s, and it gives it that warm color. People say all the time, oh, don't use muted colors, don't use that. The most popular photographers in the world are female photographers, and if you look at what's going on right now, most of their images have a little bit of flair to them, a little bit of warmth, a little bit of that tutti frutti, and a little bit of that cross-processed look. I'm here to please the client. That's what they want. That's what I'm going to do. Looking right in here. So the first one, I went with the cross-processing, sharpen, bam, image, done. Look at how quick and simple this is. So let's take a look right here. Now, I got the lamp in. I don't know what's going to happen when I'm doing it, but the lamp does nothing for me but what? It distracts me. So I'm going to clone it out real quick, make sure that it doesn't look too obvious that I did it. I have my problem right in there. So again, I just want to get rid of everything I don't want to see. I get lazy sometimes and basically go in and use too big a brush. So now we're all set. Now let me show you another one here. I could try and use the 1060s again. That's a pretty nice color for it, isn't it? But I could go, and I really want to pump up the saturation. There's a great action called Radiant Landscape going right through the dashboard. Now let's take a look. He's got a little issue here. What do I do with it? There's two different ways to go. I can obviously go with my clone and just bring it right over and go right in here, but I'm in lighten mode, so I got to get out of lighten and go into normal. So grab right here. Or the other way to do it, if you don't want to clone in his hair because it's a little big, is what you can do is go in and smokeless burn it. So you take that small selective area and just darken it down. Now, in most cases, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably going to go right in here, and I'm going to use that clone tool because that's why they invented it, for us balding guys. Looking right in here, sharpen it up. Now I know our head's turned out, just like that. Looking right here, so opening up the exposure. And then, again, I'm going to try this in a black and white, and I really want to push it up. Watch the blacks when I click on Radiant Landscape. Do you see the difference right in here? Take a look from there to there. That's a heck of a lot stronger. flatten the image, but don't forget, we got that little bad haircut part, so we're going to get right rid of that, and nobody will ever notice. We don't need to let him know. Look at this right in here. Look at the crop right there. That's a nice soft image, isn't it? Let's try a different tone. Let's go blue tone. Nice and soft. Image is done. Now I know that I'm going to go 5 by 10 because this image is right here. Remember you asked, do I see the story happening before? What do you think? Do I see it? I know exactly what's coming up next. I know what I want to create. I'm going to add icing here, and I have a beautiful image. Let me ask you, anything that I've done, whether it's shooting, whether it's editing, is there anything really technical to what I'm doing? Stop thinking. Did you see the guy sitting at the table who had no idea about photography? He was able to figure out that I needed to move them forward to the light. How many of you were sitting there wondering what you should do? Because you were overthinking every part of the process. You were overthinking it and just ignoring the simple part. It's what we do. It's our nature to do it. So now I know her eyes are down. What would be logical to happen next? The eyes to come up. And now I change my cropping. I go right in here. And even if I don't have his chin, I could go here, or I could go here and just leave his tie, couldn't I? I could do it either way, or I can make a couple of different images out of it. So let's go in again, and let's get rid of it. Now, here's the thing. I should have noticed the stray hairs. I should take my own advice. I didn't see them. I should have seen them, but now I have to go in and fix those annoying little buggers because I did not pay attention. Now, I'm going to try the patch tool. Probably not going to work because I'm going to have all of that. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? So now this is one point. I could try another method that may work. It's called content aware. So I go and I have my magnetic, which isn't the one I want, but doesn't matter. I have my magnetic lasso, and what I'm going to do from here is hit Shift Delete and watch this. It's going to automatically go in and fill it in, and if I'm lucky, get in there. But look, you see all those edges right there around it? I don't need that, so I want to make sure I get rid of that. And now I'm creating more work because I got to go here and patch tool here and start to blend everything in. Wouldn't it have been a whole hell of a lot easier if I just got it right in camera and noticed the strands? So now the ideal tool to use here is actually the brush that I don't remember the name, comb brush. So right in here, just like that. It would have been a hell of a lot easier just to get it right. Pearl Soft, image, done. Moving on. Here's my extreme close-ups, 10 by 10. Oop, I did it wrong. Now could you imagine having to hit escape, go back in and type it in? Why not just hit a button? So everything's right here on my button. Bam there, sharpen there, bam there, good, flatten. Done. Terrific. Now I know that the nose is going to crop in here. I'm going to cut into the bridge of the nose. Then I'm going to sharpen it up just a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit of Tutti Frutti, but it's starting to make him look a little Tutti Frutti, so we're going to go black and white. A little bit of strength right there. Push it open just a tad to make it stronger. Go there. Now they're looking at each other right in here. Take a look. Remember we talked about the chin? This area right here, if I leave this in, his chin looks fuller. But if I pull right into the edge there, now we got it, but don't forget, you got to go in here and clean out the junk. Everything's about cleaning out the junk, getting rid of the little things that we don't want to see. Take a look right here. I could go in, and now I added Vintageous. Does that work? They look like they're Night of the Living Dead. They're too white. I could try and tone it down, and now I got a warm skin tone. That's what everybody wants. So let's see, do you remember what pose is next? She's going to turn her head in, and we're going to go right in here just like that. Stay there, and look. Does that work? No, let's try and get up here. I need to go a little bit more so I can get into his eye, and I'm realizing, you know what? I'm not loving it. So let me try and make something out of nothing here. I should have had him a little bit lower, so what I need to do is pull in here, pull back to the edge, and let's see what I get. Now I'm starting to get something that I'm a little bit more comfortable with. I went here with what's called a modern antique, which is a cross between a color and a black and white. And from here, I'm going to add that soft tone icing. I know people don't like certain people, times like, I don't like muted colors. Muted colors are terrible. Brides and grooms don't know what muted colors are terrible. They know what they like. I'm shooting for them, not for myself. Now looking right in here, just like this. So look right to the edge of the goatee, and from here, down, down, soft, got the image. Do I have any questions from anybody inside here or out there? Because as you can tell, there's not a lot of thought put into this. Anybody?
Judge, I have questions that are coming up regarding cropping, and I know you've talked about the fact that you crop specifically to be able to sell prints.
Sell prints and sell frames.
Sell prints and sell frames, thank you. So I guess the question is, Eden Grove Photography had said he's cropping the images before the client chooses a size. How does he change a 5x7 to a larger size if they want it?
What do you think I don't really offer?
I think you offer...
Only the prints that I want to offer in the sizes I want.
Thank you.
Because who's the professional?
You are, Doug.
Yeah. Well, the people, here's the thing. Can you buy a 5x7, 8x10, 11x14 at those retail stores that give the prints away for $1.50? Can you buy a frame at these stores? If my client says, oh, but I have a 5x7 frame, well, I'd be happy to go and crop this to what you want and then show them how bad it looks. Again, if you walk into a home, are you expecting to see 5x7s and 8x10s and 11x14s? You are. Are you expecting to see squares and extreme rectangles? My job isn't to blend in. My job is to get noticed. So oddity is going to do it. And guess what? Squares and rectangles are not oddities. If you were shooting in the 40s and 50s, 60s and 70s, you were using a square format camera. You were using your Yashica mats. You were using your Hasselblads, which were all square images. So, any other questions?
Yes, follow-up from Ursula. Does Doug create his albums with photos he chooses, or does he allow his clients to pick the photos?
Well, this has long been debated. Everybody thinks that I'm going to go and choose my clients' images. I don't work that way. We're too big a studio to do it and deal with it. I let my clients pick their images, and I'm going to explain to you during the sales session next how we get them to pick extra images just based on taking the right images and, of course, applying just a touch of pressure to them. I allow the clients to pick. Why should I pick for them? It's unfair. If you are spending thousands of dollars, why would you want someone to pick for you? Yes, I'm a professional. I will pick, but again, I don't want to be involved in that process. I stay as far away. I'll make recommendations if they ask, but I'm not going to go and pre-produce all those albums because the majority of people may not buy them. Okay?
Brandy?
I noticed that a lot of your crops are super zoomed into their faces, which I love. But what I was wondering is if that's your personal preference or if that's what clients were geared towards, and so you just started doing more of that.
You're seeing what I'm doing at the moment. You're forgetting what I did after this. There's a very big balance. There are a lot of full-length images coming up. You're just forgetting it because right now I'm focused on it. So did clients prefer it? Clients prefer to look beautiful. The human face is one of the most beautiful things in the world, people's eyes. You can look in people's eyes and know who they are. You can feel. It looks deep into the soul. And knowing and looking at someone, I like the close-ups, and my clients like them. And the fact is, I can build pages with many images on it. I'm going to give another bonus item.
Oh, I love it when you do that.
I'm going to give another bonus item.
Jean, our producer in the back, is shaking her head.
I'm going to give another bonus item.
What is it, Doug?
Do it on the plane tonight. You know what? I'm not even going to do it. I'm going to send it as soon as I finish with all these images, which I'm 90% done. I'm going to send them over to Pilot. And then I'm going to have them create an album design of what I pick so that now you could see the album design portion of it.
Wow.
So we're going to give a PDF of the album design as part of the package. That's pretty good, right?
Really good.
So
That's
now
amazing.
you look and see from beginning to end, you'll see everything from the engagement session to the bride's home and what a finished album would look like and being able to tell the story. And I'm going to have Pilot design it so you see exactly why I used them.
And the crowds go wild.
Good.
Everyone, I mean, this is literally, Doug is just coming up with this stuff. Jean is in the background saying, what?
She's not going to be happy. So for those of you purchasing the course, I know it comes up quickly.
Surprises, surprises,
Yeah,
surprises.
but what's going to happen is obviously I'm going to be flying overnight asking people to do things on a whim. Everything will be done and probably on the course page, all the bonus stuff, I imagine by Monday, Tuesday, the latest, so that gives you enough time to put it up. But everything will be there. You're going to get all of the images in the PDF guide. You're going to get the video of how I edit all of these. You're going to get not the poses, but you're going to get the shot list for all the families. And on top of that, I'm going to give you the album design. This way you can work it and make some magic out of it and see everything. This is basically, once we do the business portion in the next set, it's a paint-by guide. You can't beat it.
It's a blueprint.
It's a blueprint for a business. Even if someone's sitting home right now saying, I don't like what he does, I promise you, you could pull things from it and you can make money out of it. If you don't like what I do, I'm sorry, but I'm not here to please you. I'm here to please the couple. And that's what matters. And if you forget that as a photographer, you're dead. Okay? So moving on.
Thank you, Doug. Just thank you. And we'll get those additional items up as soon as we can. We're not going to promise any dates. Thank you.
Okay, so here I'm looking at it as a 5x10 again, just like that, and I'm cropping out. But notice the cut. Because I'm right in here, it's starting to make it. Now, you're going to see someone say, why is he cutting so deep into her chin? I did go a little deep there, so I'm going to come down just a tad, but I want, again, I'd rather cut the top of the head, open the exposure up just a little bit, just like this. Here we go. And now black and white, and I'm going to pull a little powwow to strengthen that baby up. I don't love this image. I don't. I think her face is too full. I should have turned it to the left. To be honest with you, I'd probably kill it. But this one I like a little bit better because I know that I'm going to crop right in here. I'm going to go here just like that, and then I'm going to pull up, go into a Pearlsoft. Image is done. Notice not in here. Now I'm looking here. When I don't like an image, might as well get rid of it. Her expression borders on terrible. All right, so I could try and make something out of it. I can try and do this and be like, you know what, let me try this. Let me go here in a 5x10 and see if I could save this image. And I could. I've eliminated her eyes, which weren't working. Some of you may look at it and hate this, but I look at it and say, that's gotta be candid. Nobody in their right mind would ever pose an image like that. Nobody would ever crop it like that when it was done, would they? It can't have happened. That can't be posed, can it? But it is. And that's where I get the story from. Going in here, just like this, cropping to the ear, cropping to the eyes, and this is part of that first dance sequence, just like that in the back, and cropping right here. Now, will you know when I plug this in, it's not part of the first dance, not when I go with the auto white balance correcting action. Going in right in here. Looking here, opening the exposure up, sharpening, going here. Now, everybody has their different routes. Do I care that the back eye is going out of focus? No, that's why I've shot from one side of the face to the next. Again, it's all about the way you perceive it to be and the story to be. And again, if you don't want to take this all out or the bride doesn't want it all out, during her engagement session, I'm going to figure that out. Watch how much emotion is in the next image. But notice, it's about cropping out the ear. Cropping out the ear is what makes that image strong. Okay, pulling out to the side here, just like that. You know what, that doesn't work as a square. Why don't we try going right in here, going here. I don't need to make that a black and white, do I? Because I've cropped it so tight. Go right in there, but I will make it a black and white because I want it to fit in with the theme. Now take a look. Right there, cutting off his face. This is just a regular pose. And now I'm going to add something that you haven't seen me use. This is called Blue Dawn Leonidas. This is a very heavy action, one of the more recent ones. That's real heavy duty. All I'm going to do is take down the whole thing because I just want that muted look right in there. Now I know the next one she's going to be looking up at me, so I could go in here and just go like this. Don't worry about the hands. Cropping up. And now I'm going to do a little less sharpening because I'm using something called Clarify Medium, which works in here. And if you look, how long do you think it takes me to edit a wedding when it's all said and done? I could edit a whole wedding in about hour and 15, hour and a half, because I didn't take any doubles. So the only culling I'm doing is images I don't like. Because I have so many poses, in the end, does it matter? Check out this one. This is called Lord of the Rings Every Day. There's a couple of Lord of the Rings that Kevin did, and basically he gets a lot of his information okay, or ideas, I should say, from movies. Like he has something called 300-esque. He has the Lord of the Rings. He has all these different actions that are built from things he saw in the movies. Now I look in here, and I love what I'm seeing. If I want to just tone this back area down, or a hair, I'm using Smokeless Burn, and I'm toning right in there, and that works pretty well. But notice the clarity and the depth right in here. Again, this is one of those situations where I probably should have got rid of it. So let's try it now. Let's go L. Let's go into our regular lasso tool, and I'm going to use again Content Aware, which is Shift Delete. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes you're going to have someone's head pop up in there. Okay? Like that. So, but at this point, doesn't really matter. So I'm going to deselect. I'm going to hit S again. I'm going to move over right in here, just like that, and I'm going to get rid of all this. Make sure I get rid of all this. Come in here. I'm going to have to reduce the size of the brush, knowing your brackets, knowing your shortcuts, all of this in here. Obviously, I got a little big in there. You got to notice all of that. Make sure that you try to keep it smooth. And if I can't, then I'm just going to go right in here with the patch tool and get rid of all that junk and try to make it a little less stand out. Open up, right there, Pearl Soft, right there, image done. Could have cleaned the eyes, but I want to get to some other images right in there. Here we go, just like that, black and white. Now her eyes are going to open up, just like that. And here, looking right there. Look at how tight that is, tight, tight, Pearl Soft. Beautiful, done. Each image, I know exactly what I want to accomplish, and now I get to some cool ones. 5 by 10, right in here. Notice my cropping again. I'm going to open that exposure up. And now from here, I'm going to go to the cross processing, so I know I want to use 1060s. Okay, so right there, there it is. And look at that beautiful, soft, muted look right in there. Now, somebody's saying, why is he leaving all that open space? You've been here 3 days now. Why am I leaving all the open space? It's an album. It's an album page. Just like that, we're going right in there. We're going to go 5 by 10. I could crop in here, pull to one side, just like that. I'm going to tighten it up with an HD. Then I'm going to go to a black and white. And again, keeping it soft, simple, easy. Now the other one I know is going to come right in here, so let's take a look. Again, 5 by 10. Yes, I'm doing it a lot. Right in here. Beautiful. A little bit of Vintageous. I love it. Now, you're going to look at it. This is one time I did keep the mouth open. I kept the mouth open. I know some people are like, well, I don't like it with the mouth closed. Okay, I do. You have to make that personal choice. Okay, from in here, take a look. Does that work? That could be an image, couldn't it? I could flip it over and make it into an image this, whoops. I can flip it over and make it into an image this way too. Just like that. And I think I like that a little bit better as long as I see that thumb in there. Beautiful. I love the thumb. And again, let's try it with that 1060s. Now, a little too strong, a little too contrasty. So let me try it again. Let me make it a little bit different. Maybe I'm thinking Vintageous. I do like that. Questions, ladies?
I was wondering your thoughts on vignetting. I noticed that on a lot of them, well, on all of them you haven't, but I understand on the close-up ones it would make their faces look weird, but on kind of the farther back ones...
When I get to the further back ones, guess what you're going to see me do?
Okay.
Vignette. Okay? Look right here. Here's a situation where I can use vignetting. Let me sharpen this baby up. I told you Kevin Kubota thought of everything, so watch this. My favorite vignetting tool is something called Starburst Vignette. Go right in here, just like that. Here we go. We're going to bring it over. We're going to wrap it around. We're going to pull it down to get it off the feet just a little bit. And again, I could always move it. I'm going to hit Enter. I'm going to hit Enter. And now the Gaussian blur. You see those rigid lines? Just going to soften it right up. And now from here, I hit Enter. And now look at it. I have it in here, and I could start to just click on here, and I can drag it over. That's too much. But I can bring it in a little bit, bring it in as much as I want, create the vignette I want, and then from here I could add a little bit of radiance to it. So I'm going to add a radiant landscape, see how it warms it up completely. Then I'm going to add icing just to soften up the total blend of it, and that added way too much contrast. So what I can do is two things. I don't have a layer mask on this. I could obviously add it and then just go be like, you know what? I'm going to take my brush. I'm already at 50%. It's a white layer mask. Hit X, and I wipe it off. If I want to take it 100% off the dress to restore my sharpness. But what it does is by adding that softness, it takes it and takes her leg down just a little bit. Then she's looking off to the side, just like that, a little bit of motion there. And I brought that last one down, so what should I do to make it look different? I should bring it up, and if I want a vignette, I got my smokeless burn. So I could just go in here and grab right in here, and grab right in here, and just take down what I want to take down. That's what makes it so great. So here, now I know I'm going to back her head up. The next one's going to be right in here. So let me go into a 10 by 10, and I want to go right into the edge of the hand so I can get rid of it. I'm going to sharpen up, bring it down, soften up. Image done. Now she's going to look at me, and I'm going to change it completely. I can make life a lot easier. Just go to the tip of his nose. That's a nice little shot there, isn't it? So all I've done is crop out. And remember, when I look at an image, it changes all the time. If you have my app or you have my Cordex, you'll see flow posing isn't really the same every time because I change it according to the totality of the whole image. Right in here, just like that, got it there, looking here. Now look, this looks as crazy as it can possibly look. But when you go into your cropping, do it. Look in here. You take out as much of the face as you can, and now it's a completely different image, isn't it? Completely different. This is one of the most popular selling images we have. Probably by almost 3 to 1. People love it. Now look here. I underexposed him. Is it okay? You bet it's okay because I don't need him. I only need to know he's there. So watch right in here. And now from here, will Vintageous work? That works pretty good, doesn't it? And then I hide them by bringing them in, going to, whoops, I don't want a 5 by 10. I want a 10 by 10, looking right in here, going to a black and white, strong, done. I edited the entire flow posing in what was that, 20 minutes? And I was talking through it. What questions do we have, ladies?
Doug, people in the chat room are saying, what is going on here? Sabrina in the lounge says, love how fast he is editing. I spend so much time post-shooting on edits. So people are, yeah.
It's a keyboard. It's typing. I'm not saying, you know, not everybody's going to love Kevin's actions. Not everybody's going to love Ryan Shembry's actions, or there's so many different ones. That's why the keyboard doesn't come programmed with the action. The couple biggest things that help me inside are the next button, because I don't have to open up 40 images at a time and slow down my processor, the flatten and save, and the previous button, and of course, the cropping.
Very
cropping.
cool.
The cropping, how much easier is that? Kenna?
Yeah, just a couple of clarification things. If you could tell folks again what that keyboard is that you're using, because some people miss it.
It's a Doug keyboard. It's on our site.
There you go.
And we have a couple of different things for you on it, since you're asking. Unfortunately, since it's hardware, I can't really, since I have a partner on it with the key company, I can't really offer a discount. But what I can do is, I'm so confident that you're going to like it. You can go on my site under Doug's keys, Doug Speed Keys. You can go and click on it, and I will give it to you. You don't even have to pay shipping for 3 months for free. You could take it home for 3 months for free, and if you don't like it, just send it back.
Wow.
That's how confident I am you like it. And you have 2 options. You could either buy it, or what you could do if you don't want to buy it is you could lease it because you don't have the money to pay for it up front. So for $19 a month, you have it and use it as long as you have it. But I'm so confident that you're going to like it. It's going to work out pretty good. It's ingenious. The software can do anything. And it's basically, it's a small little keyboard about this big, and it's right on our store. All right?
Doug, you're amazing.
Question over here or no?
We have
All right,
questions.
so-
We have questions.
We have questions.
We
I know,
do?
I know that you're
Yes,
on a roll.
we do.
Let's ask a couple questions. We have questions. The
All
internet
right,
has
so
questions.
ask.
Okay.
I'm going to keep editing while you're asking.
Okay, perfect.
Because remember, as you look and watch and see, I'm not going to talk you through it as much because guess what? If you buy the course, what do you get anyway?
Videos of
You
you
get the
editing
video, the
each
editing.
photo.
So you could have people at home asking educated questions to help you, and then you could go back and watch the editing videos later on. You're getting on every front. All for how much? $99
Today.
if you buy it today. Right now, this minute. Today. Now! Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this. In those videos of you doing the edits, are you going to talk about the specific presets that you're using? Because people are wanting you to slow down.
I describe every
perfect.
preset, and just so you know, I was topless while doing it.
Oh, great.
But don't worry, there's no video of that portion.
Something
You just
to
hear
look
me
forward
telling
to,
you.
everyone.
But what you do hear is me eating dinner and chips falling on my big belly and stuff like that.
I don't think you're selling it right now, Doug.
Doug, I
Here we
guess
go.
just to clarify just a little bit of what Susan just said, we've seen several folks saying, you mentioned earlier that you can kind of explain what a particular action is incorporating, is using.
Yes.
And so if there's maybe one or two that you could explain, one or two of your favorites as to what elements
Well,
go
I have
into
a
that.
whole bunch of favorites, and to be honest with you, it's not a fair judgment because what happens is my favorites change on a daily basis. Like right now, I'm using Blue Dawn Leonidas. Next time, I may switch to Modern Antique. But some of my favorite actions that I use, believe it or not, are the simple ones. I love the sharpening. Right now, I'm in a cross-processing mood, so I'm using that as much as I possibly can. And from there, I change all the time. I love Deep Forest. I love Power Soft. I love icing. All of that changes based on the mood, based on the image. But I have all of them. And if you get my keys, if you get my keys, guess what you get? You get a list of what I'm using on each one. All right, because some people want to know. We have that programmed in if you happen to have the Kubota actions.
I think maybe I didn't explain my question.
Sorry, do a better job.
I will try. Let me see if I can actually find one. Maybe you could do a better job of trying
I
to
will try
explain.
my hardest.
So essentially, what elements, say, what was one, icing?
Okay, so...
What is icing? What are the elements? What does it do?
Well,
Is
here's
it...
the thing. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were saying you did know.
I don't know. I know I like it. If you buy actions from someone, don't read the book. Don't look at their images. Look at what they do to yours. I know icing is crazy. There are so many things going on in that action that I have no idea what they are. I don't understand it. But guess what? That's why I paid Kevin Kubota, because I didn't need to understand what he was doing. I just needed him to do it. Think about it. Kevin Kubota puts on this awesome boot camp where people come and spend a week for him. And for most people, that'll be great. For someone like me, I would flip out. I couldn't do it. It's just too much. I'd be bouncing off the wall. So I could pay all that money for the boot camp, or I could buy the actions and let him do all the work. What's a better business investment for someone like me? Buy the freaking actions. It's going to work that much better. So from that standpoint, it changes all the time. There are things that I can understand. And I have to admit, my Photoshop knowledge has improved dramatically. But I promise you, you will never see me teaching Photoshop at Photoshop World. Okay? It's not going to happen on who I am. Okay? Because that's not what I'm about. But there's so much you can do in terms of it. More questions, ladies? Because this one's going to get complicated.
All right, one more question. This is an overview question from Snap Turtle. Do you ever have concerns about the consistency of the images when doing different edits for an album?
Do I have concerns about the consistency?
As far as using different presets in one album?
No, because people say all the time, don't you want all the images on a page to match? Not all the time. Sometimes I do. And if I have to for the album, I will adjust them. I give myself that freedom to do that. But in most cases, I'm not worried about it because I have no idea what anybody's going to pick. So if I sit and edit, the whole idea is for me to entice them by editing, not by letting them decide. So I'm going to do it. And guess what? Your job is to create the story. Does every image work on a page? I know what I'm doing because I'm setting them up to have some in a panoramic print. I know those want to be long, to be double pages, and then work completely off of that and go from there. So no, I don't really have concerns. I try not to concern myself with too much. I don't want to worry about things that I can't control, and I can't control that because I'm not picking the images. So again, kind of working off that. Any other questions?
I do have a question that's more for Creative Live from GBT Photo. Geez, are your instructors always this generous? No.
I thought it was going to be like, are your instructors always this hyper?
No.
Good. So let's take a look.
Let's keep
Note of
going.
that too.
Let's keep going.
All right, so let's take a look right in here. I'm softening up. The one thing I get concerned about are these lines in here. I'm I'd probably go in and fix them a little bit deeper, but I want to get to some of the full-length images. And if I want to get rid of lines and things, I use black and white. Black and white is a great toner. Someone's like, oh, look, it's all blown out in here. I don't care. It's also out of focus because my depth of field is very shallow because of how close I am to the subject. Take a look right in here. Look at this here, just like that. White here. Here's an action you didn't see me use. This action here is called Deep Forest. This is about as blurry as it can get. It's a real deep tone, and I get moody with this one because look at all these things. It's got a saturation, it's got a deep snap, it's got a shadow glow. Do any of you know what any of that stuff is? I'm looking here, and I wouldn't begin to understand what he's doing in this hue saturation. Everything's set for 0. I don't know what he's doing, so he's probably in here playing with all these things. I can barely pronounce cyanotype, more or less work with it. I don't even, and I don't need to. I don't care. Kevin's the smart one. I'm just a guy who presses a button. But on this action here, I go right in here. I wipe off just a little bit. I know that I'm set at 100%, and I could take off the hair just a little bit. Right in here, flat and save, done. Now I look in here and I say, oh my goodness, I don't like her expression. Why use it? I go in here, I got both their faces there. Good, just like that. We're doing terrific in here. Wonderful. So I'm going to open it up. Good, just like that. Working right in here. And now I'm going to take it out here. I'm going to flatten. I'm going to pull it across. I'm going to go in here. Just like that. I'm going to get rid of these lines. And notice I'm going right to the good patch of skin, all of that sort of stuff. And now from here, all I'm going to do is add my Power Soft. I'm adding my Power Soft here. Now, yes, someone is sitting at home saying he really lightens his images up too much. I don't lighten them up too much. I lighten them up just enough for me. I lighten them up just enough to make sure that I get rid of the details I don't want to see. I'm not going to sit there and stare at this for 2 hours and be like, whoa, let me check this out. Oh, that's bad. Let me do it. I will notice something like this because it was obvious to me, but I'm not going to look at this discolorization and go here. Be like, oh, he's got plaque on his right molar. Let me go in and fix this little piece right here. Why? Unless they're blowing this up to be an 8-foot wall, who cares? Right in here, just like that. So right here, you're doing terrific. Good, just like that. Stay right in there. Perfect. Something's wrong with my desk. Excellent. Do you need me to stand up for a second? So let's talk about what's going on right now. The whole approach to this is I'm editing to create a story. I'm editing to create an album. If I do this, I'm going to be in real good shape. I want to create a story and make things function as quickly and as quickly and as quickly as possible and as functionally as I can. Now, one of the things that you look at, if you've noticed, I've had a couple of things happen here this week when being on stage. It's only my second Creative Live, but I've had things where my tether didn't work, where something didn't work, and here's the thing. You don't see all of this going on. The reason you don't see it going on unless you're here is because I have wonderful professionals like Will and the other ones who know when something goes wrong, happens. I need to be able to detect as a photographer the same things. When my camera breaks, I don't shake it and be like, oh my God, my camera broke. When something happens here, I see Will, I move around and I adjust myself to it. That's the sign of a professional. You move around, you talk your way through it, and you get yourself to that point. And that all involves caring. Yes?
That's awesome. Thank you. Well, we might as well ask you some questions while we're up. And so the question from PCK228 is, when he flattens and saves, are you overwriting the original image and saving it with another file name?
Yes, because when I do it, I have two sets of images. I'm going to have my master files, which are saved in one area, and then I call this C, my corrected files. My master files go into the vault, God forbid, and then my corrected files move into another place. Do I let my clients know that I have master files? I try to stay away from it because I don't want them to be like, oh, can I see it this way? Can I see it that way? I do Photoshop. I know what it looks like. Can I adjust it? No. They came out of camera looking this good. That's what I let them think. No need to go. Yes?
So when you're constantly thinking about photo books and the different sizes, is that because those are the things that make you the most money in sales, or is that?
I'm thinking about it. It's not just about sales. If you really want to know, you can get me off on a tangent right now about what's killed this industry. It's very simple. The thing that's killed this industry today is that we forgot what a photographer was. And I say was. A photographer was a glorified paper salesperson. You were someone who had one job. You were supposed to sell a print. We've done it for God knows how many years, but we forgot that. The great photographers that you know, people like Ansel Adams, he never intended for his work to be a screensaver, did he? He never intended to see it on an iPhone or an iPad on these things. He intended it to be a beautiful print on a wall in a museum or in a home. Years ago when I started, one thing happened. I used to walk into people's homes and I saw beautiful prints all over the wall that told the story of who that family was. Today I walk in and I see chair molding and empty walls. We did that. Our industry is dying because we did it. How did we do it? We gave them files. As a photographer who shot film, giving negatives was sacrilegious, and we gave it up. We gave it up. Why? Now I'm pissed, okay? Because the fact is very, very simple. We gave up everything we had. And now, here's why a CEO of a billion-dollar corporation is saying this, that we are not worthy. Because everybody takes my prints, your prints, well, not mine, because I'm not letting the files out. They're taking the files and they're printing them where they want, cheaply, incorrectly, and they're showing them off, and we don't look professional anymore. We blew it. We gave it away. We gave away our entire industry. And now if you say, well, what can I do? I can't change it now. You can change it. You don't give the files and give nothing else. You say, I'm happy to give you your files. You can have them after your albums are done. But in order to get files, you need to let me make your prints. I'm going to charge you next to nothing for them because I want them to represent me and who I am. This here is me. This is my personality. Every time I press the button, every time a staff member presses the button, it's a reflection of me, who I am, what I do, what I'm about. But I'm not going to give you that control to go and print it and jack it up. Why would I do that? We gave the damn files. Why? And I don't care if I'm offending people at home. I've been doing it too long. But I can tell you, in sales, you're going to see me get around it. You're going to see me get around it. If you want to give your files, it's fine. But why be happy making a little bit of money when you can make a lot? You could sell one print. You saw an incredible newborn photographer last week. She's out of this world. She's not giving files. She's selling a print for $2,000. A pet photographer is selling a print for $2,000. You take a picture of a dog and sell it for $2,000. Some of us are charging $500 to $800 for weddings. And we're giving the files, the most important day in someone's life. You better tone me down.
Well, Doug, I mean, there are folks in the chat room who are saying, yes, 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 absolutely agree. So thank you. I don't want my art printed like
by anybody else.
At another place. Yeah.
By anybody else.
So did you have more?
I have more editing too. How much longer do we have?
That's one way to reel you back in. Get you back on the...
How much longer do we have?
We can go for 5 minutes. We can go for 15 minutes. It's up to you.
What are we scheduled for? 15?
Sure.
Good. Okay, so here we go. Moving along at a rapid pace. Okay, so we crop in here. We have our image. Let's take a look. Look at this. This works, doesn't it? It's a great story. It's a great foundation. The reason this worked, I shot 2 different images of it. In order to get the sky, to get the couple dark, what did I need to do? I needed to meet her on the sky. This is where my 14 to 24 would have came in great. I love that lens because I would have got both hands in. Yes, I'm conscious of this. Is the bride and groom going to pick on it and say, I wish I had both hands? No. But I'm going to open it up, and now look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to add an action called Radiant Landscape, which is going to kick that baby up and just really darken the sky. Do you see the concentration of saturation there? Take a look. A lot different, isn't it? Flat and safe. So the next one, I know that I metered on them. notice how they opened up and the sky became lighter. So go right in here and then advantageous, blow out the sky. It makes it look completely different, doesn't it? Do I care that I'm shooting up the nose? Now take a look at this. Can you tell? It's a nice little story, isn't it? So right in here, I'm going to sharpen it up with an HD AUG. Then I'm going to add a radiant landscape. I'm going to open the exposure up. And to make it look a little bit more unique, I'm going to go in with a 1060s. And that's going to give it that cross-process look. Beautiful, deep. And then I'm going to take this. I'm going to smokeless burn this sky down. And bring that sky down. Look, I got flare. I hate flare, but I know that brides like it, because I see it all over the place. If they give you a Pinterest photo, what are they giving you? They're giving you a photo with flare that most people did by accident. Okay? I'm doing it on purpose here, right in here. Now, he can't lift her up. He's got a bad back. She's a plus size. Can I fake it? I can I? Can you tell that he's not lifting her up? And if somebody sitting home said, yes, I can tell. I could tell. That's fake. That looks fake to me. It doesn't look fake to them. They don't know. And that's what matters. I'm not shooting for you. I'm not shooting for an international print judge. I'm shooting for a client who, they just want a fairy tale. They want to believe that this really happened. And it's a great image. Do I like my background selection? Not really. It's what I had. I should have shot into an open sky. But this is what I had. I deal with it. And the fact that it's the top of the building makes it look even more real. So now I flatten it. I'm done, just like that. So let's look at what we get. She's spinning around. Now, all she's doing, all I have to do at this point is sharpen. Then I'm going to cross-process and take a look right in there. She spins. All I need to get is this detail right in here. Now, this becomes a concern. And this is a concern. Believe it or not, most of this is happening, okay, from that action. So what does that mean? I got to get rid of that action. This may be something, if we have the arms, what it is, I may try and go in and do this, but let me ask you, is it worth it to try and create and do all this work on her arm for this type of image? I don't think so. It's just way too much and nothing's happening because I'm still back here. So I'm going to take that back, go right in here, pull it up, just like that, pull it up, and I realize I don't need the action that bad. So what I may use at this point, take a look. I'll go in here, and again, I'll do a little bit of sharpness, then I'll add advantageous, and that'll just start to blow things out. Just a little bit, tune it down, and now her arm doesn't look anywhere near as bad. Okay, right there, flatten, save, done. Now looking right in here, flatten, save, black and white. Strength there with an HD AUG. Look at the background, pull up, separation between, then going up right in here, just like that. Sharpen it up, and then done with that. Now she's walking away with him. This doesn't look good, but I'm not seeing it that way. What I am seeing is this. And now, sharpening it up, softening it up with an icing, coming right there, just like that. Beautiful soft image. Got a little bit of a back. Take a look right in here. Remember you asked about the vignettes? So let's take a look. Starburst. Right in here. I'm going to click on Starburst. I'm going to crop it in, just like that. Right in here. I'm going to paint it down. I'm looking right here and I'm seeing it and saying, okay, let me make sure. I'm going to click on that. Let me see how deep I can go. Changes it, but what I need to do is not overdo it, and I got to be careful. I want to go back on that layer mask. This way, the area that I missed, I could kind of paint it in to even it out. And then from here, I pull it up, make sure I like what I'm getting. That's pretty good clarity, isn't it? That's pretty crisp without even sharpening it at this point. Now I'm going to sharpen it. And then on top of it, I'm going to add a radiant landscape. And watch what the radiant landscape does to the bricks. Now I'm going to show you something I haven't shown you before, and this is kind of a toy. It's a cool toy. It's called the Vortex, and what it is the Vortex Dashboard Palette. How many of you are into textures? It's kind of a gimmicky thing, but people use them. I told you he thought of everything. So what I'm going to do is go grab my dirty shoe. That's my dirty shoe texture. It goes over. I hit enter. I'll admit it, I don't use it too often, but look at what it does. It goes right in here, and it added the texture. And now what's even great is he's so smart, he built a layer mask, and voila. I wipe it away. Just like that, I take it off of him, leave it in there, because now, what does it look like? It looks like the texture of the wall. So I just take it off of them, make sure I see what I want to see, keep it clean in here. And now I look and be like, you know what? I need to put it back under the veil. So I hit X, put it right in here, and now let's take a look. That looks pretty unique, doesn't it? With the texture on it, highlighting out, beautiful darkness, vignetting. You'd never know you were in daylight there, just like that. Going here, take a look, side to side, right? So 5 by 10, just like that, and I'm going to go across, and then I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to kick up the radiant landscape. Did I add it yet? I did, and I'm realizing, you know what, I may want to add it again. There we go. Now I'm getting to get that saturation and that push that open, and I don't like it when I push it open, so I'm going to go back right in there. So we go to load selection. I'm going to go right here, and I'm better there. I want a little strong, and then from here I'm going to add the icing on top. Beautiful. Flatten, save, done. Just like that. Now look at this. Open the exposure up. Go in and fix the eyes. There was something very crucial that I did here. Does anybody know what I did to make this really work? Because it's actually really important. I'm shooting with a wider lens, and what's going to happen on the bottom of it? It's going to tend to do what? Distort. So how did I avoid that distortion? Do you know? I avoided the distortion by one simple thing. I leaned them forward to be on the same plane as the tilt. So as I'm angling up here, I leaned them here so that they were angled up. Take a look. Right in there. Take a look. Little digital fill. And look at his hands. You see his man hands? Let's soften that baby up. Okay. Look at the difference in his hands after Power Soft is run. See it? It becomes a little bit more natural. So the only thing I need is to sharpen the ring, sharpen the edge of the coat, sharpen the mouth, right in here, right in here, right in here, bam, 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 and let's just take that down with a little smokeless burn. And voila. We are done with that. Take a look right in here. Beautiful, all set, HD ARG. And let's try something a little different. Let's go back and do 1060s again. Okay, let's see what we got right there. Is it too strong? A little bit, right? So let's tone it down. There, open it up. Beautiful, done. And guess what? We finished almost all of the bride and groom pictures. Here is our last one. There it is, vintageous. Just like that. Remember I said it's about remembering? If I'm right, the next picture should be, the next picture should be someone in the cocktail hour. Pretty simple. So we just edited all those bride and groom pictures. It's pretty simple, it's pretty quick, it's pretty easy. If you don't know how to do what I'm doing or make the investment, think of it this way. You could buy the actions, you could buy the keyboard, and then you could start doing it yourself. That total investment between actions and keyboards could cost you probably around $1,800 to $2,000. How many jobs would that get you edited at a post-processing place? I know we all want to get better and be creative, but if you go to pilot at that point, you could probably get 15 jobs done or more for that price. Think about it. Ladies?
All right, Doug. A lot of people had questions when we started talking about printing our digital files. Little MT said, what do you tell customers that want the files?
I'll tell the files very simply. We're going to cover that next.
Oh, perfect.
We're going to cover it in sales, so they got to watch.
Nice segue. Okay,
Right,
great.
right.
All right, so maybe we'll
Do you
save
guys have
that.
any final questions?
Well, it's kind of more of a comment than a question, but I just wanted to tell you how much you blew my mind with this. I thought I was in a box with cropping. I totally am in that box of it has to be this, but when you took just a little portion of it, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. And I want to go back on every shoot and redo it all because I just like, oh, I see the picture now, the way that I had it in my head, but I didn't think I could do it.
It's a good exercise for you to go and take images you've done and find. When I teach a student, you know, most people know I have a very, very famed student. The first thing I taught him, which made him exceptional, was the fact, I said, you need to find 3 ways to crop every single image. If you do that, you're going to be in great shape. And he became a master at it because he learned to do it in camera. And rather than having to crop it 3 ways, he'd look at the image 3 different ways in camera. You do that, it's going to make photography so much fun for you.
That's really cool. And I could just hear it in your voice how exciting that is, but also just how freeing that is. It's really freeing.
Well, a question about cropping. A lot of questions had come up about losing quality when cropping.
Well, if
do
you
you
have a
think about
good
that?
image, if you had a good image, I had this debate with Kevin Kubota because he said to me, you need to shoot raw files because Kevin is the king of raw files, as we know. And then he looked at my files. And the fact is, if the exposure is good, if the lighting's good, doesn't matter. Because here's the thing. I'm cropping it into 10 by 10. I'd be lying to you if I was one of those speakers. Yeah, I sell 60 by 60. I may sell a 60 by 60 2-3 times a year, tops. I'm usually selling 20 by 20s and 30 by 30s. Even at the 10 by 10 crop, it's very easy because the quality of the image is good. And if I crop it and I have to go back for a big print, what could I go right back to? The master image and pull it. That's all. And remember, I'm shooting with a D4 and a D800 on large fine. Do you know how big the file is out of the D800? It's bigger than most people's raw files coming out of JPEG. The file is so tremendous, doesn't really matter. Question?
I hope this doesn't come across completely ignorant, but I noticed when you're shooting, you shoot at a very high ISO, and I was always told not to shoot like above 600, and then you're cropping, and that's blowing my mind that you're not getting any grain after the fact. So
Good light.
So it's all your...
It's all light. Okay. If you learned anything, as much as the posing's cool and it's fun, the lighting I simplified. I made it lighting for idiots. I really did. You just need to understand direction of light. Look at me. The light's clean, but I know, because I feel it, that I'm hitting hit hard right here. Now I have 2/3 lighting. They're seeing me. My face looks thinner. It already was, but now I've evened it out. Good, just like that. It's good light. It's good light. I'm not thinking about it. You know why? Because it's technical. What do I need to think technical? Am I shooting at 4,000? No, I don't think I went over 2,500. I don't even know if I got to 2,500, did I? I shot at 1,600. I promise you, Canon, Nikon, all these camera companies never made a camera that goes to 5,000 just so you don't use it. They made it so you use it. Another one?
Oh, I just lost it. Sorry.
Okay.
I have another one. Patrick Robinson, and we talked about, during the last segment, you mentioned in certain albums you put 200 images in an album. Patrick Robinson said, how many images do you normally put into an album, just a basic common package? I know there are millions of options, but what is the ideal number of images for an album? And if you could also tell us...
Watch the next segment.
Oh. I see. Okay.
I see.
I'm going to have to hold back here.
All right, Doug.
All right,
They
well,
got, they got only 45 minutes left with me, I think. So
Maybe. No, more than that, more than that.
All right. So.
Well, when you tell us in the next segment how many images you put in your album, we also talk about the rest of the people on your team, how that differs.
Here's the,
in the
I'm
next
gonna
segment.
I'm going to talk about it
Okay.
I appreciate
in the next
that.
segment.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So just before we kind of close out this editing section, Can you talk a little bit, there's a lot of folks in here who use Lightroom instead of Photoshop. Are there Kubota tools that work for Lightroom? I know the answer is yes, because we both use them.
They are the Kubota presets.
Right.
Now, obviously, Lightroom versus Photoshop it's preference. I prefer Photoshop. I don't think Kevin will make it a secret that you can do more in Photoshop than you could do even with the new advanced version that just came out. However, there's things that I'm doing now. I think they just added the clone tool to Lightroom, didn't they, in the new version? I believe.
Say that again? Did they?
They added the clone tool to the new version of Lightroom, I believe. So that would be a big help. But the fact is, anytime we've edited a job in Lightroom in our studio, I don't think I've ever people don't look at it the same. They really don't. Kevin has the most amazing Lightroom presets, from softeners to different tonings to cross-processings. There's all of it in there. But my preference is in Photoshop. But can you crop like that in Lightroom? You bet. In Lightroom, when I use it, because some of the guys will use Lightroom for the receptions and the ceremonies, thinking it's going to speed us up, but we found the keyboard made me so quick, it didn't really matter. You know what I mean?
And that was kind of where I was going as well, was people were wondering if the keyboard works with Lightroom.
It works in Lightroom, and it works in Photoshop.
Great.
And there's thousands of commands already built into the software for you to use it. If they look on our website, they see it. And remember, you need to weigh it out right now. The biggest thing you should have learned, obviously, is my cropping, but I want you to look at it and say, wait a minute, it's taking me 5 hours to edit a job, okay? How much am I getting paid an hour to do this? Because you're not equating that. If you're spending 5 hours to do a job and edit it, you should be thinking, wait a minute, time is money. If I'm a really average editor, I'm going to make $25 an hour, which means it's costing me $125. I could send it to Pilot for a lot less. Why do it and take those 5 hours, spend them with your family, or do marketing. Figure out how to market. Go make an Animoto slideshow. Go do something to market yourself. You've got to weigh out the two options, because time is money. We're going to talk about that in the next segment.
That sounds like a good time to take a break, don't you think?
Can I ask one more question?
Oh, okay.
WD Photo, who's Leslie from Vegas, do you ever use a graphics tablet? Do you always use the mouse, Wacom, nothing?
I use the mouse, and I edit everything on a laptop. You're looking at my entire workstation right here. My mouse is controlled.
I just heard a, what?
This is it. I don't edit on a desktop. I edit on my laptop. I have everything built in, and perfect.
One more question.
Yes.
I can't stop. Are you calibrated? Is your monitor calibrated to the printer? Are you?
No. You know why? How many color adjustments did you see me make? Did I make any color adjustments? You cannot calibrate to your printer. I know this for fact. I own a very big printer inside. I grew up around labs. I was able to print in a darkroom, all of that. You cannot calibrate to a printer, because here's what happens. Every time something goes on with the machine, when you change from 5-inch paper to 8-inch paper, the calibration changes. When you change one part of the chemicals, it changes. As the machine's temperature goes up and down, the calibration changes. All of it changes. You're never going to be accurate. So what do you need to do? You just need to try to shoot it right. Get good white balance, get good color, and you'll be in good shape. And occasionally you'll under or overexpose, and that might affect your color. And if it's not a family picture, what would be the best thing to do there, rather than figure out for 25 minutes how to get good color? Just use that action I talked about. Make it a black and white.
Great. I think I'm done now, Kenneth.
All right, sounds good, sounds good. Well, just on time, it is time for our 15-minute break. Doug, tell us about this sales session we're going to do when we come back, or what you're going to teach us.
We're going to talk business. We're going to talk sales. We're going to talk about how to get the client in the door, what to do when we have them in the door. And from there, we're going to just answer any last-minute questions. But
that's a big topic.
Here we go. It's a big topic because the fact is, I could do 4 days on sales. It always amazes me. If I were to do a class at WPPI, and we did this one year, they wanted to experiment and say, all right, let's let him do his posing and lighting class. And my room filled up. It was filled up probably an hour before. They used to let people in a lot earlier. It was like 2,000 people. And then 2 days later, they said, let him do a class on business. So we had 2,000 people to do posing and lighting. I had 200 in the same room to see me teach business. I'd be a hell of a lot more interested in watching me teach business than posing and lighting.
Really?
I would be, because 27 years as a company, we've been able to last and still continue to grow. So all of that, I have an idea of what's going on. I've never had an employee quit. I've never had an employee leave, and it's based on one simple principle: being good to your employees and treating them the way you'd want to be treated. Okay? So, and for clarity, I am going to say it. Okay? For clarity, because I saw it on Twitter yesterday, and it really got under my skin, and it shouldn't. Okay? Because the fact is, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be negative people and haters. At no point did I ever say that I've personally done 17,000 weddings. I'd be a complete and total idiot. I have photographed slightly over 3,500 weddings. Where I come from, it's a lot different. All weddings range all through the week, every day. And I've done roughly 3,500, but I have a staff that's done that. So at no point did I say that. If you think I said it, that's fine. You can watch the playback. If you want to know what my studio does, I welcome you to come see, because you'll have an eye-opener of how a real photography business runs. For those of you who are watching, I should ignore you, but I want you to know, if you're watching me, obviously you're more concerned with what I'm doing than you think.
I want to come to your studio and see how it's done.
You see 30 of the hardest working people that you could ever possibly imagine.
You have 30 employees?
We have 32.
Awesome.
But 2 of them don't work that hard.
All right, Doug. Well, we're going to get to this break now, but I just wanted to read off what people have been writing on the thank you card on our Facebook page. If you haven't filled that out for Doug yet, please take a second over break to do that. Beautiful, beautiful comments, paragraphs that are coming in. So I'm just going to pick one. Christy Ware Meter says, after some really bad experiences, I had vowed to never shoot another wedding. Doug, you have broken wedding photography down to a tangible level. I feel I can glean from your techniques in this broadcast and make them my very own. Wedding photography once again seems rewarding and worth the effort. I can do it. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
I mean, just one person, just one Christy Meter, being able to go back and go into this world of photography again and have confidence to do it because she sees how you've laid it out. Just one person. That's super cool. I mean, not that it's just one person. You know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you. Only one? All right.
You know what I mean. Like,
All
that's
right,
so
I guess we did all right.
That is so impactful.
One person. For the other thousands,
For the
I
other
tried.
thousands.
I swear, I tried. I gave everything I could.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
It is.
Thank you, Kenner.
It is
Let me just
impactful.
crawl underneath the rock and the rug.
That would be me.
It is impactful, Doug, and you have brought one person back to the wedding photography industry.
I'm glad you keep focusing on one.
You know what we mean.
Doug, I just think it's great. You're offering so much with this course. So and a lot of deliverables, a lot of things that people can take with them, and I think that that's really important. That will bring people back.
Remember what I said at the beginning. It's better to give a little bit more than expected than a little bit less than you should have.
That's right.
Keep
Under
giving.
promise and over deliver.
You got it.
Well, you've also added another thing to this workshop, which is the
Album design.
Album design layout. So it just keeps getting better. $149 for all of the things Doug has packed into this workshop. If you purchase it right now, you can get all of the things Doug has packed into this workshop for only $99. I personally think it's a great deal. Purchase the course now while you can get it for $99 because the timer is running out on that price. It will end tomorrow, I believe, at 9 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Pacific Standard Time. So you're running out of time. Push the buy now button while we're at break, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are about to learn all about business and sales, but before that, we have some more fun things to give away, starting with the Kubota Image Tools fully loaded action dashboard. This is a $799 prize. We just saw you using all of those actions that you use. So in effect, it's amazing.
Good
It's
stuff.
amazing. Okay, the winner is Darby Weber. And her quote, "Emotion always beats technical perfection."
Pretty good one.
These are all good.
They're all good.
They're all really good.
The guy
Somebody
saying
cool
them is a genius.
say that. I love it. Okay, the next one, Snapknot 1-year diamond membership plus Triple Scoop Music Doug Gordon Signature Series music collection. This, the grand prize, $999 prize. Tell us about Snapknot.
Snapknot's pretty cool. It's the coolest place to advertise, get your information out to brides, and the Diamond membership allows you total input to go to everywhere you can. Just an awesome, awesome place to get your name out there to the brides.
That's great. That is fabulous. So with this prize, the winner is Kello Tierra, and she entered on Facebook, and this is a great quote. "Instead of panicking and trying to figure out what is wrong, you move around and you work your way through the problem to solve it. That is the sign of a true professional."
You got it.
And that is what this has all been about. Thank you to all these amazing sponsors who have given away prizes throughout this time, over $6,500 worth of prizes. There's a special on some of these things. You can go to creativelive.com/blog, find out the Animoto discount, find out Doug's discounts, 50% off everything in your Doug Gordon workshops.
Live 13.
Creative Live 13, except for the actual workshops themselves, and so much more. Everyone, we've been telling you about the big Disney prize throughout this workshop. We do have a winner, yet you're going to have to wait till the end of the show. So we will be announcing the winner of the Disney package at the end of the workshop. But first, we want to talk about a couple more things and say some actual more thank yous. But Doug, we wanted to have you talk about this app. A lot of people in the chat rooms have been asking about it, so
pretty
we
cool.
wanted you to show it.
It's available on iPhone and Android, and what it is, if you look right over here, you get to see a little bit. There's 3 different apps built. The first app that you're buying is a bride and groom app, and this gives you a sample of the page. You can click on each image. When you click on the image, it's going to come up big. On the front, it'll show you the image, and then over here, it gives you all the information of how it's done. Everything from camera tilt to height, you name it, it is in there. You can't screw it up. And you can scroll through on your phone, and there's even bonus videos explaining camera tilt, explaining lighting, it's explaining the actions used. You have the bride and groom, you have the groom alone, and you have the bride alone. You buy the bride alone and the groom alone in the app, but I promise you, this is tremendous. We use it with all the photographers this way they don't forget to pose. It's available again on the App Store as well as with the Android, so you have plenty of choices to go and get it. Make sure you get it because you can't beat it. $14.99. It's under Doug Gordon Workshops, and it's a core deck. So go, enjoy it, have a blast with it. That special thanks to the guy who made it for me because he's a genius. His name is Joseph Abraham.
Cool.
He is just unbelievable. And just loved it. It was so easy to do and work with because I had searched for a long time for the right one, but all the information you could imagine, and it's only $14.99 each deck, so can't beat that.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for answering that for all those people out there online. So next, again, we just want to say a word of thanks before we head into our final segment of the day. And like we said, over $6,500 worth of prizes. If we could just get that deck up there so we could take a look at everyone there. First of all, I want to thank the Landmark Event Center where we are right now. They have been so generous with having us here. We've done a number of different events here, and it's just a beautiful location. The staff here is so very friendly, and they're just very, very welcoming. And so thank you, Landmark Event Center. Now, Doug, you work with amazing people in this industry, again, who have donated so many prizes. We've got a bunch of them up here on the screen. If you could talk us through these folks and say your things.
I have to be honest with you, all of them are amazing in every way. They're a huge, important part of my business. I could tell you, breaking it down from Adorama alone, I buy everything there. Never did I think that my camera store would become my electronics store, for my TVs, for my computers, you name it, I get it from there. And even better, they're such a big company, they have their own name brand, which is, you're buying economy stuff there, so you can't beat it. Absolutely wonderful. Kubota, not only is his actions one of the most important things that we do, but it's also by far, he's one of the best guys in the world.
He is.
Just a tremendous,
And his
loving,
family.
compassionate, are just amazing people. Of course, Pilot Imaging. Well, don't forget to go to their Facebook page, because remember, you'll get your life back, I promise you, with it. But as you can imagine, dealing with 1,000 brides a year, doing albums for all these brides, they're huge, they're crucial. Not only do they do my post-production, they deal with my clients. We actually set a phone up inside their office to deal with the clients and talk to them about changes. Love them.
That's
It's another
fantastic.
family business, a lot like Kevin and Claire. It's Jeff and Dory, tremendous people. Tamrac, well, when I'm banging stuff around the airlines tonight, there's nothing else I'd want my bags in. Nikon, I love my D4. If you watched about a year ago when it came out, I had a whole love story video of me and my D4 and my D800. I love that camera. It was the smartest thing I ever did. MPS is awesome. The guy at MPS became one of my dearest, closest friends in the world, Mike Corrado. He's also one of the best rock and roll and sports photographers in the world. Love Nikon. Bay Photo. There's nothing more I could say about a company than Bay Photo. They are the Disney of labs and everything. Their customer service is incredible. When I tell you, they have hundreds of employees there, but whenever I meet with them, they treat you like you'd want to be treated. They're always there for you. And talk about a company going above and beyond for everything. That's them. The person I deal with, Sarah, who runs the lab, or Glenn, or Larry, the owner, just tremendous people.
I love the way your eyes light up when you talk about Bay Photo.
I love them. I love all of them. I'm telling you, they're my family. Over at ImageQuicks, same thing, you know, and we have a lot in common. Mark, the owner, is one of the coolest dudes in the world. Him and his staff are great. Cherish, who's their marketing director, they're just tremendous people. They're so important to me because we generate so much revenue, which we're going to talk about in this set, from online sales. Just huge. And he's also got a son that's my age, plays baseball. So I like it when I can be involved with businesses who it's just not about money. It's just not about sucking energy out of me. It's about becoming my family. Same thing, Big Folio, do all my websites. Another great guy, Mike Caston. He's got 2 beautiful kids. He's just an amazing, amazing dude. He's absolutely amazing. Customer service, unbelievable. He's a Dodger fan, which I'm not too thrilled with. He's originally from LA, but we deal with it, especially after the Mets swept the Yankees. That was our World Series. My friends over at Triple Scoop, Roy Ashen, another great guy. His music is genius, and he's so passionate about what he does. And if you've ever met him, he's just my type of guy. He's super passionate. I love him dearly. Just a wonderful, wonderful guy. RPG Keys, well, you know how important that is to me because I'm amazing. Another group, brothers, have a business together. You ask for it, they create it. Super great. Pocket Wizard. Firing remotes off all over the place. Just awesome in every way, shape, or form. And the people over there, they're people who they just genuinely really care about you. They're always looking out for you. And of course, SnapKnot, one of the few places that I ever put an ad because I really believe in the service. I thank all of them because every one of them plays a huge part in my business, what I'm doing, and what I'm all about. So, gotta love them for that.
And that just so reads through so clearly, Doug. So thank you for telling us about those folks. It's amazing to see everybody that makes your business happen and your partners. And everyone, please take a moment to go like these folks on Facebook, give them a tweet, a shout out, a thanks for all of the prizes again, and that they've supported here, just given away to the Creative Live audience. And congratulations again to everyone that did win. All right, well, next we have Belltown Bride. If you have loved the beautiful gown that our bride has been wearing for the full 3 days, we really want to give a shout out to Belltown Bride at belltownbride.com. They let us use that dress for free in the name of free education. So again, go check them out, especially if you are here locally in Seattle. Next, we want to thank the Creative Live audience. Everyone, you are the reason that we are here, all of you out there all over the world. You power Creative Live, you help us keep going, but you also create what it is that we're doing here. It's you guys out there asking questions, participating, that make this a social platform. That is what is so unique about Creative Live. So thank you for being here with us. Thank you for engaging with us and for picking this man's brain. It's been fabulous. And of course, thank you to our studio audience who has been here in person representing all of you out there. The Creative Live crew. Doug, I know that I hear you say this all the time, but it takes a lot to put these workshops together. There are so many moving pieces, especially when we go out on a remote, like we've been here for 3 days away from our studio, seeing all the work that goes into everything from the guys, coming early to set up the gear. And we are taking our studio and bringing it here. And it's incredible, the number of people behind the scenes. Thank you.
Seamless.
Thank you.
I can't begin to express how impressed I am. During this workshop remotely, scared the heck out of me because never did I think they can do it. And every person has been amazing, one better than the next. Just when I thought I'd be devastated by the loss of Monty, I have moved on. These people here are so much better than Monty ever was.
Monty,
just kidding.
I hope you're watching right now, Monty. We'll definitely make this clip.
I'm just kidding. You're still my favorite, Monty. No.
For everyone, Monty is one of our TDs who just went and to follow his dream of being in the sports
coaching,
world.
Yep.
So I think you guys definitely
He's a good man.
A little bromance going on there.
But they are amazing. You have no idea. Everywhere you go, they're missing lunch. They're running around just to make it happen for everybody at home. And it was such a great experience to see. And just to look at the professionalism and see that every person here, bleeds and sweats to make it for all these people at home. They have no idea how fortunate they are to watch it for free and see this all the time. These people at Creative Live are all about making something special. And you have no idea, as someone who's been a part of it twice now, just watching it, the growth that I see out of it and just the potential. You can't get to where you're going without a lot of love, a lot of blood, and a lot of sweat. So people at home are applauding you now because it's just a tremendous, tremendous thing that Craig and Chase and the entire team have put together.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. On behalf of everybody back in the office and here as well. We also obviously had a large crowd of people to make this wedding happen. So we want to say thank you to all of the models and all of the volunteers who came to be part of that wedding that we have done here. But a special thanks to Rachel and Matt, our bride and groom.
Awesome.
You're going to see them back here in a minute as they see the photographs that Doug has created of their wedding here. And so thank you to both of them for their time and efforts for those 3 days. And finally, there truly is one man to thank here for this incredible 3 days of free education for people all over the world, and that is Mr. Doug Gordon. Doug, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
It's really amazing to see what you put your whole heart into this, and everybody loves working with you. You are just a pleasure to be around, so much fun, so much energy, and you give it all.
Thank you.
And then you give more. And then you give more.
I'm going to throw more things in.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. Gene. And in any case, again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Doug. And let's give Doug a big round of applause.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now, back over to you.
Okay. So I know everybody's wondering why I'm going back and forth here, because during the last 8 minutes or so, I actually want to show you how great a service Animoto was. I'm making an HD slideshow as we speak now, and I was able to load up, I think, over 300 images through wireless internet of the resort here. I can't really beat that I can get it up. So that's now, I've already approved the slideshow, so in a 15 to 20 minute span, I can't beat it. So that's loading up right now as we speak. so it's going to be absolutely awesome. So let's talk about what it is we want to accomplish in this last segment here. One of the biggest problems that we have is most photographers today don't realize how important it is to become a business. They have no idea what it takes to function as a business. They have no idea how to operate as a business, and more importantly, even become a business. So with that being said, you really have to look into protecting yourself as a big business. So making it really short, one of the big things that I can tell you is that you need to look into becoming an actual real legitimate business. And what would that be? I'm looking at this point, you're saying you should be incorporated, you should have liability insurance, you should be charging sales tax where applicable, you should call an accountant, it should be the first thing you do, or a state representative, to make everything that you need the way it should be. Become a legitimate business, because when you make a mistake, you got to have the protection that you need. So where does sales start from? In my case, sales is a little bit easier because most people are coming in knowing who we are, knowing what we're going to do, knowing what we want to accomplish, and really moving forward in that direction. In your case, it may not be so easy. So we spoke a little bit about the other day, how could you bring business to yourself? You have to market from within. Market to the people you know. If you're sitting home and you're just getting started and you don't really know what it is that you want to accomplish yet, but you know you want to try and do this, go out and shoot for free. At this point, you're going to gain the experience. Tell them, I'm going to shoot you for free. I'm not going to charge you at this point. I'll let you know what it's going to cost after I complete it. But to shoot the actual sitting is on me. And you can do that by going to social functions. You can do it, like I said, by creating a family photo night. You can do it by going to sporting events and just understanding how to move faster and quicker and easier. If you want to be good at something, you got to truly master it and keep moving forward in terms of getting great at it. So that means practice, practice, practice. Get your daughter dressed up for a communion. Get your son dressed up for a communion. Whatever it may be, do holiday pictures, but give back. The more you give, the more you're going to get in most cases. And if you don't get, you get the reward of being great at something. And that's really what it starts about. So let's start with the most important aspect, the initial phone call. You get a phone call, and most times the phone call or the email that comes in is going to be, hi, I'm getting married, blah, blah, blah date, and I want to know how much? How much? That's the big question. And if you go, oh, you're getting married on September 13th, 2014, oh, terrific. It's going to be $2,000. Okay, thank you. Off. You have to learn how to sell yourself. What I'm about to say to you could be on a phone call, it could be on an email, it could be on anything in between. How do you get around that question? You get one chance to really sell that appointment. You want to sell an appointment first, whether you're at a bridal show, whether you're getting the email, or you're getting the phone call. Whatever it is, you want to try to get it. So what do? When someone calls up, I say, hello, good afternoon, Pack-In Photographer, this is Doug, can I help you? Yes, hi, I'm getting married on this date, and I want to know how much it's going to be for pictures. Like they're buying a t-shirt. Okay, it's very simple. It's a lot more than that, but you need to express it to it. So here's how you respond. And this is going to be important. Thank you so much for calling. I would love to discuss pricing with you, but let me get some information from you first, just to make sure, A, that we're available, B, that we're kind of going to be a good match, and go from there. First and foremost, how did you hear about us? That's really important information, because if you are paying for advertising, even if you don't book the wedding, you want to make sure that you know exactly where they came from, because the advertising's job is to get you the phone call, not book the job. So you want to know, okay, it came from this magazine, it came from Wedding Wire, it came from Wedding Channel, it came from Martha Stewart. Got it? Take that information. Now, if you get 20 calls from one of these sites, but you don't book anything, then you got to look at the logistics and say, you know what? I'm not getting anything because that's not my clientele. Or maybe I need to hire a salesperson. So that's important information. Great. When are you getting married? And she goes, I'm getting married on this date. Oh, excellent. We're available. Don't answer right away. Say, hold on, let me just check my date and go look, because I know we're real busy that month. Excellent. You're not going to be like, yep, I'm available, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. You don't want to do that, because then they're going to be like, oh, this person's got nothing going on. You want to make it like, yes, I'm busy. There's people who want me, because that's how you start putting pressure on them. Hold on one second, I'll be happy to check. Come back, yes, we're available. You got real lucky. It looks like someone I think might have even changed their wedding date. From there, you start saying, well, let me tell you a little bit about ourselves. First and foremost, the most important thing that I could tell you about us as a studio is that we are flexible. People love hearing that. Flexible means you're going to work with me, doesn't it? We're flexible. That's what you tell them. And also, you better be flexible. So we're flexible. That means that we could photograph your wedding in a variety of styles or combination of them. We could photograph it in that traditional storybook line, which is a combination of typical portraits and candids. We could photograph it photojournalistically, which is completely candid and unobtrusive. We're going to mix in a mixture of color, black and white, sepia, infrared, and all sorts of wonderful toning. Our desire is to photograph the wedding with a combination of all of them. We want to try to give you that approach that makes things a little bit more unique. The way I would describe our style is very simple. We are where vintage glamour meets contemporary fashion. The biggest thing with this is we're going to pose you, but we're going to pose you to look natural. Most importantly, we want to make sure that once your wedding starts, your cocktail hour starts, that you don't ever see us again. And I mean that in the most positive of ways. We are going to set up your day for you, your family, and everybody who's near and dear to you to enjoy the entire day without interruption. With that being said, what I can tell you is because we customize everything that we do to your needs and, more importantly, your budget. So what that means is we have collections that begin at roughly X number of dollars and go to whatever. So it makes it very hard to price out because, unfortunately, we don't want it to be like you're coming in to pick out your gown. What really separates us is our flexibility and our customization to you, because we know when you're looking around for photography, people are telling you you need the Parent album, you need this, you need that. You don't really know what you want yet, and it's unfair because you haven't seen anything. So we want to try to work with you within your budget and really get you to where you want. So when would be a good time for you to come in? Do you think I'm going to sell that appointment? I'm going to sell that appointment because I'm confident, I'm exuding it, and I'm telling them everything they want to hear. If I give them a price, does my percentage for selling the appointment go down significantly? You bet. Very simple. You have to first sell the appointment. That is the key. I cannot stress that enough. You have to sell the appointment. Without selling the appointment, you have no potential for a sale. Correct? And that same thing that I just said could be put in an email form, couldn't it? But I'm always going to write them back, be like, I'd love to discuss all of this with you. I have a lot to tell you. Is it possible that I can call you? And you're either going to get the response, of course. You can call me, or, oh, I don't really have time for a call, which means that email better be really full of information to excite them. Or you can put a video in of yourself. Rather than write an email, I will take what I just did and I will Skype it to them, and I'll make a video of myself because it's so easy out of the top of my Mac, and all of a sudden it's like, hi, I just wanted to say hi. I don't really like to write emails because I like to be a little bit more personable with you. My name's Doug. I'm the owner of Packin, and I really appreciate you emailing me. I know this is probably quite different than what you're used to. First and foremost, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our studio. The biggest thing I could tell you about us is we're flexible and that we try to do things. I'm doing the same exact thing, aren't I? But do you think the video is going to draw? And what do you think I'm putting in that video? I'm popping in a video of that. I'm popping in an Animoto video with our images, all in an email, low res. Got a question?
Yeah, for that video, which is entirely smartest thing I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Would it be beneficial to put that video on your website, or should we keep it strictly?
It depends on your company.
Okay.
In my case, it would not be beneficial. Okay. Because for the longest time, Packin Photographer was, everybody knew Doug. It was all about Doug, 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 Doug. If I could give you one piece of advice, most of you might use your name as a studio name. It's not the smartest thing you can do, because when you choose to retire or move on, how hard is it for you to sell your company? I could sell my company because my name is not involved in it. People say, well, make two divisions. I don't want to work that hard running two companies. I want to run one. I keep one company. I make it a company so that if I ever choose to move on, I can. So in my case, for me to put that on the website, everybody who calls is going to be looking for who? Okay. Me. Now, here's the most beneficial thing that I do. Do you know who confirms every single appointment? Who do you think does it? Do I have the receptionist do it? Do I have one of the photographers do it? I do it. Even when I'm here, I get up and I call every single appointment. Even if I'm in the office, where do I call them from? My cell phone. I call them from my cell phone saying, hi, my name's Doug. I'm the owner of Pack and Photographer. I just really want to thank you so much. We know that you have an appointment tomorrow night at 2 o'clock. You'll be coming into our Mineola office. You'll be meeting with my sister-in-law, Nadira. I am sorry I'm not going to be able to meet with you myself, but I want you to know how much we appreciate that opportunity. If you ever need anything from me, my personal cell is blah, 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 and my email is blah, 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 blah. And you can reach me at any time. Please let me know how the appointment goes. And once again, we know you have a lot of choices. I really appreciate the opportunity. That's a pretty nice call to make. The next day, after they come in, if they book, hi, this is Doug from Pack and Photographer. I left you a message yesterday. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet with you again, but I heard you came in and met with Nadira, and obviously everything went spectacular because I heard that you're now going to be a part of our family. I wanted you to know how much I appreciate that you entrusted in us for this most important time in your life. I'll give you my cell phone again. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to call. You can always reach me on my cell phone. The weekends are generally a little bit tough because I may be photographing, but I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Obviously, I'm sure Nadira informed you, I travel and teach and lecture all over the world, so it makes it a little bit more difficult sometimes. So if you can't get me on the phone, please email me, and I look forward to meeting you in person one day. If they don't book, hi, this is Doug from Pack, and I'm the owner. You probably got my message yesterday to call to confirm your appointment. I just want to thank you so much for coming in. I heard you met with Nadira. I hope everything went well. If there's ever anything I can do for you, please call me here. Please email me here. We know you have a lot of choices when making this decision, but I wanted you to know how much it meant to us that you gave us an opportunity to meet with you. I promise you I'm not going to call and bother you ever again, and I want to wish you the best of luck with the rest of your planning. Congratulations.
You're amazing. I just got to say.
Thank you. But that's sales going above and beyond me making the call. Because here's what's going to happen. If they want to negotiate, they may get in their head, negotiate. Now, am I going to negotiate? Not really. But what I'm going to do is convince them that I'm negotiating. I'm going to convince them that it's not going to work out well for them. I'm going to convince them that they should come to us because it's the best decision that they could ever make in their lifetime. So it's a matter of getting them to me, because as the owner, they're going to do it. Do you know, whenever I am in the studio, who do you think goes? Do I let the receptionist greet them, or do I go and greet every single person who walks through that door? I walk up, the two-handed approach. Hi, I'm Doug. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming in. What are you here for? Oh, we're picking up our images. Excellent. How did everything go? Great. Oh, wonderful. Did the photographers treat you well? Excellent. Did my staff treat you well? Excellent. Everything's good? No problems? Occasionally, I'm going to get, well, I'm not really happy with this. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. Did you talk to John, our general manager? I spoke to him a little bit. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry that I didn't know about this. What can I help you with? Has everything been improved? And if I go there, I'm proactive. I fix the problem. And they always know that they have someone listening to you. Why do people get angry? Because they feel that nobody is listening to them. You have to be proactive. You have to ask them, why do I have so many reviews on Wedding Wire? We have more reviews probably than any photographer, because we keep and seek it. If you like what we're doing, please make sure you tell everybody about us. How do they? Oh, it was spectacular. Well, don't forget to tell your friends, and thank you so much. And don't forget, your first baby session is on us. We give them the first baby session, get them to come back for more, because once I get that baby in one time and I produce beautiful newborn results, I'm going to do it. You see, I don't just specialize in weddings. I specialize in photography and creating stories, because when a bride likes me, she's going to have a project at work, a corporate project, which is going to pay 10 times more and hire me to do it. We do all sorts of things. Animoto became a huge part of what we do. Do you know why it became so huge? Because now we had a corporation just the other day come in and say, we need 800 photos in a slideshow, and we need it in 2 days. We figured out to do it by hand, to do it through the computer, upload them, and do all of it. If we did it and rendered it, it would have taken us about 15 hours to create the transitions. We were able to charge over $1,000 to create this, and it took us less than 2 hours in Animoto. And when you get it right, it all comes together. The great thing about Animoto is that you can play it in any situation. You can play it with a large screen. So right now, I'm hoping we go right here. We're in full screen mode. You'll start to see it work and come together. And these are some of the images that we took over the last 3 days.
lost inside every breath you breathe. I don't wanna live a day without you. I just wanna be the one that makes you happy. Happy. I don't wanna live a day without you. I just wanna be the one that makes you happy. Happy. 1 minute more, 1,000 years, it's all the same to me. 'Cause I'm incomplete, and I need you more with every breath I breathe.
You don't realize it. Thank you. Thank you. You don't realize it, but you just saw over 200 images in a slideshow that were created over time. Now, here's the thing. Every one of my clients gets that, and they get it within a few days of their wedding. Do you think I'm going to get them excited? It's a high-risk show. Would you want that? And it has beautiful music on it, royalty-free music that Animoto gave you, all in there, 1,000 songs to choose. I had a 5-minute slow, it blew right by, and guess what? That's only 720p playing off the web. They have 1080p that you could just download. It's about creating different things. Even if they never, ever purchased that slideshow, I just advertised it to everybody, and I press one button. One button, and that was it. And now, if I want, I could put this on my Facebook page right now. Just all I have to do is go into the sequence right here, and if you look, I could Facebook it, I could tweet it, I can email it, do all of it. And that's it. All I got to do is it logs in, and I'm on my way. How much better can it be? It's simple, it's quick, it's easy. It's about letting your client work for you. So let's take 2 questions. Let's bring in our bride and groom and do a sales session. What do you got for me?
No Facebooking at work. Doug.
Sorry.
No facials now. All right, I have a comment I want to read from Gemma Johnson Photography, who says, amazing, feeling a bit emotional about the whole thing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And then Bryce Mansfield said, he is just so stinking good. So I just want to read a couple comments that people are, you know, tearing up at home watching.
Thank you.
This. So I think
So we had
awesome.
just a couple of questions on the content right before we're showing this. When you were talking about personalizing a video and sending that to a potential client, from TRK, was that was for a specific person, or is it general video that you send to everyone?
What I do is I'm going to put together, I have an Animoto of my favorite images, and I also have an Animoto of every reception facility on Long Island.
Ooh,
so when we
smart.
ask them where they are, we send them an Animoto of their reception facility. It's not just one photographer, it's a wide array of them, and it gets them sucked right in, and they all have different songs, so I look and be like, whoa, they're at this facility. Well, let me send it out with that video. And I'm only going to do that if they can't come in, okay? I'm only going to do that, I'm sorry, at home I keep walking into the sun. I'm only going to do that if I can't get them to talk over the phone. I really want to talk them into the phone, but if I have to operate that way, I'm going to operate that way working within what they're doing. Okay, so understand that. Any other questions, Kenna, before we move on?
I think we're good, Doug.
All right, do we have our bride and groom? Come on in. So here's the thing. Let's pretend I just met them. They're going to come in. They're walking into my studio front door. Everything starts with the basic foundation of an introduction. Just walking in, coming in. I don't know them from a hole in the wall. They walk in. Hi, guys. How are you? I'm Doug. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. So nice to meet you. How are you? Pleasure. Thank you very much. Please come in. Take a seat. Excellent. So thank you so much for coming in. How did you guys hear about us? You were recommended, or did you see an ad somewhere, or your hall? Online. Excellent. So what I normally do is I try to get in. I don't normally sit like this. Okay? So I got to move according to the sun. We're good? Perfect. So one of the things that I'm going to do is I want to be up close and personal. I'm normally going to work with them on a couch, with me on a chair, with a small coffee table. To me, this sales presentation has to be about instant connection. The longer I let it go, the bigger the problem. I don't want to let the sale go for 45 minutes. I don't want to let it go for an hour. The longer it goes, time is money. We don't function the way we need to. So I'm going to try to connect. I have albums here, but I don't let them look at the albums on their own. The basic scenario is going to be this. What we're going to try to do and accomplish is really working it out so that I show them the album. I have an album here, and I'm going to show it to them, but first I'm going to talk to them. So you're a recommended from the internet. Excellent. So obviously you probably read some of the reviews about us. I'm going to tell you a little bit about us from our side. The biggest and most important thing that I could tell you is that we're flexible. We're going to try to customize everything to your needs and, more importantly, your budget. So with all of that being said, and guess what? They went and got the microphone. They don't even need it because I'm not even going to really talk to them too much. I'm not waiting for them. I'm controlling the conversation. So with all of that, let me give you a little brief description of us. The biggest thing I could tell you, like I said, is that we're flexible, but more importantly, the description of how we shoot. The way I would describe us is kind of vintage glamour meets more of a contemporary fashion. Now, we could photograph your wedding in a variety of styles where we could be traditional, we could be completely candid and photojournalistic, but most of all, we want to figure out about you. The most important thing that I could tell you that we're going to do with you is we set up a whole engagement session for you. That engagement session is to tell me so much about you. And since I met with you today, I'd love to do it myself because we try to do multiple ones. Let me tell you why. Is because the fact is when you look at this work, you don't really know how you're going to feel about it on you. So what we're going to try to do during that engagement session is for me to figure out all your good points photographically, and the not-so-good points that we all have. So with that being said, we're going to bring you into the studio. We're going to take you right in the room over there, and we're going to start to do different things. I'm going to look and see how you photograph. I'm going to find your good angles, the not-so-good angles, but more importantly, I'm going to see how you feel about things. Because as you can tell, I'm a little hyper and high-strung, and you may like that, or you may be like, whoa, tone it down. Now, the great thing, as you probably read, is everybody in the studio is taught and trained by me. So let me give you a little background of what that means. I try to take it as seriously as I possibly can. I've been photographing weddings for a little bit over 24 years. At this point, I'm certified. I hold a craftsman's degree, a master's degree, and I've pretty much written and lectured all over the world at this point. I was very fortunate. In 2011, I was awarded the United Nations Leadership Award as Wedding and Portrait Photographer of the Year. In 2012, I was awarded the Wedding and Portrait Photographers International Motivator and Educator of the Year. And in 2013, I was a Nikon Infinity Award winner as Photographer of the Year. Now, I know that probably means nothing to you, but my wife doesn't care, so I'm just going to brag to you because she doesn't really care about it. So what that does mean, though, is obviously we take what we do pretty seriously. Everybody in the studio is taught and trained by me. Although they're taught and trained and they can do things the identical way, the engagement session kind of lets me figure out what you like. Like, I'm very hands-on. I'm a toucher when I pose. You may like that, or you may be like, whoa, that's not for me. You could be the type who says, you know what, I'm really traditional, and then when I take you inside, before I know it, you're laying on the wall with your legs up and you're all this hoochie mama stuff. Or you could be the complete opposite. You could be the type who says, oh, I really like sexy, and then when I lay you on top of each other, you're like, oh my God, what is this? I don't want you to be that way. I want to be very hands-on. I'm very active. If you ever need me, my cell phone is on the voicemail. I'm always here for you. Now, let me ask you this, the big thing. Are you guys big picture freaks? Do you like a lot, little, medium, or are you just kind of doing it because you have to?
Oh, we love pictures.
Love them? Great. Now, here's the best thing I can tell you about us. Most important thing is whether you come in here and you buy the most expensive collection or the least expensive collection, we are going to shoot the exact same way. And what that means is, I know that when you go to photographers, they're like, well, if it's 8 hours, it's this much. If it's 10 hours, this much, it's 12 hours. I don't want to work by the hour. I don't ever want to tell you, oh, I know you're going to cut cake in an hour, but I got to go home and charge you more. When you walk out of here, you should know every expense that you're going to have, and there should be no hidden charges, and I'm going to give you all of that. So what we try to do is figure out. So let me show you kind of the work. Do you notice I'm dictating everything at this point? I'm trying to get them motivated and going through. Now the album. If I let them flip through an album, by page 8, they're sitting there and they're saying, oh, look at what dress she's wearing. I wonder where this was at. They're not paying attention to what's going on. I need to control it. So I'm flipping through the album, which I have memorized. I have my favorite albums. So let me describe our work. As you look through, you can tell we wanted to have more of a fashion glamour approach. As I open it, it's a bride laying across a page in a 2-panel set. We like colors. As I flip over, it's a bride on a wall with deep red and a Gaussian blur. We like things that have vibrance and contrast. The next one is a bride by a tree, and the clarity on it is just ripping off the page. We also like to tell a story, and we like to blend things together. If you look, there's 9 images on a page. If you like that, that's great. If not, it's okay. But we're really trying to capture emotion in what we do. As I said before, we pose you, but we pose you to look natural. Now, in terms of setting up your collection, you can tell me what you want, or I might be able to help guide you. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not like your typical salesperson. As you know, everybody's trying to sell you the most expensive collection. I'm going to be the complete opposite. I'm not really a salesperson. I don't like doing it. What I'm going to try to do is guide you towards something a little bit simpler, because the fact is you have no idea what you want, I'm sure. You've never seen a single picture of yourself. So I want to try to make it as simple as possible. Do you know what you want, or do you want me to help guide you a little?
I'd love to have you help us.
Yeah.
Every time. Every time. Here's your mistake right now. You're going to go and you're going to suck them in and be like, oh, let me go for the most expensive collection I have, and blow them out of the water. It's not about getting the most money out of them. It's about gaining the client. And then if you do a really good job, guess what they're going to do? They're going to buy more. They're going to buy more. How could you make money if you're not working? You can't, can you? And here's the thing. You may look and be like, I can give them a price of $3,200, which is $200 less than what the guy down the street is. But that guy's giving 90 pictures in an album. I'm giving 30. I'm making more on the job. I'm building it so I have more profit built in, and I'm starting at a lower price. But I could be starting at a lower price on my $2,000 collection. I could be making $500 more than the guy who's charging $500 because he's throwing in 12 albums. He's throwing in all these different things. So great. That's wonderful. I remember when I got married, it's been 15 years, but I got to tell you, we loved each other until we started planning a wedding. You know what a huge pain it is. It doesn't seem like wedding vendors are like vultures. You go in and all they want to do is suck money out of you, like, oh, do you want money for they want money for the Viennese, and do you really need the lights? I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. I would say start with a bride and groom album. Obviously, you want something like that, right? Average bride and groom album to start is anywhere from 40 to 60 pictures. You tell me. If I'd probably start with around 60. It's what you would consider upper middle. Is that okay? Yeah, wonderful. So what we're going to give you is the bride and groom album. We're going to have 60 photos. Now, the next question is one of the most important questions. Here it goes. Do you want to give your parents individual albums? Before you answer, I want to give you kind of my advice on it, if you don't mind. When I got married, my parents could have had whatever they wanted. I owned the place. But realistically, when my sister got married, several times, okay, and my brother got married, the albums wound up in a closet. So here's what I'm going to ask you. Are your parents going to display this as the Bible, or is it going to wind up in a closet under stuff?
Closet.
Okay, so think about it. Why invest that money in it? If your parents want it, they can always buy an album later on. You're getting married in July. If you choose, you could always give it to them as a holiday gift. But why get into that expense right now? Good, so we'll start with the album.
You always have the opportunity to come back.
No, I will not accept your money later on. Okay? And they laugh.
Well, I'll give it to you later.
Yeah, good. So, yes, and here's the great thing. I'm going to give you a couple of portraits for them. This way they have things later on. And if they want them, they could always come back. But don't tie yourself into it. The last thing you need to add up. Great. So we're going to start with your album. So now here's the best thing we're going to give you. With your album, we're going to give you 3 duplicate little parent albums. And what they are is they're called brag books. They're these little mini 3x3 type albums from Bay Photo. They're going to be exact duplicates of their album. They cost me next to nothing. And I'm giving to them because what are they going to do? They're going to go and they're going to give it and they're going to show it off to every single person. Advertising. I'm making a $35, $40 investment in advertising from the moms and them. So we're going to give you that. So let me tell you about the wall portraits. What we're going to give you is the first thing, we're going to give you a nice big wall portrait, a 20 by 20, which is roughly the size of this mirror over here. Besides that, I'm going to give you an 11 by 11, which is roughly the size of these albums here. I'm also going to give you 6 8 by 8 portraits. That'll be 3 for each set of parents, so they have a beautiful portrait of the 2 of you, an individual family as well. Besides that, I'm going to give you 5 by 5 portraits for every member of the bridal party. That could be them with their boyfriend, their girlfriend, their husband, their wife, whoever they want, and don't worry, we're not checking. If you want to keep them for yourself, you can. Besides that, like I told you before, I'm going to give you one of the most important things, an 8 by 8 engagement portrait from every session you do. So what's going to happen is the first session, like I said, I met you, I'd like to do myself. I'm not looking to create a Picasso. I'm looking just to figure out how I want you photographed and the perfect team member for you. So after that, you can pick out your portrait, and we're going to give you another bonus. How many guests do you have coming to the wedding?
About 50.
That didn't look right.
Well, where's your mind going?
Sorry. So hold that up there. Okay, I only offended all of Middle America.
Just behave yourself. Behave yourself, Doug. Behave yourself.
So, besides that, so you have about 50 guests. What we're going to give you is 35 what we call save the date cards. So you're going to be able to pick your engagement portrait. It'll be in kind of a 3.5 by 7. We're going to custom design it for you. The save the dates are a wonderful gift to give. Why? Because it's an advertisement for me. Now, here's the best part. Immediately after your engagement portrait, usually within a couple of days, if you call up, they'll tell you that I've made a recommendation for you. And it's exactly that. It's a recommendation. I'm recommending a photographer for you based on different things. I'm recommending them because of personality. I'm recommending them because of location. I'm recommending them because of preferred style. Then the next step for you is the most important thing. Remember, as a photographer, I have the power to ruin your wedding more than anybody else. No matter how good the photos are, if you don't like me, we're in trouble. So I want to make sure that you come in and get to know the photographer. If you want to do an engagement session with the photographer every week to your wedding, I don't care. Bring every family member in. The more you come in, the better. And the more engagement sessions you do, we're going to give you an 8x8 from every session. Anyway, why am I giving an 8x8? I'm going to sell a frame. So now, with all of that being said, besides that, you have 50 guests. We're also going to give you 35 greeting card type thank yous. They're the fold of a greeting card. We can custom design it any way you want. What do you think is on the back of that card? My logo and my phone number. Besides that, the most important thing we give you, I know every photographer you're going to is saying, I'm going to give you all your files. And while that sounds great, it really isn't, because what you're not realizing is most photographers' files are a lot larger than what your local, drugstore or different things like that. We are going to give you, just like your parents got, I'm going to give you every single image we take. I'm going to give you all your proofs. They come in a nice little album, and even better, they are edited and retouched to perfection. That means bags under the eyes. It means moving pimples, whitening teeth. You name it, we're going to do it, because I want every image to look perfect, just the way you deserve, and they come in an album. Now, in terms of your files, when you pick up your proofs, I am going to give you, all your low-res files. And what that means is I'm going to size up all your files for any social media device. So you could post them on Facebook, you can tweet them, any social media. This way you could go and show everybody what a great job we did. Now, what's going to happen next? Besides all of this, I am going to give you all of your high-res files. Your high-res files will be given to you exactly 1 year after the date of picking up your album. You may be asking why. The reason we give them later is because with everything we do, we have a lifetime guarantee. And like I said, most of the files aren't sized where you can do anything with. I want to make sure that your order is perfect and everything is great. I promise you, you're getting albums, you're getting everything from us. It's no great deal. Most of our clients, probably 90% of them, never even pick them up, but you can have them a year after your albums are delivered. Now, is there anything else that you could think of that you want or need that I'm not telling you about, or are we doing good so far?
So far, so good.
Excellent. And I'm writing this all down on our estimate sheet, which is in our business game plan. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our payments. We just changed our payments recently. It used to be a third retainer, a third 4 weeks before, the final third after the wedding when you picked up your proofs. But unfortunately, people have changed, and so has the economy. So for the first time in the 27-year history of a company, I made a change to the payment plan. Works as follows, because I have roughly $500,000 of unpicked up proofs sitting in a back room. That's a lot of money to have that could be coming in that isn't. So our payments now, obviously telling someone they could pay after the wedding is exciting to them. So how could I make it glamorous that I'm going to take all their money up front? Watch. So here's how our payments work. The most important thing I could tell you, you know how all your wedding vendors, they're asking for cash? I don't want to deal in cash. I want to be here when you pick up your actual photos, because I don't want to go to jail for evading sales tax. So unfortunately, we have to charge you sales tax, but all that means is making it legit. My recommendation for you is, if I were you, you may not want debt or anything, but you should pay every part of your wedding by credit card. Anything you can pay by credit card, you should do. The reason being is simple. It gives you the security that I'm always going to do the right thing by you. And that means that no matter what, you have that to go back on. So here's how our payments work. You can make any payment at any time by any method. Check, charge, or whatever is most convenient for you. Our payments work this way. It's a third upon a retainer. That's when you initially book. Another third 8 weeks prior, and then your final balance is due 2 weeks before, when we are going to annoy the heck out of you. We are going to ask you more questions than you could ever imagine and go over every specific detail. And at that point, we're going to make sure that everything's perfect for your wedding. And again, you could pay by any method. So, do you have any questions? Excellent. I'm going to give you two a couple of minutes to bond, and I'll be right back. I walk out then, give them to digest. How long did that whole process take?
Not more than 10 minutes.
It was very quick, because I showed them the images. I dictated that they liked the images. I dictated the collection and made them move in. I told them how much it was in the sequence. I think I forgot to tell you how much. It was X number of dollars. If you're all sitting there wondering, what does he charge? It doesn't matter what I charge. It doesn't affect you, because you're not in my area. You don't have my reputation. You know, it depends. Everybody could charge it. But I can promise you one thing. The instructor who's sitting there telling you, and I don't mean to call anybody out, and I won't mention my name, but the instructor's like, yeah, you got to charge $15,000 for a wedding. They're full of it. They probably did it once or twice. I'm in the biggest market in the entire world. It doesn't happen that often. I've dealt with celebrities, I've dealt with athletes, I've dealt with all of them. People want to get value for their dollar. They're not booking $30,000 or $40,000 wedding pictures. You are all photographers here, and most everybody at home is a photographer. Susan, Kenner, if money was endless, would you spend $30,000 on a wedding photographer? Would you?
Me, personally?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Susan?
Me,
$30,000, if any amount. One day, pictures.
No, Doug, I wouldn't. No.
No, I'm being serious. You
I
can-
wouldn't. No.
Anybody in here? I love my photographs. I would not spend $30,000 on them. Would you spend 15 to 20? Probably not. The people who would are few and far between. That's my point. It doesn't happen as regularly as you think. So now, with all of this being said, I give them 2 minutes to breathe. I walk back into the room. Did you guys come up with any questions? Okay. So do you have an idea of when you're going to make a decision on anything? Okay. So let me give you a little breakdown. Basically, when they look at each other like that, now's time for me to apply quiet pressure. So with all that being said, whatever reminds you with the price and everything, the price will never ever go up. I promise you that. Unfortunately, availability may change. As I told you, we have limited availability. You actually get a little lucky that we're even available for the date. So the price is never going to go up, but it may change. In the event that we book, I'll try to recommend you somewhere. They'll be a little bit more traditional and more money, but at least you know they'll be reputable. The next question is usually the same. Well, can you call us if you're going to book? Do you know if you're going to book? Unfortunately, I'm not going to call you. As you can tell, we have a lot of people coming in through here. I don't ever want to force you to make a decision. So the fact is, I'm not going to call you. I wanted you to make it because you know that we're the very best at what we're going to do. So with that, we're not going to call you. We're not going to bother you or ask you questions or try to cut deals. It's not the way we do it. We know that we're going to wind up booking up anyway. I'd like to do your wedding because obviously you were recommended, you saw our work, you liked it, and you're here. To give you more background on us, one of the best things I can tell you is that you should review us. If you look online, we were chosen as the best of Wedding Wire, Wedding Channel, Martha Stewart, LongIslandWeddings.com, The Knot. We were the Long Island Press Best Photography and Video Company. All of that, so anything you need on us, we have there for you. Any other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Good. So with that being said, I'm just going to go grab an information packet. I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to bond. Remember, like I said, no pressure. Price will never go up. But unfortunately, if we book, then we're going to wind up being a little bit out of luck. So excuse me 1 second. I walk out. Yes.
At what point in all of this do you actually tell them your pricing?
I had given them the pricing before, but I forgot to since I didn't want to give a pricing number out. Immediately after the sale, I would have said to them, based on all of this, after I gave the deposit schedule, I would have said, based on all of this, the price is $2,000, whatever it is at that point, and then went from there. Do you have any questions? Are you feeling nauseous? Are you feeling seasick? Are you feeling queasy? No, I'm okay, and go from there. So I would have broke it in, or I did forget, okay? But from that standpoint, now, saying they're not going to book, I think I got them, but I may need to push a little bit. So if I need to push and they're just not immediately going to respond, which most of my clients do, I'm going to walk back in. Okay, do you have any more places that you're going to see? Do you know of any more appointments, or are we the last stop?
We've checked out a couple, and you're pretty much the last stop.
Excellent. So let me ask you something. Who did you see that you liked? Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything negative about them. I just want to tell you the differences. We saw Studio X. They're a wonderful photographer, very nice. Who did you meet with? Mark and Jeanette, very sweet. Well, let me tell you the difference. The biggest difference is you could tell they photograph a lot more traditionally than we do. As you know, they don't really give you proofs. They give you images that you're going to have to go and print yourself, which is going to cost you additional money. As you know, they charge by the hour, where with us, the service is for the entire day. And give them the differentiation. Am I ever going to? Don't say anything bad. You just explain the differences. Truthfully. Yeah, you're right. Excellent. Well, let me ask you this, because now they're still not jumping at me. Here comes the winner, the big incentive. So, did I convince you to book yet?
I think so.
Well, good. I'm going to give you an incentive anyway because you were supposed to say no. Okay, excellent. So here it goes. With all of that being said, are you close to making a decision? Are there any incentives I can offer? In other words, if I give you a Ginsu knife commercial, I might be able to entice you? In other words, if I throw a bone, is there a chance you'll balk?
Probably more so.
All right, so let me give you a bone here. Would you agree, after you see all the pictures, there's a good chance that you're going to want to get more for your album and other things? If you notice, I gave you all different unique big prints, like a 20 by 20. To give you an idea, this frame on the wall over here is about $600. Okay, so they can add up to be very expensive. Mind you, it's a more expensive frame. So here's my incentive for you. If you book today, this minute, no pressure on you whatsoever, I'm going to give you a $150 gift certificate towards extra pictures or frames afterwards. So what that'll do, that'll entitle you, because our prints are roughly $40 each for the album. It'll give you almost 4 more pictures for your album, or this frame, which is $600, is now $450 because you made a decision to book who you really want today rather than wait a week and come back. So I'm going to give you guys that, and then I'll be back. That's the closing. I walk out, got them, ready to go. Very simple. Very simple. That's my way of sales. Some people may be like, wow, it's fast, it's quick. That's it. Questions, ladies?
Oh, yeah, Doug. We have questions about the albums. A lot of people would like to know, including Photog4 and Keithy, is Doug's wedding albums, or the sales wedding albums, is it one wedding or several to show the different styles?
No, it's one wedding, and it's only bride alone, bride and groom alone photos. No family, no bridal party, no ceremony, no reception. So the common question is, oh, do you have anything with the ceremony? Yes, we have a ton. If you want, I could show you proofs a little bit later. The reason I don't really put them out is because although you sign up to be our client, your guests don't really, so I don't want to invade anybody's privacy by showing them. That's not the reason. The reason I don't show them is it's boring. It's boring. Nobody wants to see family pictures. Okay, so I focus in on that one wedding at a time, but I know that they don't have the budget. We have over 80 sample albums between all 4 studios, so it makes it a lot different. Yes?
I promise I'm not trying to get you amped up right now, but can you elaborate on the files?
Why do I give them a year afterwards?
Yes.
Think about it. A year after your wedding.
You're banking on them not coming back to get them? Is that?
I don't care if they come back a year after the wedding. They ordered everything. A year after the wedding, do you think you're going to remember to call me for your files? The files really are worthless. They're worthless because they're going to go and try and print my square files in one of those machines, and they're not going to be able to do it. In my case, I beat the system that way by making different squares and rings because you can't get them at a local store. You need to go to a lab.
Do you ever tell them that? Like, you can't print these somewhere else because
well,
of the
I'm
unique
telling
sizes.
them because of the way we shoot, it's going to be very difficult. Of course I'm telling them because I don't want to deal with the complaint later on. I'm honest about everything. The reason our complaint ratio is as low as it is because I'm upfront about everything.
Perfect, thank you.
Good, yes.
So just, Trina, before you ask your question, this is going to be, Doug, unfortunately, the last question. We have so many questions. This segment is, is short for what we're trying to do here. So we know people that we've got so many questions, but we're going to have...
Can I give one piece then?
Well, yeah, let's have
Trina
ask her question, and then the floor is yours for closing up.
So for those of us who do just give out the disc now, and that's all we've ever done, if we want to transition towards the model that you're using, what do you suggest? Do we just change everything?
My first thing that you would do is you have to realize, you're probably charging $500, $800, $1,000, $1,500, whatever it is. So right now, your profit margin, you're saying, is $1,500 because you're doing all the work. What you need to figure out is if you were a photographer, you're working 10 hours at $50 an hour, you think. You're going to edit for another 3 hours. So you're $500, you're editing at 3 hours at $75. So you're probably making $750 realistically on that job. What you need to figure out is how much more money you want to add when you do albums. If you want to sell the disc the way you are, it's going to be hard for you to change now, but you should start offering upsells, saying to the client, you can go and try and do this, so you could take this disc home and probably never ever do anything with it, or you could let me attempt to make albums for you. And you figure out what it costs. Go to Bay Photo. The albums are beyond affordable, and you'll be in good shape. Start by adding, and then for the future, sell up. If you're charging $1,500 now and an album costs you $250 to design and produce, between going to pilot and then going to Bay, then you charge $600 for it and make an additional $300. So now you charge $2,100 rather than $1,500. Think about the added money for doing very little work. All right?
That was a perfect last question, because I think there's so many people out there who are in the beginning phases and are figuring out how to ramp up from where they are today. So thank you for asking.
Can we
that.
stay for like another day? I have so much.
I know you do.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to offer something extra. I know there's a ton of questions. Remember, we have that wonderful, wonderful prize of coming to spend 4 days with me next year. And you have to go to my Facebook page and like it and tell me why anyway. Now, I'm going to try to go through all of them. If you've written to me before, you know I'm very active with it. If you have a question, go to the Facebook page, put it on there, and I'll try to answer it. One of the best things about those classes that we do is we go and we make a Facebook group up for the 25 people afterwards where I answer. They're putting all their images up for me to critique and do. I want to see you succeed, because remember, if you succeed, that means that I'm going to call one of you and say, oh my goodness, you've accomplished the system tremendously. Can you come, Michael, to New York for me? I'll take care of all your airfare. I'll take care of your expenses. I'm going to pay you. It's a 10-hour wedding. I'm going to pay you $600 for the day to go do it. I'm going to give you the transportation. I'll give you someone to help you. Do you mind doing it for me? Excellent. And now he has it in his resume that he went and worked there. But I don't care that I could have hired a photographer in New York for $600, and that would have been my only expense, that I have to pay for his airfare, which is $400, that I have to pay for 2 to 3 nights of hotel. Because you know why? Remember I said to you about using credit cards? I pay for everything on credit card so that I got all the miles, and I never pay for airfare, ever. I never pay for hotel, because I have so many miles built up, because every business expense goes to it. Come to my Facebook page. Don't forget about the pilot imaging. Don't forget about the Animoto. And don't forget about the Creative Live 13 discount on my page for anything except for the workshops. Ladies?
Doug, you just don't stop. That's really, really phenomenal.
All right.
Phenomenal.
Well, Doug, I know we've told everyone at home that we do have a Facebook post for you on the Creative Live Facebook page to go there and give Doug your thanks and let him know how you feel about this workshop. So I do have a couple things I want to read to you about today, about the last 3 days. Patrick Robinson says, I bought another CL workshop, but this is by far the best $99 I have spent in my career. Much, much, much thanks, all in caps, to the man with the plan, Doug Gordon. Thank you, sir, for all of the knowledge that you have given. I'm so excited to shoot this destination wedding tomorrow. I can't wait. Very cool. Bryce Mansfield says, I feel like I've received a graduate degree in wedding photography in just 3 days.
And there are so many more, Doug. It's really incredible. And folks, I just want to make sure you stay tuned, because we are going to give away that photo contest winner. We're going to announce the winner in just a few minutes. But first, Doug, again, this has been an incredible 3 days, from starting with, your thing that you keep, your formula for success is create a plan, define your vision, and set systems. And you've taught us how to do all those things. We now know your plan, we know your vision, but we know that we can create our own vision, and we know how to set up systems like you do. Whether that's from lighting, whether that is from sales, whether that is the posing,
It's
that
life.
flow posing.
It's
Well, whether
life.
that's a system for life.
It's a system for life. I took 14-year-olds when they started out playing baseball. They didn't understand the concepts. They didn't understand how to systemate it. And they went from being 1-14 their first year to 82-9 last year, because they embraced hard work. They understood it. It's about motivating people to do things. If you want it, just taste it.
That's
You
right.
get that small little taste of it. That's life, not just photography.
And what you've given us here is a taste of that. And you've seen the people that have responded. But you have to do the work. You have to do the work, and that's just how it
If you
is.
buy it, watch it, watch it, watch it, and then keep watching some more.
That's right. You're taking the words right out of my mouth, Doug. And so,
Surprise, surprise.
surprise, surprise. So as Doug has said, he continues to give. So in addition, just want to make sure that I don't forget everything that is included now in this course. So it's not just the 3 days of incredible videos where you can actually see all of this in action, see Doug do the work. He is then do all that flow posing, do the lighting. You're then going to have access to several hours of Doug editing. So all that post-production, an additional couple hours of him going through all of those hundreds of photos that he shot during this actual event. He is then going to throw in taking all those images into an album, and you're going to provide...
There's going to be a PDF of the album design. There's going to be the editing videos.
Right.
There's going to be a shot list of all the family photos that are necessary to take.
And the posing guide.
Posing guide of every single image from the class on a PDF. Literally, it's weddings in a box.
It is weddings in a box.
Quite a package.
It's quite a package. $99 is way too cheap,
It
so
is.
you should wait to buy it tomorrow for $150.
It is, but we do that for a reason, and those who purchase not only do that for themselves, but you actually are then allowing Creative Live to keep bringing you people like Doug Gordon. But that is an incredible steal of a deal for $99. The choice is yours, whether you are going to do this work or not. Again, it's your choice. So there's a buy button if your answer is yes, and you can already start rewatching from the past couple of days, and it's an incredible deal. It blows me away. You blow me away, Doug.
Thank you.
I'm so happy we were able to
Thank
have
you for having
you
me.
back.
And can I say one thing?
Of
What
course you can.
Most people don't know is this workshop, Creative Live, I sang your praises before, but I forgot. This workshop was put together in just 2 weeks. The producer, Jean, just phenomenal what she did. She put it together in 2 weeks, worked out the facility, worked out the models. Thank you. You were wonderful. Worked out you guys, and 30 models. It's just incredible. 2 weeks. That's what Creative Live is. There's never say no. They just get it done. So kudos to all of you. All of you are phenomenal, and especially Jean.
And Kathy as well, our line producer.
Kathy was
Incredible.
phenomenal.
Yes.
Kathy has fallen in love with me during the course
I
of these couple of days.
Kathy.
I'm sure she has.
She's,
I'm sure she has.
So many people online. So anyway, congratulations to all of you out there who have purchased the course and are going to do that right now and have already done it. But now, before we go away, Doug, it is the time for, can we get a drum roll, please, everyone? Who is going to Disneyland? No, Disney World, sorry.
Disney World.
Sorry, I grew up in LA,
Confused the
dude.
two.
I grew up in LA. Sorry.
The east side.
Sorry. Okay, Disney World. Tell us
4
again.
days.
Tell us again why you're giving this prize away.
You know why? Because
Out of your own pocket.
I've been very fortunate in my life. I've had many good things happen to me. I have great parents. I have an absolutely unbelievable wife. I have wonderful children, and good things have happened. And, why have that if you can't give back? Why be fortunate enough to give? The greatest thing I ever did in my life was for our 25th anniversary. I took my entire company, all of their families, their children to Disney World for 4 days. And you know what? There was never as good a feeling as that, ever, because that's where my heart is. That's what I love. And to be able to share that with them is the best thing in the world. And to give it to someone at home, just so they know the love I have. I hope the person who put in really loves it the way I do. And just, I love it. It makes me feel good.
Thank you so much. Let's announce that winner. This person, I just want to say, to tell a little bit about her photo. She snapped it in New Brunswick, Canada. And there's what she loves. Well, let's show it. Let's just show it. Let's get it up there on the monitor. The winning image comes from Hannah Carter in Canada. Isn't this beautiful?
I love it.
I just Love it. She says what she loved about it was the way that the tree frames the bride, the sun setting in the background, shining through bits over the wedding gown, her silhouette. It was one of those shots that she took, and she knew instantly that she couldn't wait to see it on a large monitor at the end of the day. And I love her special note on top of this that this bride is now pregnant, and they are going to recreate this shot with her pregnant belly silhouette, which I just love. So a huge congratulations to Hannah Carter from Canada. You are going to Disney World. So congratulations. All right, everyone. Well, the chat rooms are saying, wow, you are such a great guy. You are so awesome, Doug. So once again, thank you. Thank you, Doug Gordon. Thank you to everyone out there. That's a wrap. We will see you next time. Thanks, everyone.